Morning, no? So we'll just give updates, no, about the important things that happened during the first day of presentation of witness yesterday, as well as what we could expect, no, during the trial this afternoon. So the prosecution is very pleased with how the first day unfolded yesterday. I think as we all saw, Congressman Noy Defensor, no, clearly, emphatically laid down, the prosecution's position that the grave threats issued by the respondent, against the lives of the president, the vice president, and the former speaker of the House constitute a betrayal of public trust, culpable violation of the Constitution, no, and high crimes. No? I think maganda din ho ang nangyayari na-emphasize ho dito that this article is based not just on documents and testimonies, rather than the words uttered by the respondent herself. No? And maganda din ho yung naging reminder na kung ang mga simpleng mamayang Pilipino, no, tulad ho ng isang public school teacher, no, na nagbigkas, no, ng threat sa life ng previous president, pati ho ang isang ordinaryong citizen na gumawa ho ng bomb joke. Officials, no, to higher standards of morality, decency, and accountability. No? And nakita din ho natin kahapon, no, at we're very pleased that Attorney Ligutan was able to effectively present our first witness. No? As we've seen, despite the repeated objections from the other camp, which is, of course, to be fair with them, that's expected. They're doing their job, no. But we were still able to present the video footage that you wanted and all of this authentication documents. So for today, yesterday we were able to conclude the direct examination of our first witness, and today we expect the defense, no, to conduct their cross-examination.
Good morning po. Attorney Tolosa, there was a call to play the whole 2 hours of the video. Why shouldn't that be played in whole during the trial po?
It could be done, no? Like what the defense stated, right? They want to see the entire video para makita ho daw yung context, entire context when those subject utterances were made, when the threats were made. But as pointed out by Attorney Ligutan yesterday, and which was found to be correct by the presiding officer, no, discretion ho ng prosecution kung anong parte nung video na yon ang aming ipapakita. Now, if the defense on cross-examination would want all of us to watch the entire 2-hour video, then they can try to do that later on cross.
Sir, how would that affect yung expediency noong trial?
Well, as we could see, that's precisely the reason, no, why on direct examination we objected to that attempt, di ba, na to force us to have everyone sit there for more than 2 hours and watch it because we didn't find it to be necessary. But later, they'll probably try to do that, and we'll see how the impeachment court will rule on it.
Sir, what are we expecting for this afternoon?
As I've mentioned, no, they will cross-examine the witness, and this is their right, no? Ang trabaho ng prosecution, ilatag ang ebidensya, iyo po ang aming testigo. Under the process, under the rules of procedure, ang depensa naman ho, meron silang karapatan na mag-cross-examine ng witness namin. But we're confident, no, na tatayo ho ang ebidensyang mga linalatag namin.
Yes, Paul, you have something to add?
Sa akin kasi hindi na bago yung video na yun. Siguro napanood na lahat ng tao hindi lang sa Pilipinas, baka sa buong mundo napanood na po nila yung senaryo na yun. Pero nag-rule naman po ang ating impeachment judges, sinabi naman po nila na pwede pong gawin yun during the time ng defense. Klarong-klaro naman po yun. Pero pag umiikot ka naman po, nakikita, ang tagal na po nun. Ilang taon na? Ilang taon na ba yun? 2 taon? Klarong-klaro naman po, binalikan yung mga timestamps saka nung playback nila yung mga crucial saka importanteng part. Bago po ako bago po nag-umpisa tong trial na to, nasa La Union ako umuwi ako Pag tinatanong po ako dito, hindi ako masyado nagde-dwell dun sa alam kong equally important yung other articles, pero parang dito talaga may kurot yung sa grave threats kasi parang ang hirap namang depensahan nung direct threat na yun, yung open threat, sabi nga nila. Sabi nga, sa ibang bansa yan, nako, secret service ng nakaharap sa'yo Sabi, yung mga, usually po kasi mga kakwentuhan ko, mga matatanda Ang sabi nila, nagdakas. Ang sama nung narinig nilang gano'n na open threat na ganyan, na manggagaling po sa matataas na opisyal. Although, ongoing na po itong ating trial, yun naman po yung importante. Sabi ko nga, ito lang po yung proper na forum para ipaliwanag po lahat at saka idepensa o ilatag man yung ebidensya. At napakalakas po ng araw ng kahapon, napakalakas po ng sigaw ng ebidensya. Thank you.
Is it possible for the prosecution to present the second witness later, sir?
It will depend. So what will happen is the defense will start their cross-examination when they're done. If necessary, we could also conduct a redirect examination, and then they'll also have the right to conduct recross. So depending on how long all of that will take, if there's enough time, and if the impeachment court will allow us, we'll be ready to present our second witness today.
Thank you po.
Andy? Okay, Red.
Good morning po, Kong and Attorney. Kong, sabi po kasi ni Attorney Michael Powa, the defense spokesperson, na they're not counting the scores. Hindi naman nila binibilang yung scores kasi nga this was in reply doon sa sinabi yata kahapon ni Kong Sia na parang panalo na raw ang prosecution. Pero ang defense, they're saying na they're not counting down the scores kasi hindi naman daw ito parang parang di man daw ito boxing or it's still early in the game, ika nga nila. What's your take po doon sa sinasabi ng defense na it's too early to keep scores or keep tabs on this?
Should I take it first?
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, the prosecution is not claiming victory at this early stage. As we've stated, we just said that we're pleased with how the first day of presentation of witness went, because despite the repeated attempts to stop us from presenting our evidence, we prevailed and were able to do that. Now, tama ho yun, kami, again, to be fair dun sa other party, they were just doing their job, in-expect naman talaga natin yan, they will raise objections. But fortunately, sa aming side, we were able to counter them, and impeachment court allowed us to present our evidence. So, naniniwala ho kami doon, hindi ito paramihan ng objections at paramihan ng favorable ruling sa mga objections na to. Patibayan ho ng ebidensya to, and that's our goal.
Malakas po kasi ang kiliti ni Kong Zia. So medyo nakiliti siya. Nakiliti siya kahapon. Kasi alam naman po natin, halos magdadalawang taon na po to bago nagumpisa yung trial. So yung pagkasabi niya ng panalo, the mere fact na mapipresenta na po yung ebidensya, magkakaroon na ng trial, is a victory in itself. Klaro naman po yun sa prosecution, sa sentiments po ng mga sentiment survey, sa iba't ibang survey. Tansya ko po, kinilig siya ng konti. Pero again, as explained by Attorney Tolosa, mahaba po yung proseso. Kumbaga, these are the early steps. And sabi nga po, maganda na po na tumatakbo na po itong ating impeachment. It's a big first step for every Filipino.
One last na lang po on my end. Of course, nasabi din po ng defense na yung mga objections nila are it's a way of it's part of the process kasi nga yung iba daw doon sa mga questions niyo were leading questions or questions daw na answerable by yes or no po. And also parang marami din, of course, marami din silang objections yun nga yung sa pag-play nga ng video kasi nga yung sa context po. Tell me po, attorney, do you think po ba or does it think po ba na the defense did too much objections na parang or you think po ba that they are delaying the trial po?
Alam mo, Red, nasa diskarte nila yan. Tulad nga ng sinabi namin sa iyo kanina, diba? In fairness to them, they're doing their job, no? They'll do their job, they'll try to object to our questions, and we'll do ours, which is to present evidence, diba?
Okay, let's listen to Ma'am Milky.
Good morning, Attorney and Kong Pao. You were pleased, sabi nyo nga, with the results of day 2. How will you maintain the momentum of the hearing?
Well, we think there's only one way to do that, no? Which is to keep preparing, no? For the trial, for every witness that we will present, for every evidence that we will submit to the court. Yan lang naman ho yan. And I think, klaro naman, no? That's why we're pleased with how the first 2 days unfolded. This is a result of the hard work of and the months of preparations.
To second Attorney Jane. Actually, ang tinanong ko po dito si Attorney Lorna. Kasi syempre, kumbaga, seasoned na lawyer na siya. Sabi ko, Tita Lorna, nervous ka pa ba? Sabi niya, hindi. Pero I treat the smallest case as the biggest case. Tapos, preparation will outweigh everything. So, preps talaga. Yun ang number one na, yun lang ang laging parang advice niya o when I try to pick her brain na sinasabi niya na kahit anong kaso yan or anong bagay yan, yung paghahanda will always outweigh kahit anong iba to sa prosecution.
May request, sir, ang prosecution for Attorney Zuleika Attorney Zuleika Lopez to attend the hearing. Ito po ba is under the Article 4? At kung hihiramin ko yung term ni Congressman Paolo, makakadagdag ba ito sa kilig sa pagsubaybay sa hearing? Thank you.
Okay, yes, we confirm that we filed the request for issuance of subpoena to direct Attorney Zuleika to appear before the court. No? But it's still currently pending. We're waiting for the impeachment court's action on it. And we hope you'll understand, we can't yet delve into the merits and discuss at length what would be her testimony. No? So let's wait for that.
May kilig factor naman doon. Siguro nakakakilig na may mga familiar. Kasi nga, di ba, we used to have the hearings in the house sa Blue Ribbon and sa Quad. So, siguro nostalgic yung feeling. Parang ganun. Di ba? Love wins.
Magandang umaga po. Kenneth from Inquirer. Sir, matanong na lang din po pala, attorney. Cross-examination na kasi mamaya. Will the defense be allowed to pursue leading questions pagdating sa witness?
Yes, that's allowed on direct.
And
I'm
how-
sorry, on cross-examination, that's allowed.
After, sa redirect, pwede pa
Sa
rin po.
redirect? No.
Cross-examinations lang po talaga.
Yes.
And how will this affect the case po? Na allowed ang defense to put forward leading questions into the witnesses? And how is the prosecution preparing against efforts to weaken the evidence and the testimonies of the witnesses being presented?
Okay. That's normal, no? Sa lahat naman ho ng trial work, ganyan ho talaga yan under the rules of court, no? Leading questions are not allowed during direct examination. They're allowed on cross-examination, no? So that's nothing uncommon. So ang mga prosecutors natin ay handa naman ho sa ganyang klaseng proseso. So, as you could see yesterday, it went smoothly naman yung presentation of our first witness.
Okay po. And with how the defense raised objections yesterday sa direct examination nga ng prosecution, with the manner how they conducted themselves, with the objections and all, do you think this offers a glimpse into how the defense plans to mount a defense of Vice President Sara Duterte?
Yes, no, again, this is something that we've anticipated from the start. This is consistent with their actions. No? From the time that this thing started before the House of Representatives, diba, they tried to block from the impeachment proceedings from moving forward, filing petitions with the Supreme Court. Yesterday, diba, we all know that another Supreme Court, another motion has been filed with the Supreme Court asking for the issuance of the TRO to stop the impeachment proceeding from continuing, no? And even their answers, they raised affirmative defenses asking for the outright dismissal of the case based on technicalities and other legal arguments. So we were anticipating that, no, that they will try to prevent us from presenting evidence. But again, as I've mentioned, no, to be fair, syempre, that's their prerogative, no? Strategy nila yan, no? But kami naman, isa lang focus namin, we'll continue to present solid evidence to prove the articles of impeachment.
Okay po. And yesterday, the Vice President visited Senator Marcoleta po sa detention. Could this raise arguments against the senator serving as a judge in the trial? And should the visit cast any doubts on the senator's capacity to be impartial throughout the trial?
Kenneth, hindi ko na pang ihimasukan yan, no? That's her
Senador or OVP, siguro one of her BFF siguro, kasi siya lang yung binigyan nga ng cheeseburger na congressman. Kami hindi binigyan.
Haji?
Good morning po. Good morning po, Kongs and attorney. Sundan ko lang po yung tanong ni Kenneth na they will try to weaken the case. So, na-expect niyo po ba later that they will try to attack the integrity or the credibility of the witness that you presented yesterday?
They can try to do that, no? But at the end of the day, we're talking about video footage showing an interview given by the respondent, no, where she made the threats against the life of the President, the First Lady, and the Speaker of the House. So, as pointed out, no, by Kong Pao, napanood na ho natin to lahat, no? So regardless of the attacks that will be made on the even character of the or credibility of the NBI officer who authenticated this footage, I think medyo mahirap po sigurong ma-attack yung authenticity ng document itself. But I mean the footage itself. But of course, no, we don't want to preempt what they'll try to do in cross-examination.
What about po yung sinasabi nila na may sinusundang script? Na-expect niyo po ba na they will, kumbaga, try to establish na meron nga pong sinusundang script? Tapos, syempre po, kumpiyansa po ba kayo dun sa expertise na meron si John Mark Calido?
Okay. Quite frankly, that was uncalled for, no? And Attorney Ligutan properly called that out, no? Dahil napakalinaw naman ho nung tinatanong yung witness about the document, kaya wala sa kanya dahil pinasa ho dun sa depensa yung dokumento, no? So, but again, how they'll handle this trial, how they'll defend their client, no? That's their prerogative. Di natin ho pangungunahan kung ano magiging trial strategy nila dito.
Last question na lang po. Although it's their right to request na play nga po yung whole 2 hours ng press conference ni VP that time, do you think na yun pong ipinresent ninyo na 2 minutes and 18 seconds po would provide the context that the public needs or the senator judges need? Tapos po, kasi considering na may, before the answer of the Vice President, I think may question din po na ni-raise yung isa po na nandun sa press conference. So sapat na po ba yung konteksto na na-provide kung kayo po yung tatanong?
Again, as we've stated, if they want to play the entire video, that's their prerogative. No? Tignan natin kung papayagan sila ng impeachment court na panoorin natin pare-pareho for more than 2 hours itong entire video na to. No? So, but napakaliwanag naman ho, no? Kahit sang konteksto mo pabalik-balik na rin kung ano ho yung mga sinabing pagmumura at pananakot sa buhay ho ng Presidente, ng First Lady, and ng Speaker of the House. So, again, for us, we didn't see the need to play the entire video consisting of more than 2 hours. And what we showed is more than enough.
Saka napakaklaro naman na hindi splice, hindi edited, hindi AI, actual video with the timestamps. Pag nanonood ka naman ng championship sa NBA, pagkatapos ng laro, di ba, papanoorin mo yung highlights. Gusto mo yung winning shot ni Michael Jordan lang, paulit-ulit mong papanoorin. So that's the money shot. Kitang-kita natin yun. Alam natin yun.
Pasensya na, medyo late ako pero magdadagdag na rin ako. No? Dadagdag na rin ako. So I got the question. I think it's not only about establishing the veracity and the authenticity of these video clips, but more important is what the effect of the threats that she made, no, against the president to the whole nation. Ano yung epekto nito? Hahayaan ba natin to na basta-basta na lang ma-express without accountability? Of course, you cannot also expect that the agencies will not do anything to investigate, because it was said in a manner by which it should be taken seriously. No, and the threat was done, directed not just for an individual, but it is directed against the head of state, head of government, and the commander-in-chief. That's why it is also a national security concern. That's why many agencies came in and investigated if there was indeed an agreement that was made and reached by the respondent and the hitman. Pangalawa, dadagdagan ko na lang po, the mere fact that she had that idea and made an understanding and agreement with the person whose livelihood is sourced out from killing people is already a betrayal of public trust. Kasi she is expected to uphold the law, she is expected to promote the rule of law, that no one should take justice into their own hands. Yun mismo yung alam niya na merong mamamatay tao at hindi niya ito pinagsabi sa mga pulis, sa mga ahensya ng ating gobyerno, at siya mismo ang nakipag-usap. That alone is a betrayal of the oath that she has taken prior to the assumption as Vice President of this land.
All right, and then, your turn.
Good morning po. I-follow up ko lang po yun dun sa banta ni BP Sara. Dun sa presentation kahapon, na wala po kasi yung kapag pinatay ako. Kaya dun po papasok yung sinasabi ng yung conditional threat. At ito daw po ay hindi naman pumapasok doon sa articles of impeachment. Hindi po siya impeachable offense. Pwede pong pakipaliwanag natin sa ating mga kababayan.
First of all, to be accurate, I think the witness himself repeatedly stated that, no, nung tinatanong ho siya about dun sa mga relevant na portions ho nung interview, sinabi din ho niya yan, no, yung parte na yon bago siya sumagot, no, at pagkatapos yung buong statement ho na yan. So, nailad naman yun. And if the defense would want to emphasize that, they're free to do so. They can do that during cross-examination. No, but our position remains, no, that condition does not make the threat any less unacceptable. No, again, as pointed out by Kong Zia, this threat was made by no less than the person who will benefit, no, should it be carried out. Diba? It was made against the highest officer of the land by the person who will benefit if it happens.
Dadagdag ko lang, no? Remember, even before that response to a question during the Zoom conference, there were already interviews and statements by her indicating that there's already that pattern. Puputulin ng ulo, di ba? Huhukayin yung dating Pangulong Marcos, itatapon sa WPS. So, kahapon po, pinresenta din po yan ng prosecution to prove that there is that pattern. No? Even prior to saying, to making this grave threats during the actual Zoom interview ng Vice President. But be as it may, no, whatever context, no, whatever reason there may be, grave threats should not be tolerated. Whatever the consequence involved, whatever the circumstance, or yung sinasabi nilang context para maintindihan daw. Contracting an assassin and having reached an agreement with an assassin is in itself a violation of the Constitution, being the second highest official in the land. That alone, again, that alone is an impeachable offense. So it's regardless whether the context is, because of there's a rumor or a plan to eradicate a certain family, that does not even give justification to threatening the president, who is the commander-in-chief, the head of government and the head of state, who, by the way, if that happens, she would be the one to stand to benefit from that.
Janeska?
Good morning, sir. Yung sinasabi lang po kahapon ni Presiding Officer Escudero, on photocopies po kasi ito, kasi the defense seems to be dun sa part na photocopies lang po the documents being presented and as being testified by the NBI agent Kalilong, puro daw po photocopies. Tapos, hindi daw exactly pareho dahil yung isa may nakalagay na certified true copy. May sasabi siyang ganun. But I understand, ito lang kasi yung nakatch ko dun sa sinabi, sa ruling ni Senate, ni Presiding Officer Escudero, na this is, the prosecution is trying to comply with the requirements enunciated by the Supreme Court insofar as such pieces of evidence is concerned. Sabi ni Senator Escudero. Can you just expound, sir, why photocopies are as good as the original? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the question. No? Para mas maliwanagan tayo lahat. I think madami nagtatanong tungkol sa bagay niya. No? So under the new rules on evidence, malinaw ho yan. No? That there's a rule that we call the original document rule. Under that rule, duplicates, no, such as photocopies, are considered as originals, no, provided that there's no genuine issue regarding its authenticity. Now, kung ang riniraise lang ho, no, ng mga discrepancies ay merong marka na certified true copy versus ibang copy, that is not a genuine issue of authenticity that's being raised against it, because it shows that aside from that stamp or that marking, they're the same. It's a faithful reproduction of the original. So, yan ho yung konteksto na yun. No? I think sa social media, madaming nagko-question dyan sa bagay na yan, na ngayon ba, ang passport, meron nagsabing gano'n, no? Pwede ka na ba daw lumipad? Dala mo yung photocopy. Hindi ho gano'n yun. No? Ang sinabi ni Atty. Ligutan, yan ho ay nakabase sa rules on evidence. No? Sa pagpepresenta ng mga dokumento sa korte, again, under the updated rules on evidence, hindi na kailangan na palaging original ang document ay pepresenta mo, subject to the conditions that I've mentioned.
Thank you, sir. Yan lang po from my end. Thank you.
Marian, your turn.
Good morning po. Yesterday po, si Presiding Officer Jesus Cordero, kinonfirm po niya na yung 16 po votes for the two-thirds threshold po, yung formal ruling na ng impeachment court. Well, of course, subject pa raw po, so any legal remedies available to the parties. Questionin po ba ito ng prosecution sa Korte Suprema, lalo na may initial statements po, even you, Attorney Tolosa, Lead Prosec Luistro, considering yung interpretation nga po ng Avellino doctrine.
Well, first to clarify, I've never stated yet our official legal position on this two-thirds issue because I've always said that it will be improper for me to discuss, our legal position on that, because it was premature at that time, But well, first of all, I'd like to emphasize that our stand on this has been consistent, from the very start. We don't engage in vote counting. Focus namin dito to establish an airtight case backed by overwhelming evidence so that at the end of the day, no matter how this two-thirds threshold will be interpreted, we'll be able to secure that necessary vote. Okay. As to the legal steps that we may take regarding this matter, it's still under deliberation and discussions by the panel of prosecutors, and let's see how we'll address that issue.
Idadagdag ko lang, I think during the early part of this impeachment process, it also came out the possibility of reinterpreting. But these are ideas and legal opinions that did not emanate from the House Prosecution panel. It actually came from other personalities who are very much known to be in the legal community. Sinabi naman from the very start ng ating lead prosecutor, si Congresswoman Jinky Luistro, that should there be an event, in the event that there will be an event that this would be officially discussed, ang sinabi naman ng House Prosecution Panel lead ay hindi kami magre-render or mag-officially request the court to reinterpret this. Ibig sabihin, na itong kapangyarihan na ito para bigyang linaw yung interpretation ng Constitution pagdating sa thresholds vis-a-vis yung current membership sa ngayon ay inililive again. Sinabi nga din ni Attorney Tolosa, sabi ng ating lead prosecutor, ay kapangyarihan yan ng korte. Kung may constitutional issue at may controversy, again, hinayaan doon din natin yung proper na forum at proper na venue para pag-usapan ito. Basta very clear po yung sinabi niya, we will not make any official or formal request before the impeachment court to reinterpret the constitutional requirement of a threshold to reach the judgment by the impeachment court.
Go ahead.
The follow-up lang sa question ni Marian, sir. Pero, so you will not raise it before the impeachment court, but will you raise it before the Supreme Court? Are you open to that possibility?
There are no discussions about that matter, But because as we've stated, we're really focused on just presenting solid evidence before the impeachment court. So at the end of the day, if it's 16, then we should be able to get 16.
So, as of now, is that maybe the stand po ng prosecution? You will never bring this to the Supreme Court?
As I've stated, there's no decision about that matter yet, and quite frankly, that is not included in any of our priorities. Again, our priority right now is focus on the trial and focus on continuing to prove our case by by presenting evidence.
Just to clarify, Marian, because you were there during the press con when I was with Kong Jinky and Congresswoman Bella Zamora. Remember there was a question whether there would be, the House Prosecution Panel will be contemplating on filing for an official or formal request before the impeachment court to readjust or reinterpret the threshold 16. And it was very clear by the response of Congresswoman Jinky that the House Prosecution Panel will not request or make any official request before the impeachment court to readjust the threshold.
Pero hindi pa sarado yung pintuan ninyo when it comes to raising it to the Supreme Court?
Again, in the realm of possibilities, that's a remedy that's available to us under the law and under the rules. But as I've stated, are we discussing it at this moment? We're not. Is that more priorities? It's not. Again, our priority is to continue to present evidence before the impeachment court.
Dadagdag ko lang, just so we can clarify na the position, just we can clarify. The one that we're saying and the one that is referring to by Congresswoman Jinky is the Honorable Impeachment Court. If we talk about the Supreme Court, that's a different venue altogether. No? And it's very evident by the way the House Prosecution Panel approached this trial. Una, nag-present ng kaso, and never did we intimate or reflect in our position in the pre-trial brief that there will be a possibility that we will file a formal request. Never. And that is consistent with what the lead prosecutor, Congresswoman Jinky Luistro, said in the previous briefing that we conducted in the House at the House of Representatives.
Sir, were you there po all throughout the trial nung I think meron pong comment si Attorney Ligutan, pinuna po niya yung gumawa raw ng eksena, may scene, nag-walk out daw. Kumbaga ito si Attorney Sheila Sison. Can you walk us through, baka maalala niyo ano yung nangyari kahapon?
I think there was this moment when Attorney Ligutan was responding to a question posed by Senator Risa, right, about the materiality. It out that seems that statements were made which were directed to him, but in fairness to the other camp, they clarified that there was no attempt to walk out and they were just trying to go to the comfort room, I think. So we don't want to make much out of that incident. It's already been settled yesterday.
Alas na lang po. Follow-up lang po dun sa question ni Ate Eden, wala na kasi siya. I think baka pwede lang po natin bigyan ng emphasis yung gaano ba kabigat. Kasi po parang ang argument is that conditional threat siya eh. So parang paano siya naging impeachable offense? Ang grave threats ba will fall under high crimes too? Baka hindi lang siya betrayal of public trust, culpable violation of the Constitution. Can you emphasize on that?
Okay. So, again, as pointed out by Kong Zia a while ago, let's remember that the statements made by the respondent, she admitted that she already had an agreement with the assassin. An agreement to end the life of no less than the President of the Republic, the First Lady, and the then sitting Speaker of the House. So, no amount of condition or any other context that they would want to offer will justify that. That would make that right. That is the position that has been made clear in the opening statements made yesterday and even in the answers given by Attorney Ligutan to the questions posed by Senator Riza.
Sir, quick follow-up lang po dun sa tanong ni Ate Janesca. Outside trial lang po, how are you handling or countering lang po yung misinformation and misunderstanding? Kasi kahapon nga po medyo tumatak talaga yung sinabi ni Attorney Ligutan doon sa photocopies being considered original. And meron din po kasing mga nagpo-post din online na nagpo-photocopy nga po ng pera and then sinasabi na pambayad ng Meralco. Paano nyo lang po nakakounter yung mga ganong misunderstanding or misinformation?
Ako na? Ikaw? Hindi kasi marami tayong great philosophers sa mundo ngayon, di ba? Siyempre, meron silang mga chat GPT na pang-reply nila, saka pang-sagot nila. Marami silang tools to make them great philosophers as well. Tuloy ko lang yung sa grave threats, di ba? Wala yatang universe na magsasabi na hindi po grave o mataas na krimen ang i-threaten ang buhay ng pamilya ng Pangulo ng Pilipinas o kahit saan bansa man. Parang walang magdi-disagree nun, except the great philosophers. Pero yung mga pilosopong yan, at saka yung mga henyo na nandyan, kahit nga dun lang sa word na grave threats, pwede mo nang kunin yung sagot eh. Di ba? Grave. Ano yung kasunod ng grave? Threat. Ano yung grave? Libingan. Di ba? Kung kukunin mo yun, Grabe. Kung tatagalugin mo yung grave, grabe. Grabing threat. So, kahit na pilosopohin mo rin yung sagot, wala rin sila mapapalusot kasi it's just there. Nakalatag na kaya, it's so obvious na anong palusot pang hahanapin mo dyan sa mga ganyang bagay. Now, in terms of the photocopy, in-explain na rin ni Attorney Tolosa na yung mga ganyang ebidensya, inaalaw po ng ating korte. Kung yung mga great philosophers, saka yung mga great na nagtatanong, gumawa sila ng sarili ng rules sa korte. Doon, papasa siguro yung mga gusto nila mangyari. Pero, ang hirap pong ipaliwanag, yung bagay na hindi na kailangan ipaliwanag. Marami pong bagay na will speak for itself. At itong article po na to, itong grave threats na to, may sariling buhay yan, hindi na kailangan ipaliwanag yan. Semantics na lang po yung nilalaro nila dyan. Salamat.
Well, ang mabuti naman doon, kasi we always look at the bright side. No? Even if these are things that came out from the social media na medyo pabiro, isa lang ibig sabihin yan, nakatutok ang taong bayan at nakikinig sila. And that is what important, the important thing that we need to realize here. No? Pero sinabi nga kanina ni Attorney Jay, huwag niyong isisirok sa mga pera niyo tapos bumili kayo ng mga supermarket na hindi tatanggapin yan. Kasi fake yan, fake monetary yan. Minsan, nakita niyo po sa mga cashier, nakapaskil dyan yung mga peke na pera, baka naman mahuli pa kayo. So, huwag niyo hong gagawin yan, ha? So, pangalawa, kaya nga po tayo dito sa prosecution panel, apart from presenting the evidence in the open court, gumagawa ho tayo ng conference or press briefing tulad nito. Dahil importante po importante po yung participation ng media dito sa ating bansa. Lalong-lalo na po itong impeachment trial. Dahil ang media po ang nagbibigay impormasyon para bigyang kasagutan yung mga tanong ng ating taong bayan as we move along with this trial, no? Isa po ito sa mga paraan kung paano na ho natin na papaliwanag sa kanila kung ano pa yung napapakinggan nila doon sa actual trial na ito. Pero alam mo, nagpapasalamat po ako sa kanila. Dahil maski pabiro po ito, ibig sabihin ay interesado sila na makinig at subaybayan ang ating trial. Pero ang sa legal naman, na-explain na po yan ni Attorney Jay, ito po yung sa korte, ito po yung sinasabi na paano i-presenta yung mga ebidensya mo na kung hindi siya true copy, at least photocopy siya, i-attest naman yun ng korte. Huwag niyo gagawin yan kasi inaalaw lang ho yan sa actual na trial. Pag bumibili ho kayo ng shampoo, hindi yun actual trial yun. Pag bibili po yun ng inyong mga grocery items, huwag niyo yung gagawin yan dahil baka hulihin ho kayo ng security guard ng shopping mall.
Kaya maraming salamat po sa mga great philosophers, sa mga nagko-comment, sa mga trolls, sa mga bashers. Kasi, naalala po ng House Media, salamat po dahil nananatiling buhay ang usapan ng impeachment. Pero nandito na tayo ngayon, nag-umpisa na yung trial. Dati kasi parang papasok pa lang tayo doon. So salamat. Thank you.
Joy?
Good morning po. Just for some clarification lang po, what is the threshold of proof on testimonies and evidence required in the impeachment trial? Is it the same in the regular criminal or civil case or it is beyond kasi it's an impeachment of the highest official?
Hindi, maliwanag naman ho yan na ang impeachment proceedings ay hindi ho criminal in nature. No? Kaya ho ang tinatawag sa Vice President dito ay hindi ho accused kung hindi ho respondent. No? So hindi ho nag-a-apply yung quantum of evidence na required ho dyan. No? And hindi din ho nakalagay sa Constitution o kung saan mang rule kung ano ho ang i-apply na quantum of evidence dyan. No? Although I think it was, if I remember correctly, it was mentioned by the presiding officer that he would want to apply the requirement of clear and convincing evidence. If I remember correctly, that we'll have to check that. But at the end of the day, tingin ho namin, Ang pinakamaliwanag na batayan dito ay kung hindi ho yung maghusga base sa ebidensya na linatag ng magkabilang partido.
Idadagdag ko lang po, yung penalty if ever po na conviction ang ma-arrive ng korte, wala naman pong jail time ito. Ang magiging penalty po ay removal from office and perpetual disqualification from holding an office. Kaya hindi po siya tulad ng, and then Attorney Jay can correct me on this, hindi po siya tulad ng regular criminal proceedings na beyond reasonable doubt yung dapat na ma-prove ng prosecution. Dito po is kung may papakita po na meron talagang paglabag sa Constitution, sabi nga po ng ating presiding officer, yun naman talaga yung quantum of evidence required in the impeachment trial, maaari po natin masabi na the conviction is obtainable.
Okay, thank you, Joy. Yes.
Saglit na may follow-up ako. Sir, with regards naman po doon sa sinabi ni Baby Sara kahapon, di ba, nagpunta po siya rito, but she didn't attend the trial, yung blood bath and blood tuning, I will be blooded but unbound somehow, ganyan po. Do you see a consistent pattern of incendiary language or with just an emotional disgust? Ano pong interpretation ng prosecution panel? Does it frame as a warning, a call to action, or just a mere expression of disappointment or judgment?
Mahilig siya sa blood. Yun yung napansin ko. Baka pati yung order sa bar, Bloody Mary. So, parang yun lang yung... Kasi one-liner lang eh. Tapos, nag-move out na. So, it's open to interpretation. So, interpretative dance. So, umalis na. So, again, sabi ko nga, alam ko talaga na medyo hindi siya mag-a-attend talaga ng hearings eh. So, siguro nag-ano lang siya, nagparamdam. Parang clickbait nga. Pagka-click mo, ay, iba naman pala yung nangyari, iba yung laman. So, yun lang. Mahilig siya sa blood.
But matagal naman po natin sinasabi ang House Prosecution Panel that this is the perfect venue for the respondent to clear her name. If the defense truly believe that she has that, they have that, they have the answers in order for the public or for the respondent to clear her name. This is the perfect opportunity to do so. At hindi naman ho namin yan sinasabi na kami lang yung nananawagan. Sila ho mismo, sinabi ho nila in the previous months, no? Na ready na ho sila, they will answer the allegation. But be that as it may, again, the answering the allegation is answering directly whether or not she has ordered the way by the utilization of the confidential funds, which according to COA is outside of their joint circular. So therefore, there's a violation on the utilization of funds. We have not heard her deny that, no? So these are the questions that the people want to hear from her, no? Kasi siya po this is her trial eh. Pero yung mga quotations po taken out from a popular poem, pero sa akin po parang it appeared and it sounded like a Game of Thrones inspired punchline, ay hindi po yun ang kasagutan at hindi po yun ang inaasahan ng mga tao na yun yung sinasabi nilang handa silang sumagot sa proper forum. Unfortunately, the public is yet again disappointed.
Okay, we'll entertain last two questions kasi po may schedule pa sila after this. Okay, go ahead.
Kahapon, Attorney Lorna Mapunan said that the prosecution may move to subpoena or may file a request to subpoena the respondents of Vice President Sara Duterte. So first po, when are we expecting the request to be filed?
Let's see. That's a matter of strategy, that of course you would understand. We cannot discuss with you, but let's wait and see for it.
But sir, right now po, as a follow-up, do you see any challenge to subpoena or to compel the Vice President to take the witness stand kasi ngayon pa nga po, hindi po natin siya, hindi siya dumadala ng trial. So, how challenging would it be for the prosecution to compel to take the witness?
Okay. Well, as I've mentioned a while ago, this is not a criminal case. In a criminal case, because of the right against self-incrimination, the prosecution cannot call into the stand the accused herself as witness. But again, the respondent's not an accused here, she's a respondent. So when that time comes, if and when we file a request for issuance of subpoena directed to the respondent herself, let's see how the impeachment court will act on it.
All right, thank you, Rosalie, for final but not...
Mag-pound lang po ako dyan. Sufficient evidence na po yung videos ni VP Duterte making grave threats against the Vice President. Why there's a need to present her as a hostile witness?
Again, let's not preempt the issue. And if we will call her as a witness, that does not necessarily mean that it will be confined to the articles relating to grave threats. No? So, but siguro for now, hintayin muna natin. No? Baka it's too early to talk about it. Let's go about it in detail when the prosecution actually files a request already for issuance of subpoena.
Dadagdag ko lang, Ross. The beauty about the trial is every day, nagkakaroon ng clarity as to the procedure and what is acceptable to the court. No? Si Attorney Kapunan intimated that before the court because of the 5-day ruling. No? At least it's very clear that the clarification of Attorney Kapunan was entered into the record for the court also to contemplate on the possibility of allowing such presentation of witness. It's either material or hostile witness. So yun po yung ginawa ni Attorney Kapunan, para clarity for both the prosecution and the defense vis-a-vis the 5-day ruling of presenting a potential evidence, subject to the 5-day ruling that you have to inform the court and as well as the opposing side. So that is just a manifestation that that Attorney Kapunan raised before the open court, so that for the purpose of clarity.
Pero hindi nyo naman po ini-intend na pagsabaying i-present or pagsunuring i-present si Attorney Zuleika Lopez and the Vice President. For example, next week, because you have already filed a motion for subpoena for Attorney Zuleika Lopez.
Tignan mo natin, matters like that or matters of trial strategy that fall upon the exclusive discretion of the prosecution. So let's wait and see.
Very last na lang po. Sir, some observers, including po Representative Antonio Tino, said ang defense team, ang strategy nila magbato ng objections and delaying tactics. Do you agree with this observation po?
Well, ayaw naman nating mag-ascribe ng any ill intentions dun sa other party, no? But we're all of us. So what happened yesterday, and we can make our own judgments about it.
But you're happy with the...
Dadagdag ko lang kasi we observe that also. No? Again, it's the right and the strategy of the defense. No? Both sides. No? We also expect that the prosecution would also be raising objections pag time po ng cross-examination. And that's the regular occurrence in an actual trial. No? What is important is napakita po ng House Prosecution how ready we are, how, the prosecution panel, yung pag-examine sa witness, did a very stellar job. Naipresenta sa korte, pati na rin sa publiko. And no matter the strategy or yung sa defense, hindi na butasan yung ebidensya. At napakita natin na meron siyang expertise at credible siya para maging witness na matest niya itong mga videos na to ay hindi doctored. At kinolekta nila to, pinreserve nila ito. No? So yun ang very important na nangyari kahapon.
Very last follow-up. So do you see their strategy failing po?
Well, it's too early to make any judgments about this, no? But what we can say is, despite the repeated attempts to block us from presenting evidence, we were able to do that yesterday. Before we end it, even though Red already left, I think it's just proper that we give Kong Zia the opportunity to address the question because it was directed to him a while ago. No? Although we responded to it, baka mas maganda siya makapagbigay ng kaliwanagan.
Yes, Kong. You know, sinabi mo na you secured panalo kahapon.
And we explained that you were not talking about it as a whole and you were just yesterday.
Okay.
But
So
baka, to
let
be
me-
fair, maganda
Okay,
ho,
let me
Madrid.
clarify, no? When all of us witnessed what happened yesterday, no? When I say we claim victory, I do not refer to the actual specific day that we have presented our case. That would definitely dictate, for example, the outcome of this whole trial. What I'm trying to prove to the public is that for the longest time, the House of Representatives has been doing, the House Prosecution Panel has been doing, all the efforts that we have exerted for the trial to proceed. Because we believe that this is about accountability mechanism of the Constitution. This is upholding and preserving and promoting the Constitution. And for that premise, we are victorious because the purpose of this impeachment is to serve the Filipino public. And whatever is the way and means by which to serve the Filipino public is victory to the Filipino people.
Ang sinabi ko, kinilig ka lang eh. Na-excite ka. Oh.
But I would not deny, lahat naman talaga masaya din sa nangyari. Masaya sa nangyari.
All right.
Okay, so where's
All right, on that note, sana masaya tayo lahat for this press conference and we want to see you again. We welcome you again tomorrow for another press
Thank you again, everyone. Thank you.
Have a bloody good afternoon, guys.
Ang matatamis na salita aamuhin paglalaruan na parang bata. Binibilog-bilog ang utak mo, pilit na binabago laman ng iyong puso. Hinding-hindi kami mapapayaran Bibilugin, gagaguhin, gagamitin. Ano bang akala nyo? Tingin nyo kami kayang bilhin? Umaalap ang damdamin sa bayang sinilangan. Prinsipyo paninindigay di kayang bayaran. Hinding-hindi kami mababayaran. Ang dumadaloy na dugo, mas makinang pa sa ginto. Pagkatao'y hindi matatawaran, isusulong ang karapatan. Buo ang loob at paninindigan. Ibahin, ibahin, ibahin nyo kami. 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 Hinding-hindi kami mababayaran. Ginto dilag, inaakit ang iyong mga mata. Kapangyarihan sa labi, hinihila ka sa lugar na tila di mo tansya. Tatalian gamit ang matatamis na salita. Aamuhin paglalaroan na parang bata. Binibilog-bilog ang utak mo, pilit na binabago laman ng iyong puso. Hinding-hindi kami mababayaran. sa diksyonaryo namin ang yuyuko-yuko. Pipilitin, bibilugin, gagaguhin, gagamitin. Ano bang akala nyo? Tingin nyo kami kayang bilhin? Umaalat ang damdamin sa bayang sinilangan. Prinsipyo, paninindigay, di kayang bayaran. Hinding-hindi kami mababayaran. Ang dumadaloy na dugo, mas makinang pa sa ginto. Pagkatao'y hindi matatawaran, isusulong ang karapatan, buo ang loob at paninindigan. Ibahin, ibahin, ibahin nyo kami. 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 Hinding-hindi kami mababayaran. Ginto't pilak, inaakit ang iyong mga mata. Kapangyarihan sa labi, hinihila ka sa lugar na tila di mo tansya. Tatalian gamit ang matatamis na salita, aamuhin paglalaroan na parang bata.
Binibilog-bilog ang utak mo, pilit na binabago laman ng iyong puso.
Hinding-hindi kami mababayaran. Ang dumadaloy na dugo, mas makinang pa sa ginto. Pagkatao'y hindi matatawaran, isusulong ang karapatan, buo ang loob at paninindigan. Ibahin, ibahin, ibahin nyo kami. Ibahin, ibahin, ibahin nyo kami. Ibahin, ibahin, ibahin nyo kami.
Ang timbangan, totoo bang wala ng kabuluhan? Ang kinabukasan, madilim na bato para kay Juan. Dahan-dahang pinipiring at ating mga mata.
Ititikom ang bibig, sunod-sunuran sa gusto nila. Hinding-hindi kami mababayaran. Ang dumadaloy na dugo, mas makinang pa sa ginto. Pagkatao'y hindi matatawaran, isusulong baguhin, gagamitin. Ano bang akala nyo? Tingin nyo kami kayang bilhin? Umaalat ang dadami sa bayang sinilangan. Prinsipyo paninindigay di kayang bayaran. Hinding-hindi kami mababayaran. Ang dumadaloy na dugo, mas makinang pa sa ginto. Pagkatao'y hindi matatawaran, isusulong ang karapatan. Buo ang luhod at paninindigan. Ibahin, ibahin, ibahin nyo kami. 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 Hinding-hindi kami mababayaran. Ginto tilak, inaakit ang iyong mga mata. Kapangyarihan sa labi, hinihila ka sa lugar na tila di mo tansya. Tatalian gamit ang matatamis na salita. Aamuhin paglalaruan na parang bata.
Binibilog-bilog ang utak mo, pilit na binabago laman ng iyong puso.
Hinding-hindi kami mababayaran. Ang dumadamoy na dugo, mas makinang pa sa ginto. Pagkatao'y hindi matatawaran, isusulong ang karapatan. Buo ang loob at paninindigan. Ibahin, ibahin, ibahin nyo kami. Ibahin, ibahin, ibahin nyo kami. Ibahin, ibahin, ibahin nyo kami.
Ang timbangan, totoo bang wala ng kabuluhan? Ang kinabukasan,
nakatayo palaban ng puso. Wala sa diksyonaryo namin ang yuyuko-yuko. Pipilitin, bibilugin, gagaguhin, gagamitin. Ano bang akala nyo? Tingin nyo kami kayang bilhin? Umaalat ang damdamin sa bayang sinilangan. Prinsipyo paninindigay di kayang bayaran. Hinding-hindi kami mababayaran. Ang dumadaloy na dugo, mas makinang pa sa ginto. Pagkatao'y hindi matatawaran, isusulong ang karapatan. Buo ang loob at paninindigan. Ibahin, ibahin, ibahin. Gintod pilak, inaakit ang iyong mga mata. Kapangyarihan sa labi, hinihila ka sa lugar na tila di mo tansya. Tatalian gamit ang matatamis na salita. Aamuhin paglalaroan na parang bata.
Binibilog-bilog ang utak mo, pilit na binabago laman ng iyong puso.
Hinding-hindi kami mapapayaran. Ang dumadaloy na dugo, mas makinang pa sa ginto. Pagkatao'y hindi matatawaran, isusulong ang karapatan. magtatayo palaban ng puso. Wala sa diksyonaryo namin ang yuyuko-yuko. Pipilitin, bibilugin, gagaguhin, gagamitin. Ano bang akala nyo? Tingin nyo kami kayang bilhin? Umaalap ang damdamin sa bayang sinilangan. Prinsipyo, paninindig ay di kayang bayaran. Hinding-hindi kami mababayaran. Ang dumadaloy na dugo, mas makinang pa sa ginto. Pagkatao'y hindi matatawaran, isusulong ang karapatan. Buo ang loob at paninindigan. Ibahin, ibahin, ibahin nyo kami. 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 Hinding-hindi kami mababayaran. Ginto'y pilak, inaakit ang iyong mga mata. Kapangyarihan sa labi, hinihila ka sa lugar na tila di mo tansya. Tatalian gamit ang matatamis na salita. Aamuhin paglalaruan na parang bata.
Binibilog-bilog ang utak mo, pilit na binabago laman ng iyong puso.
Hinding-hindi kami mababayaran. Ang dumadaloy na dugo, mas makinang pa sa ginto. Pagkatao'y hindi matatawaran, isusulong ang karapatan. Buo ang loob at paninindigan. Ibahin, ibahin, ibahin nyo kami. Ibahin, ibahin, ibahin nyo kami. Ibahin, ibahin, ibahin nyo kami.
Ang timbangan, totoo bang wala ng kabuluhan? Ang kinabukasan, madilim na bato para kay Juan. Lahat na ang pinipiring at ating mga mata.
Ititik ko ang bibig, sunod-sunuran sa gusto nila. Hinding-hindi kami mababayaran. Ang dumadaloy na dugo, mas makinang pa sa ginto. Pagkatao'y hindi matatawaran, Pipilitin, bibilugin, gagaguhin, gagamitin. Ano bang akala nyo? Tingin nyo kami kayang bilhin? Umaalap ang damdamin sa bayang sinilangan. Prinsipyo paninindigay di kayang bayaran. Hinding-hindi kami mababayaran. Ang dumadaloy na dugo, mas makinang pa sa ginto. Pagkatao'y hindi matatawaran, isusulong ang karapatan. Buo ang loob at paninindigan. Ibahin, ibahin, ibahin nyo kami. 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 Hinding-hindi kami mababayaran. Ginto dilag, inaakit ang iyong mga mata. Kapangyarihan sa labi, hinihila ka sa lugar na tila di mo tansya. Tatalian gamit ang matatamis na salita. Aamuhin paglalaroan na parang bata.
Bilog-bilog ang utak mo, pilit na binabago laman ng iyong puso.
Hinding-hindi kami mababayaran. palapad ng puso. Wala sa diksyonaryo namin ang yuyuko-yuko. Pipilitin, bibilugin, gagaguhin, gagamitin. Ano bang akala nyo? Tingin nyo kami kayang bilhin? Umaalap ang damdamin sa bayang sinilangan. Prinsipyo, paninindigay, di kayang bayaran. Hinding-hindi kami mababayaran. Ang dumadaloy na dugo, mas makinang pa sa ginto. Pagkatao'y hindi matatawaran, isusulong ang karapatan, buo ang loob at paninindigan. Ibahin, ibahin, ibahin nyo kami. 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 Hinding-hindi kami mababayaran. Ginto't pilak, inaakit ang iyong mga mata. Kapangyarihan sa labi, hinihila ka sa lugar na tila di mo tansya. Tatalian gamit ang matatamis na salita. Aamuhin paglalaroan na parang bata.
Binibilog-bilog ang utak mo, pilit na binabago laman ng iyong puso.
Hinding-hindi kami mababayaran. Ang dumadamoy na dugo, mas makinang pa sa ginto. Pagkatao'y hindi matatawaran, isusulong ang karapatan, buo ang loob at paninindigan. Ibahin, ibahin, ibahin nyo kami. Ibahin, ibahin, ibahin nyo kami. Ibahin, ibahin, ibahin nyo kami.
Ang timbangan, totoo bang wala ng kabuluhan? Ang kinabukasan, madilim na bato para kay Juan. Lahat na ang pinipiring at ating mga mata.
Ititikom ang bibig, sunod-sunod ang sa gusto nila. Hinding-hindi kami mababayaran. Ang dumadaloy na dugo, mas makinang pa sa ginto. Pagkatao'y hindi makatawaran, nakatayo palaban ng puso. Wala sa diksyonaryo namin ang yuyuko-yuko. Pipilitin, bibilugin, gagakuhin, gagamitin. Ano bang akala nyo? Tingin nyo kami kayang bilhin? Umaalap ang damdamin sa bayang sinilangan. Prinsipyo, paninindigay, di kayang bayaran. Hinding-hindi kami mababayaran. Ang dumadaloy na dugo, mas makinang pa sa ginto. Pagkatao'y hindi matatawaran, isusulong ang karapatan. Buo ang luhod at paninindigan. Ibahin, ibahin, ibahin nyo kami. 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 Hinding-hindi kami mababayaran. Ginto tilak, inaakit ang iyong mga mata. Kapangyarihan sa labi, hinihila ka sa lugar na tila di mo tansya. Tatalian gamit ang matatamis na salita. Aamuhin paglalaroan na parang bata.
Binibilog-bilog ang utak mo, pilit na binabago laman ng iyong puso.
Hinding-hindi kami mababayaran. sa diksyonaryo namin ang yuyuko-yuko. Pipilitin, bibilugin, gagaguhin, gagamitin. Ano bang akala nyo? Tingin nyo kami kayang bilhin? Umaalat ang damdamin sa bayang sinilangan. Prinsipyo, paninindigay, di kayang bayaran. Hinding-hindi kami mababayaran. Ang dumadaloy na dugo, mas makinang pa sa ginto. Pagkatao'y hindi matatawaran, isusulong ang karapatan. Buo ang luhod at paninindigan. Ibahin, ibahin, ibahin nyo kami. 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 Hinding-hindi kami mababayaran. Gintod pilak, inaakit ang iyong mga mata. Kapangyarihan sa labi, hinihila ka sa lugar na tila di mo tansya. Tatalian gamit ang matatamis na salita. Aamuhin paglalaroan na parang bata.
Binibilog-bilog ang utak mo, pilit na binabago laman ng iyong puso.
Hinding-hindi kami mababayaran. Bibilugin, gagaguhin, gagamitin. Ano bang akala nyo? Tingin nyo kami kayang bilhin? Umaalap ang damdamin sa bayang sinilangan. Prinsipyo, paninindigay, di kayang bayaran. Hinding-hindi kami mababayaran. Ang dumadaloy na dugo, mas makinang pa sa ginto. Pagkatao'y hindi matatawaran, isusulong ang karapatan. Buo ang loob at paninindigan. Ibahin, ibahin, ibahin nyo kami. 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 Hinding-hindi kami mababayaran. Ginto'y pilak, inaakit ang iyong mga mata. Kapangyarihan sa labi, hinihila ka sa lugar na tila di mo tansya. Tatalian gamit ang matatamis na salita. Aamuhin paglalaroan na parang bata.
Binibilog-bilog ang utak mo, pilit na binabago laman ng iyong puso.
Hinding-hindi kami mababayaran. puso. Wala sa diksyonaryo namin ang yuyuko-yuko. Pipilitin, bibilugin, gagakuhin, gagamitin. Ano bang akala nyo? Tingin nyo kami kayang bilhin? Umaalap ang damdamin sa bayang sinilangan. Prinsipyo paninindigay di kayang bayaran. Hinding-hindi kami mababayaran. Ang dumadaloy na dugo, mas makinang pasagin to. Pagkatao'y hindi matatawaran, isusulong ang karapatan. Buo ang loob at paninindigan. Ibahin, ibahin, ibahin nyo kami. 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 Hinding-hindi kami mababayaran. Ginto tilak, inaakit ang iyong mga mata. Kapangyarihan sa labi, hinihila ka sa lugar na tila di mo tansya. Tatalian gamit ang matatamis na salita. Aamuhin paglalaroan na parang bata.
Bilog-bilog ang utak mo, pilit na binabago laman ng iyong puso.
Hinding-hindi kami mababayaran.
Yes, si Attorney Narvasa yung magko-cross-examine today as he was on the rostrum yesterday. He'll also be in the rostrum today. We're expecting good cross for today. Attorney Narvasa is well prepared. And pagdating naman dun sa 2-hour video, tingnan muna natin kung we will need to play that or kung we don't have to play the entire thing but is able to at least prove our point. No? So right now, hindi pa kami, tingnan muna natin yung po ng cross-examination later.
Attorney, sabi ng prosecution kanina na there could be a chance na quote-unquote basagin yung credibility ng witness. Ganun po bang gagawin niyo po ngayon later sa cross-examination?
Well, usually naman, yan naman talaga ang purpose ng cross. No? That's one of the purposes. No? Not the only purpose, but one of the purposes. But tayo, we just want to ferret out, what our position is, what we feel is really the truth on the matter. So ayoko naman gamitin yung word na basagin in fairness to the witness. I'm sure the witness is just doing his job also. So sa atin, we're just there to cross-examine, test the testimony of the witness, and ferret out the truth.
Sir, ano po yung naging reaction ni VP Sara dun sa nangyari kahapon? Did she monitor?
Yesterday, magkausap kami kagabi. Wala naman siyang naging any bad reaction or anything to that. No, in fact, she just always keeps on thanking the defense team for doing our job. Alam niyo, abogado rin kasi ang ating vice presidente, so I guess naiintindihan niya lalo na yung mga court proceedings. So wala naman po siyang naging naging issues.
Sir, susugan ko lang po yung tanong ni Ate Camille. Kahapon din po kasi si Attorney Lorna Kapunan raised possibility that the Vice President, they will move to subpoena the Vice President. Napag-usapan po ba ito ng vice at ano yung reaction niya sa possibility na may subpoena request?
To be honest, kagabi hindi namin napag-usapan yan. I think medyo nawala na rin sa hindi ko natanong sa kanya yan. But, that's something for the defense to really take care of. And ako naman, in fairness to the prosecution, as I always say, it's within their prerogative to call whoever witness they want to call for as long as it is allowed by law and within the bounds of the law and the rules. So, sa atin, kung sakali man na magkaroon ng motion na ganyan, then we will have to give our position on the matter, specifically because there are constitutional issues, meaning there are fundamental rights that are protected under the Constitution, especially when it comes to the respondent.
Attorney, naghain po ng petisyon si Senator Duterte and 8 others laban po sa pagsilbi ni Senator Jesus Codero bilang presiding officer. Alam po ba to ni Vice President Sara Duterte? May kinalaman po ba ang kampo ng defense team?
Opo. First, dun sa kung alam ng Vice President, hindi ko alam, but I would suppose hindi niya alam dahil hindi namin napag-usapan at all yung paghain ng petisyon. In fact, I only found out about the petition this morning when I was in an interview, at nabanggit. So, to be honest, kasi dahil nandito tayo buong araw, I wasn't able to monitor. Hindi ko po nabalitaan yung petisyon. Pagdating naman sa defense team, ako po categorically masasabi ko na hindi namin alam na magkakaroon ng petisyon or may plano mang magkaroon ng petisyon. Hindi ko nga alam na naihain na yung petisyon. Attorney Torion and I know each other. I think we're acquaintances, but we're not in communication. And especially with this petition, hindi po kami nagkausap tungkol dito.
Do you support the petition?
No, the defense would like to focus on the impeachment trial. Yung petition, I haven't read the petition at all, so I don't know what it says. So I'm not in any position to support or not support any petition.
Are you satisfied with the performance of the presiding officer sa pagkaka-elect niya dun sa proseso na ginawa?
Well, sa akin naman po, naging orderly naman yung conduct ng trial for the past 2 days, and yesterday, nung may first witness na talaga na present. So, there's nothing I can say against the presiding officer. It would be inappropriate for me to comment against senator judges also.
Sir, nakarating na po ba kay Sara yung request din ng prosecution na ipasubpoena yung kanyang chief of staff na si Attorney Zuleika Lopez, and how did she respond to it?
Yes, nakarating nabanggit ko sa kanya yon, and well, she knows, na gano'n naman talaga ang mangyari because sa pre-trial brief pa lang nakalista naman. In fact, even ako nakalista doon, di ba? And that's okay. Sa akin nga, sinasabi ko parati, ulitin ko lang, prerogatiba ng ng prosecution. So, sa atin naman, when the witness is there, they're given the chance to direct the witness and we're given the chance to cross-examine. So, ano naman po tayo? Talagang normal sa proceedings. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Hindi kinonsult ni Vice President Sara?
I cannot speak for the Vice President kung nagkausap sila, but as far as I know, wala namang nabanggit sa akin ng Vice Presidente na alam niya to or may nagkausap sila. So, as far as I know, walang ganon. But kami sa defense, I can only speak for the defense, And for the defense, hindi talaga kami nag-usap at all.
Base sa paghahanda ng defense attorney, same length ba ng oras ang ibubugo ninyo sa cross-examination kay Camilo?
Hindi natin masasabi. Hopefully naman, syempre kami, ang gusto namin, and even the prosecution for sure, ang gusto naman namin mapabilis lahat ng proceedings. Kahapon, in fairness to the prosecution, kinakailangan lang talaga yung oras because, you need the witness to identify, authenticate, all these documents, paano niya in-extract, etc. So, just to be fair to the prosecution, kung kami man yun, siguro ganun din kahaba because you really need the witness to do that, At sa amin, sa course examination, we're hoping naman na hindi ganun kahaba. But tingnan natin kasi it will really depend, sa takbo ng questions.
Attorney, strategy nyo ba sa defense na mag-object parate dun sa mga inihahangin ng prosecution? Talaga bang ganun ang strategiya ng defense?
Hindi po, Sir Ian, hindi po strategy yon. Actually, it's really something that lawyers do every day in court. Bakit? Kasi Under the rules, there are questions that are objectionable and there are questions that are allowed. And if questions are objectionable, syempre, trabaho rin po ng abogado, whether it be defense or the prosecution, to object. No? And the rule is that in terms of testimony being given by a witness, that we have to object as soon as the ground is apparent. No? Ibig sabihin, pag lumabas na at napansin mo na objectionable yung question ng kabilang panig, dapat mag-object ka na kagad. Kasi kung hindi ka mag-object, that will be considered waived, no, on our part. So, ginagawa lang naman namin yung trabaho po namin. But as to strategy, hindi naman po ganun ka babaw yung strategy namin na object lang ng object. Opo.
Sir, based on so, yung support naman po ng defense, are you also considering to call on Vice President Sara Duterte?
Right na kaming nalagay na ganyan sa aming pre-trial brief. No? Yung hostile witness, ang hostile witnesses po, dapat po kina-qualify po muna yan. Meaning, pag pinatawag mo sa stand, kailangan mo ipakita sa korte na talagang hostile ang magiging testimony ng isang witness and they will have to ask for the court to declare the witness as a hostile witness. No? Ano ba ang pagkakaibahan nun? Pag hostile witness po kasi, para lang sa kalaman ng ating mga kababayan, kung ako ang nagdirect, meaning usually hindi ako pwede magtanong ng leading questions or questions answerable by yes or no. Pero pag ang isang witness ay mula sa pagiging ordinary witness ay naging hostile witness, pwede na po siyang tanungin na nagdedirect sa kanya ng yes and no questions answerable by yes and no. So, yun naman po yung usual nuances pagdating sa hostile witness. But to answer your question, sa amin wala naman po sa listahan namin. But ang parati namin sinasabi is, kung darating ang oras na sa pananaw namin ay kinakailangan, then syempre we will consult our client regarding the matter.
Attorney, kaya si VP Sara kung dumating ang time na
Never naman siya nagpakita ng any objection, no? But I guess it will have to really depend on kung ano yung takbo ng trial talaga.
Sir, just a matter of clarification, if the court should and if the court orders her appearance, may legal ways ba siya gawin para hindi masunod yung subpoena, or is she really required to face?
Well, we'll see. Of course, there will always be remedies, no? Especially if the issue is a fundamental right under the Constitution. So, tingnan po muna natin. I don't also want to preempt the presiding officer, si Senator Cheese Escudero, and also the senator judges. So, tingnan po muna natin. Then, pag dumating tayo doon, definitely magbibigay naman ako ng panayam kung ano po ang magiging posisyon namin.
Attorney, sir, pagka po pinasabi na siya as hostile witness, i-assert po ba ng defense yung kanyang right against self-incrimination?
Isa yan sa mga bagay na available to us. Of course, I know kahit kahapon nabanggit ng presiding officer that these things might be debatable, diba? So tingnan po muna natin, no? But kasi ang hirap magsalita habang wala pa naman yung motion ng prosecution. So tingnan lang po natin, but definitely we're aware of the remedies available to us. And then syempre it will be done in consultation also with the Vice President.
Attorney, according to prosecution, there's still a possibility for them to question yung 16 threshold to convict the Vice President. What's the reaction?
I think naman that in fact, nasabi yun, I think doon sa proceedings natin, that any party has the right to raise an issue before the appropriate forum, whether it be the Supreme Court, no, to question yung ganong current standing or position ng impeachment court that it has to be 16 to convict. It's well within their rights. But of course, if they file, I'm sure the Supreme Court or whatever appropriate forum they file that in will ask us to give our comment also.
Pero hindi ba magiging pangamba sa defense team kung bababa yung threshold?
Hindi pa namin iniisip eh. Kasi nga, nung tinatanong niyo ako 2 weeks ago, ang sabi ko is, wala pa namang categorical pronouncement. Karoon ng categorical pronouncement na 16. So, pag dumating man sa panahon na question yon, we will just submit our comments then. No? But sa amin, isa lang naman ang posisyon ng defense dyan sa threshold. The Constitution is clear for us. Thank you. Thank you. Yun na lang siguro, Sir Ian. We'll just leave it as that. No? The Constitution is clear. All members of the Senate. Thank you. Schedule. Yung kahapon po talaga, kaya nga ayokong bigyan ng laman sana yun kasi yung kahapon biglaan lang that we asked for a meeting, she was available, and she also wanted to see us, and she also wanted to thank everyone in the defense team in person. So, napag-usapan na dadaan siya kahapon. Pero kung kailan siya pupunta next, hindi pa po namin napag-uusapan.
Sir, habol lang, baka nasabi ni Didi, ano po yung napag-usapan nila ni Senator Marcoleta nung binisita niyo dun sa PNP General Hospital?
Ay, hindi namin napag-usapan, ma'am. Kasi, but I don't know. I'm not from OBP anymore, so I'm only her lawyer. So I wouldn't know her schedule, but hindi namin napag-usapan kung ano yung ano. And I think that's something private to them, so she's not the type also to naikwento kung ano yung mga napag-usapan.
Can this affect the case? Kasi as we all know, Senator Marcoleta can still go. I mean, at this point, sabi nila, may posibilidad pa rin na pwede siyang papuntuin doon sa kaso ni VP Sara. So yung meeting ba nila ay pwede maka-apekto doon sa kaso?
I don't know. I think well, I don't want to speculate, to be honest, but she always visits naman people who consider her friends and give her support, diba? Syempre lalo na mahirap yung katayuan ni Senator Marcoleta. So, but will it affect the case? Nababanggit na naman sa impeachment court, diba, na if hindi ka makapag-participate one way or the other, then that's actually in defense because abstain ang mangyayari, di ba? Or no vote. So, yung mga ganyang bagay. Medyo masalimuot. I don't want to, we're just talking here no, on a theoretical sense. So, I don't want to get into the merits. Hintayin na lang natin kung may maghain ng petisyon. Dahil sabi naman, baka may maghain and we will comment. Thank you. Thank you. Defense? Sabi ng prosecution.
Yung Ortega daw po nagsabi na clickbait daw yun.
Well, he's entitled to think whatever he wants to think about it. I respect Representative Ortega. But sa amin, sinabi ko lang sa inyo kung ano yung totoo. In fact, when I came in here, ayoko nang mag-expect kayo. So sinabi ko na kaagad no, na she's only here for a meeting with us. Thank you. Thank you. I have to go na kasi magto 2 p.m. na po. Maraming salamat. Maraming salamat.
Gintutilak inaakit ang iyong mga mata, kapangyarihan sa labi, hinihila ka sa lugar na tila di mo tansya. Tatalian gamit ang matatamis na salita, aamuhin paglalaruan na parang bata.
Binibilog-bilog ang utak mo, pilit na binabago laman ng iyong puso.
Hinding-hindi kami mapapayaran ang dumadamoy na dugo, mas makinang pa sa ginto. Pagkatao'y hindi matatawaran, isusulong ang karapatan, buo ang loob at paninindigan. Ibahin, ibahin, ibahin niyo kami. Ibahin, ibahin, ibahin niyo kami. Ibahin, ibahin, ibahin niyo kami.
Ang timbangan, totoo bang wala ng kabuluhan? Ang kinabukasan, madilim na bato para kay Juan. Lahat na ang pinipiring at ating mga mata.
Ititik ko ang bibig, sunod-sunuran sa gusto nila. Hinding-hindi kami mapapayaran ang dumadaroy na dugo, mas makinang pa diksyonaryo namin ang yuyuko-yuko. Pipilitin, bibilugin, gagaguhin, gagamitin. Ano bang akala nyo? Tingin nyo kami kayang bilhin? Umaalat ang damdamin sa bayang sinilangan. Prinsipyo paninindigay di kayang bayaran. Hinding-hindi kami mababayaran.
Na wala kaming nalagay na ganyan sa pre-trial brief. So, kung ano yung nakasaad ba lahat, pati yung mga posibleng ebidensya na gagamitin na minark at lahat ng mga isusumite mo sa pre-trial, pag wala doon, hindi mo pwede may presenta sa korte?
Yes, if that is if we follow the rules dito sa local courts natin, no, pag hindi mo na ilagay po, hindi ka pwede maka-add ng evidence or ng mga testigo, no, testimonial evidence. The thing is that allowed sila ngayon nito, meron silang surprise witnesses Kaya nga sabi natin, sui generis ang impeachment court. So, inallow nila yung parang surprise witness. Now, surprise witness may include BP Inday if deemed necessary kasi depende yan sa takbo ng kaso if they think, the defense thinks na kailangan magsalita si BP Inday Sara to discuss things, she may, no? But tama din, if I am the defense, I will not put down as witness si BP Inday kasi this is an impeachment proceedings. So I might reserve and keep the cards to myself and saka ko na yan siya ilalatag kung kakailanganin. But remember, hindi po required mag-testify si BP Inday Sara. She still have this right against self-incrimination and to be a witness, no? Kasi nga, yung very naka-basic theory po, dapat po yung prosecution must rest and has the burden of proof, no, to prove these articles of impeachment.
Opo, may na-post po itong si Congressman, Davao City Congressman Sid Ungab po, no, patungkol dito sa Trinity na act, plot, intent, attorney. Kung absent daw, ang mga ito, wala daw kaso, wala daw krimen, at walang constitutional ground. Act, plot, intent. Ano po masasabi niyo po dito, attorney?
Okay naman yung opinion niya ni Congressman Ungap, no? Kasi kung wala ang elemente na yun, then therefore there is no case to speak about, no? But ang point natin, gumugulong na itong impeachment court and inallow talaga. And the defense must be wary of any kind of things na pwedeng ipasa. Kaya nga hindi pwede tulog-tulugan even if, sabi ko always, na hindi dapat magkumpiyansa even if na ang threshold is 16, no? 2/3 of the 24. Kasi despite the fact na mahirap po makamit yung 16 votes, no? Ang aking nakikita is that hindi rin naman magkumpiyansa ang defense na hindi rin sila magbantay, no? Pagdating sa presentation of evidence. So, kaya nga nasabi natin, yung permi nilang object doon, it is within their right. Although there are those objections that I see na parang dapat din talaga doon na yun sa formal offer of evidence. But one good thing is that may pinakita na nag-object, although parati rin yun silang overruled.
Opo, may puna po ang Senator Judge na si Tito Soto. Ukol nga po daw doon sa dapat daw hindi na sumandal sa maraming mga technicalities kasi public interest daw ito. Itong mga ganito po, lalo na yung may mga kaugnayan sa pagpili ng presiding officer o siguro sa mga hinaharapan na maaaring issue. Bawal na po ba ito? Mayroon bang sinasabing bawal na? Kasi o parte pa rin po ito ng proseso po sa trial?
Yes po. Kailangan po kasi emphasize yun kasi meron nga pending petition si Cayetano questioning the propriety or yung kanyang validity noong June 3 na tinalaga nila ang sarili nila as the new majority, declaring na ang 12 na po ay pwedeng mag-constitute ng quorum. Binababa nila into 22. Now, that issue is pending before the Supreme Court, no? And one of the resolutions passed during that June 3 is to amend, no, the rules of impeachment to allow the senator judges to choose kung sino ang maging presiding officer. And it was unanimously approved because they said they had a quorum, no? The problem is that is questionable. And meron pang isang bagay is that yung technicality, yung procedural defect. Kasi dapat pala merong 1-day notice at least para i-inform yung the minority or ibang senators bago po magpasa ng ganitong klaseng resolution. Now, while in my own opinion is that ang akin is mas mainam din talaga na abogado ang presiding officer para mahirapan si Win Gatchalian paano niya sagutin yung mga objections na ganyan na ganun kabilis no and to make a ruling no para maging smooth sana ang proceedings. However, this resolution sana should have been brought up again during the special session para po maklaro kasi at magawa po no ng bagong ma-amend no or to ratify that amendment made no. So hindi naman pwedeng i-atras ni Cayetano yon. That's why it will remain as an issue. Now, suppose the Supreme Court will rule, suppose lang that wala ngang bisa yung resolution. The question is that yung proceedings ba from the very beginning will be considered as void kasi ang presiding officer hindi man siya karapat-dapat. So lahat ng rulings niya and everything ma-considered ba as void. Yun ang malaking issue dyan na dapat iwasan kasi baka magkaroon ng mistrial, uulit na naman. So, hindi natin gusto mangyari yon kasi tumadrag na itong kaso na ito, no? So, in that particular sense, sa akin, with respect to that, if i-confirm talaga nila na allowing na si Chis Escudero na talaga ang mag-presiding officer, that could somehow affect the petition for that particular issue lang. Nasabihin ng Supreme Court, okay, moot na ito kasi sinabi nila okay na sila kay Chis Escudero. But without prejudice to questioning the issue of yung proper quorum nila, yung 12 sila nung June 3, pati po ano ba talaga ang proper threshold, no? Which is 2/3 of the majority members of all Senate. Kasi it is possible kasi na ang prosecution mag-file din sila ng petition to the Supreme Court by saying na tama ba yung threshold na yan or will just they wait for the petition of Alan Peter Cayetano at sabihin nila kung anong decision doon, yun na lang din ang ating susundin.
Opo, dito po sa mga pangyayari ngayon, napansin din ng ating mga kababayan. No, uling tanong na lang siguro kasi papalapit na rin alas 2 po, attorney, at baka mag-umpisa na sila. Napansin ng ating mga kababayan, marami pong mga statement bago pa man ang yung actual na talaga na proseso. May mga paunang komentaryo pa, mga parang, sabi nga, parang laging nag-o-opening
The Sergeant at Arms is directed to make a proclamation.
All persons are commanded to keep silent under pain of penalty while the impeachment court is in session for the trial of Vice President Sara Duterte.
The impeachment trial of Vice President Sara Duterte is hereby called to order. We shall be led in prayer by Senator Pia Cayetano.
Let us bow our heads. Heavenly Father, we come before you today with a deep sense of responsibility. We ask for your wisdom, Lord, the kind of wisdom that seeks only what is true and what is right. As Senator judges, may we listen carefully, reason clearly, and decide justly. May we never lose sight of the fact that our role here is not to serve any interest, but the interests of the Filipino people and the integrity of our institutions. We pray for fairness in every step of this process. May the truth be heard, may the evidence speak for itself, and may justice, whatever form it takes, be arrived at with honesty and with clear conscience. We also pray for our nation. We know that moments like this can divide us. May this process, difficult as it is, bring us closer to the kind of Philippines we all want to live in, one where no one is above the law and where every Filipino can trust that justice is real. In your word, Book of Timothy, 2 verses 1 to 2, Timothy urges the people to pray, petition, and intercede for their leaders. We are a prayerful nation, O Lord. Please hear our prayers. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. The clerk of court will now call the roll.
Roll call of members. Senator Judge Aquino. Senator Judge Cayetano Alan. Senator Judge Pia. Senator Judge De La Rosa. Senator Judge Ejercito. Senator Judge Estrada. Senator Judge Go. Senator Judge Ontiveros. Senator Judge Lacson. Senator Judge Lapid. Senator Judge Legarda. Senator Judge Marcoleta. Senator Judge Marcos. Senator Judge Padilla. Senator Judge Pangilinan. Senator Judge Soto III. Senator Judge Tulfo Erwin. Senator Judge Tulfo Rafi. Senator Judge Villanueva. Senator Judge Villar Camille. Senator Judge Villar Mark. Senator Judge Zubiri. The presiding officer, Senator Judge Escudero. Senate President Gatchalian.
With 20 senators present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. We recognize the presiding officers, Senator Chis Escudero.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President. The presiding officer dispenses with the reading of the journal, and if there are unless there are objections, considers the journal of July 7, 2026 as approved. The clerk of court will please call the case before the impeachment court.
Case number 004-2026 in the matter of impeachment trial of Vice President Sara Zimmerman Duterte.
Appearances of the parties. Tech, kindly turn on the mic.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. Same appearance for the prosecution. We are ready, Your Honor.
Appearances for the respondent.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. Same appearance for the Vice President.
Clerk of court is instructed to kindly bring the witness that was testifying yesterday, I believe Mr. Calilong.
Your Honor, the prosecution is ready for the continuation of the presentation of our first witness, NBI Agent Calilong. And with that, Your Honor, we would like to request that Attorney Virgil Ligutan, Attorney Amado Ligutan be recognized, Your Honor.
For the record, Attorney Ligutan will be representing the counsel for prosecutors, and on the part of the respondent, it will be Attorney Narvasa. Yes, Your Honor. That will be correct? By the way, while we're
Yes, Your
waiting
Honor.
for the witness, Attorney Narvasa, if you recall yesterday, Attorney Ligutan, in response to a question by a senator judge, gave a discussion, a peroration, if you will. But yesterday I said we will be giving counsel the same opportunity. I cleared it earlier with Senator Pia Cayetano, who wanted the statements deleted from the record. However, since this is a televised proceeding, nakita na eh, napakinggan na eh. So, i-erase ko man sa record, baliwala na lang. The fairest thing to do is to give you an opportunity as well. Attorney Ligutan spent 5 minutes and 18 seconds delivering his discussion. The court will give you the same time after your cross-examination
Your
with a
Honor.
warning. With a warning and reminder from the presiding officer that the presiding officer will not tolerate such perorations again by either party. Even if it is in response to a question of a senator judge, and the presiding officer will try to remind as best we can senator judges to let the witnesses present the evidence of both parties instead of the counsels presenting both facts and law through their statements. Senator Judge Cayetano. Alan.
I'd like to thank the presiding officer for prudence, for wisdom in trying to resolve this issue. And I do understand that we are 24 people, all elected by the people, all wanting justice, all wanting a fair trial. Having said that, prudence dictates that we stop ourselves from asking certain questions that can prejudice the whole trial, whether or not our intention is to do so. So the problem is well stated by the presiding officer that if we simply delete from the record, mapapanood nyo na rin naman sa YouTube yung magandang discussion ng prosecution. So, on one sense, it is fair to give the defense a chance to answer. But on another sense, it's unfair. Why? Because whoever phrases the question, lamang na eh. Kasi yung question nga is, why is this an impeachable offense? So for example, if I was the one who stood up yesterday and I asked the prosecution, why is this a political vendetta? And why is the House not investigating the flood control instead of investigating the Vice President? That would be unfair. That would be unfair to the House. That would be unfair to everyone. So simply giving the prosecution the chance to answer that question I asked would be unfair to everyone. So I do not know the solution. I accept the solution of the presiding officer. Now, let's not tolerate any more questions like that. I agree with Senator P. I don't like being called out. But that's the role of the presiding officer and the Senate President. No? So sana yun lang, no, na one, when we ask the questions, we'll make sure it doesn't prejudice the whole trial. Whatever we say here, may ma-accuse na lawyering for the prosecution or defense. Okay lang yun. Okay lang yun. Sa prayer nga kahapon, di ba? Basta't justice, bahala na magalit. Okay. But my last point, Mr. President, let's give the defense a little latitude in not only answering that question, but what you want to say. Because nga, the question is unfair. So if you're simply going to answer that question, then it won't solve the problem na nakapagsalita sila 5 minutes, kayo nakapagsalita. So we'll consider, personally, I'll consider the very eloquent answer yesterday as a sort of a closing. So same, personally lang, Mr. Presiding Officer, give the latitude to the defense na parang closing din, whatever. Because they have affirmative defenses. And they did not push us to hear that. They went straight to trial. So dun din sa mga nagsasabi na delay sa dami ng objection, that's unfair. No? Let's give everyone latitude here. The same thing, I think, may konting ano sa internet na photocopies are not original and the counsel was simply citing, tama ba? A Supreme Court decision, no?
And the rules of court.
And the rules of court. So I'm just saying it's an emotional issue. So all of us will be hit, badgered, whatever. I think trabaho naman nung witness natin, bantayan yung internet. So as long as hindi foul, hindi threat. But having said that, Mr. President, let's give each other leeway, but only to the point that the trial will not disintegrate, di ba, into a political fiasco or circus. Thank you, Mr. President.
The remarks of Senator Judge Alan Cayetano are noted. Senator Judge Pia Cayetano.
Thank you, Mr. President. This will be brief. First of all, I'd just like to confirm that I acknowledge what the presiding officer said, that I agreed. Basically, I'm withdrawing my motion in the interest of fairness, because the delivery of justice is about fairness. So kung nakapagsalita nga ang prosecution with their closing statement, di pwede rin dapat mag-closing statement ang defense, no? So I am amenable to that. But very, very, very briefly, Mr. President, I'd like to put on record, why are we being strict about the rules? Why do I have to bother standing up? Well, because nothing in this world will run well without the rules. Now, my colleagues, The Senate is a basketball-loving Senate. Dami dito, hilig mag-basketball. Kung ako volleyball player, colleagues ko, basketball. I'll use basketball as an example. Will you have a decent basketball game if there's no rules? No, there's rules. That's why we stand up. And then sometimes there are also opportunities to question the rules. That's also fine. But that's why we have to stand up and call the attention of the presiding officer when we feel that the rules are being violated. And we will continue to do so when we believe it is necessary in the interests of justice. Thank you, Mr. President.
The remarks of the lady are noted. Since we are discussing housekeeping chores and matters, let the presiding officer continue with the same. The presiding officer will call for a break midway through in order to afford the parties 15 minutes to relax, go over their notes, and do their thing. In regard to senator judges or counsels for the parties who are not on deck, you're free to answer the call of nature in the least disruptive manner possible and return afterwards outside of the 15 minutes that we will be doing halfway through the proceedings. And finally, a request has been brought to the presiding officer to request as well the senator judges to lower the tone of conversational voices because I think where you're seated is an echo chamber. Naririnig sa iba't ibang sulok ng plenaryong ito yung mga sinasabi din ninyo at hindi rin nakakapag-concentrate yung ilan sa ating mga kasama na nakaupo sa paligiran ninyo. Just a reminder, and one last reminder before I recognize counsel for the respondent, Mr. Calilong, you will be testifying once again and will be undergoing cross-examination under the same oath
Yes, Your
that you
Honor.
took yesterday. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel for respondent, Attorney Narvasa. If you're ready, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Your Honor, may I be allowed to approach a witness?
You may do so.
Thank you, Your
counsel.
Good afternoon, Mr. Calilong.
Good afternoon, sir.
During your direct examination, you testified that you were trained on photo and video authentication.
Yes, sir.
You said that you were trained for 2 weeks?
Specific for photo and video, sir.
Sir, my questions are answerable by yes or a no. Can
Yes,
you
sir.
please constrain yourself to these questions, unless I tell you, okay?
Objection to that, Your Honor, please.
And you got this training
Your Honor,
from
can I
Max.
object to that? I have to
Before
make an
counsel for
objection.
respondent proceeds, counsel for the prosecutor, let the presiding officer
Your Honor.
recognize you first. You are so recognized, sir. What is your objection?
Thank you so much. Inasmuch as I would like to accommodate the defense that in asking the question that the witness is to be limited to a yes or no question, Your Honor, please. Unfortunately, Your Honor, please, that's not sanctioned in the rules. There's nothing in our rules that would allow a defense to constrain a witness, even on cross-examination, to answer the questions by a yes or no answer. It's not in the rules. So, Your Honor, please, we cannot constrain a witness to answering either a yes or a no. The witness should be able to qualify. The usual answer by the defense is that it could be handled by the prosecution on redirect. But that is not the case, Your Honor, please. So long as there is nothing in the rules that would allow the defense to constrain the witness to answer yes or no, the prosecution will vehemently object to that, Your Honor,
The
please.
presiding officer
May I, Your
overrules
Honor?
the presiding officer overrules the objection. The counsel for prosecutors can make a continuing objection regarding this matter, but it is the position of the presiding officer that the witness is seasoned enough. According to his testimony yesterday, he has attended over, if I recall correctly, 30 hearings already. So he would know how to respond and to explain if the need would arise. And it's up for counsel for the respondent, if at all, to strike out whatever answers that are not responsive to his question. Counsel for respondent may proceed.
Thank
We
you.
would abide, Your Honor. We would abide.
Thank you, counsel for the prosecutors.
And you testified that you got this training from MaxCore Interventures.
Yes,
correct?
sir.
And you said that the training you got from MaxCore Interventures was in digital forensics.
Yes, sir.
I have with me in Articles of Partnership of MaxCore Interventures Co. you see that it states that it is the Articles of Partnership of MaxCore Interventures Co.
Your Honor, may we allow Attorney Stephen Magallon to also approach the witness's stand to peruse the document. And of course, at this juncture, Your Honor, please, I have to object.
I have no question yet, Your Honor.
Yeah, I am objecting to the witness being shown an articles of incorporation, a partnership of a partnership, Your Honor, please. Anyways, since the question has not been asked, I will...
Let us wait for the question, counsel. In the meantime, the presiding officer allows counsel for the prosecutors to examine the document being presented to the witness.
And Your Honor, for the reference of the senators, we are flashing this Articles of Partnership on the screens. Sir, please take a look at page 2 of these articles. Page 2, sir. That's here. Page 1, page 2. Let's read it together, okay? Primary purpose, to engage in the business of trading both import and export of goods on wholesale, retail basis. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Now on page, the same very same page 2. The secondary purpose. Let's read it together again. Own, use, improve, develop, subdivide, sell, exchange, lease of all kinds, including buildings, houses, apartments, and other structures. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, sir.
After that, in the same page 2, the secondary purpose is to print, publish, distribute, buy, sell, acquire rights to and generally deal in all kinds of software packages, books, periodicals, newspapers, magazines, journals, and other publications dealing in or having to do with subjects of all kinds, character, and all acts of things as may time to time be deemed needful, necessary, or required. You see that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now I'm showing you a screenshot of the website of this MaxCore Interventures Co. It states under About Us. I am also flashing this on the screen, Your Honors, for the ease of the senator judges.
Your Honor, at this juncture, the prosecution will now manifest that there was no question propounded as to the presentation of the Articles of Partnership. And the counsel is now moving forward to the presentation of an alleged website. Therefore, it seems that the defense counsel is the one presenting the documents without propounding any question to this witness. Highly improper, Your Honor, please. Highly improper. The counsel should be asking questions and not presenting document. You will have your turn when the defense team is allowed to present your evidence. 2 documents, no question yet. Highly improper, Your Honor, please. Again, I don't want to put the lawyer on the spot, but that is highly improper. Ask questions.
Your Honor, I did ask questions.
No, there was no question.
Counsel,
can we ask that the transcript be read back?
Counsel, kindly proceed.
Thank you.
Counsel for the prosecutors, with the understanding that Mr. Calilong is not testifying as to the truth of whatever counsel asked him or what he read, because clearly he's not competent to testify as to the truth of what is contained in the Articles of Partnership. However, as to the fact that he read it and saw it, up to that extent, and the senator judges are so advised as well. So ordered. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, sir. And I am on cross, Your Honor. Thank you. Sir, under the words About Us, it says MaxCore Interventures has been established as a one-stop source of different products and services intended for both government and private institutions. Its company tagline, Innovation Without Boundaries, stands true testament to provide customers with quality merchandise, from the simplest to the most sophisticated ones at very affordable prices. The company places a long-term business relationship through customer satisfaction on top of its priority list, with integrity and honesty as the foundation of the company. It envisions to evolve into excellence amidst the competitive pace of information technology. You see that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Sir, now I'm showing you another screenshot of the website of this MaxScore Interventions Co. You confirm that I'm also flashing this for the ease of the court. Sir,
At this point, Your Honor, please, allowed. The prosecution is allowed.
Counsel for the prosecutor is recognized.
Your Honor, not by way of an objection, but a manifestation, Your Honor, please.
Your Honor, this is...
Wait. I'm
Before
not-
that, I would like to object to your manifestation. Your Honor, there's no objection. Why is the
Your Honor,
prosecutor allowed to manifest during my cross-examination?
Counsel
Honor.
for respondent, kindly wait for the presiding officer to recognize you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What is the desire of the counsel for the prosecutors to
I
make
would
a what?
like to put into record the simple fact, Your Honor, please, that basis has not yet been laid as to the presentation of these documents. He presented an articles of partnership and screenshots of websites without saying who took these screenshots or who, from where did the defense get the articles of partnership. That is only by way of manifestation. No need for the court to rule on that, Your Honor, please.
Noted. Earlier ruling of the presiding officer stands. Counsel may proceed.
Your Honor, may I respond?
No need, counsel. It was not an objection. Please proceed with your cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I also state a manifestation, Your Honor? Your Honor, the basis of the defense was laid...
For the record, the chair will allow it just this once, please.
The basis of the defense was laid when we asked him whether he testified that he got his training as an expert witness from MaxScore Ventures. That's basis.
Counsel, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you take a look at this? Under the words "our products," the products seen there are office supplies and equipment, ICT equipment, software and hardware, investigative equipment, hardware and software, emergency response software, and CCTVs. Do you see that?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Calulong, are you a lawyer?
No, sir.
Yesterday, you testified that you signed the affidavit of investigation dated February 10, 2025.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I request a copy from the prosecution? I think it is Exhibit P-4-3 in series.
P-4-3
series.
Your Honor, please, manifestation. The witness, number one, mentioned the affidavit of investigation, but that the witness did not identify the documents. So for the record, Your Honor, please, that document is not yet presented in courts as the documentary evidence, Your Honor, please. So highly improper for the defense to elicit that document through this witness precisely because this witness did not yet identify the affidavit of investigation, Your Honor, please.
Which exhibit is this? I believe he did, counsel, but which exhibit is this?
Exhibit P-4-3 to Exhibit P-4-3BB, Your Honor.
Your Honor, please, if I may, it was not yet identified, but it's pre-marked, Your Honor, please, to be presented by our next witness Attorney Jeremy Lotok. So highly improper in as much as we want to accommodate the defense.
So who is the signatory in that document? Is it
Your Honor, Mr. Kalilong is a signatory to that document.
is one of the signatories?
Yes.
Is one of the signatories. But the counsel for prosecutor is correct. This document has not yet been identified by any of the witness for the counsel for the prosecutors.
Yes.
You will get your chance, counsel for the respondent, when Attorney Lotok testifies later, which I believe this is the only exhibit that he will be testifying to.
All right, Your Honor.
Kindly proceed, counsel.
You mentioned a affidavit of investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this affidavit of investigation, you sent a copy to the House of Representatives Committee on Justice.
Yes, sir.
You identified it during the House Committee hearings on April 29, 2025.
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you now an affidavit of investigation. This is marked as Exhibit D-4-46 and series, Your Honor.
D-4-46 and series. Is there a counterpart marking from the counsel for prosecutors?
Yes, Your Honor. This is P-1, P-4-3 to P-4-3BB.
Thank you. For the record.
This annex of this affidavit of investigation has appendages, correct? Annexes.
Yes, sir.
And it forms a whole, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sir, do you confirm that you signed this?
I'm one of the signatories, sir.
Do you want me to have him identify signature? Okay. Your Honor, do you have here, sir? Kaso lang, sir, yung sinumpit emote po, I withdraw, Your Honor. Apart from this affidavit of investigation, dated February 10, are you aware if there is another affidavit of investigation executed by the NBI represented by the Cybercrime Division in relation to this case?
This is the only one that is submitted, sir.
No, executed, signed.
Your Honor,
My question is
the defense
executed.
cannot argue with the witness, Your Honor, please.
The witness would know how to respond, counsel. If he is not responsive to your question, do not argue with the witness.
Yes, Your
Kindly
Honor.
rephrase.
Apart from this affidavit of investigation, are you aware if there is any other affidavit of investigation signed by the NBI represented by the cybercrime?
Okay, at that juncture, I have to object. Vague, Your Honor, affidavit of investigation signed by
Related
the
to this
NBI.
case,
There
Your
could
Honor.
be thousands
Related
of
to this
documents.
case.
If the witness knows, witness may answer. Is there any other affidavit of investigation executed by the NBI cybercrime in relation to this case, witness?
As far as I remember, sir, this is the final affidavit of investigation, sir.
Final affidavit. Are you sure, Agent? Let me remind you that you are under oath.
Yes, sir.
I have with me a certification, a DOJ certification, executed by J.V. Lawrence B. Bandung, Senior Assistant State Prosecutor J.V. Bandung. For the record, Your Honor, this is Exhibit D-4-29 for the defense. Do you see this, sir?
Yes, sir.
This certification dated February 5, 2025, states, and I quote, the complaint referral does not contain all the necessary evidence to prove the essential elements of the crime. Therefore, it is recommended that the same be first referred for case buildup. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Now below that, in the second page, below that, under the word notes, number 1, therefore, states, and I quote, that there is no... May I have this flashed on the screen, please? for the ease of the court, so the honorable court can follow. Under notes again, sir. For the record, Your Honor, we are flashing the certification on the screen. Under notes, sir, number 1 therefore states, and I quote, "There is no affidavit of the persons who recorded the video entitled VP November 23 Press Con at Batasan through open broadcast software OBS and in turn stored it in a digital video disc." Do you see that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Let's go to page 2. On paragraph 7, it states, and I quote, "One of the elements of the crime of grave threats is that the offender threatens another with infliction upon the latter's person, honor, or property, or upon that of the latter's family of any wrong amounting to any crime. In the instant complaint, only the NBI executed an affidavit and there was no participation on the part of the offended parties, as it appears. NBI is not the offended party for the crime of grave theft." Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Above this, in paragraph 6, it states that, and I quote, "Only the minutes of the meeting with several personalities and representatives from various media outfits were submitted. And although the minutes were signed, there was no individual affidavit executed regarding the contents of said minutes." Do you see that, sir?
Yes, sir.
On paragraph 5, it states that, and I quote, "The affidavit of one Patria Morales mentioned that she stored these footages in a USB and submitted it to the NBI. However, there was no USB attached to the complaint, only a DVD was attached. There was no detail regarding the contents of this DVD." Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
On paragraph 4, it states, and I quote, "Annex L did not indicate who made such TSN. There was also no affidavit of the person who made the TSN." Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
On paragraph 3, it states that, and I quote, Annexes I and K, open parenthesis, DVDs with markings NBI-CNN-C-2412-43-6-2 and NBI-CCN-C-24-12436-2, close parenthesis, were not accompanied by an affidavit of the record and TSN, also affidavit of the one who will execute the TSN.
Yes, sir.
On paragraph 2, it states, and I quote, "The press briefing conducted on October 18 was not recorded and or stored in a DVD, no video submitted, and there was no TSN of the said briefing and the necessary affidavit of the person taking the CSN."
Yes, sir.
Now, you are aware, sir, so now, is your memory refresher? Did the DOJ send back the original affidavit of investigation to the NBI?
Yes, sir. As far as
Thank you. Now, you are aware that on February 11, 2025, the NBI, through its then director, retired Judge Jaime B. Santiago, wrote to the Office of the Prosecutor General submitting a revised affidavit of investigation.
Yes, sir.
This is your affidavit of investigation dated February 10, right? February 10, 2025.
Correct. So, wait. So, objection, Your Honor. The defense said that this is your affidavit, dated February 10, without showing any document to
I'm asking,
witness.
sir.
How could the witness answer to a question that is not accompanied with a document? That should be the basis for the question and the answer.
And this
Your
is
Honors.
your affidavit. I will reform, Your Honor.
Kindly reform, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is your affidavit dated February 10, 2024, correct? Please check. Sorry, sir.
Your Honor, can I make a manifestation, Your Honor, please?
Your Honor, can we object again to this manifestation?
Manifestation. I will not even object. I'm being generous. Your Honor,
Counsel, let's wait for the witness to review it. It's a voluminous document. And the signature is on the last page. You can make the corresponding objection to the style, manner, or cross-examination of the counsel for responding at the proper time.
Ayan po. Is this the amended affidavit of investigation?
This is a photocopy of the
Yes, sir.
affidavit, sir.
This is the amended one.
Yes, sir. The photocopy, sir.
Thank you.
With the permission of counsel, Mr. Calilong, what was the date of the first affidavit you submitted that was returned by the DOJ to the NBI?
As far as I remember, January 30. And was, when the certification was issued, we complied with the requirements and submitted it on February 10. That's why there's a revision.
Have you identified that affidavit of investigation dated January 30 in yesterday's proceedings? No. Yes or no?
Sir?
Have you identified the January 30?
The one that I identified, Your Honor, is the authentication, Your Honor.
Not the affidavit of investigation. So you have not done so?
Yes, sir.
This one, you have not done so too?
Yes, Your Honor.
For the record, counsel, you may proceed.
I'm showing you now a letter dated January 30 from the former NBI Director, Jaime Santiago.
Now, I have to object, Your Honor, please. You know, the defense has been confronting this witness with documents, even without marking and identifying the source of these documents.
Your
it's
Honor,
like
that's
plucking out of thin air a document, presenting them the document to the witness, and withdrawing the document.
Your Honor, that's up
without
to the...
even introducing this piece of evidence, this piece of exhibits into evidence. So my question is, through the presiding officer, is the defense not entering these documents into evidence, Your Honor, please?
They can do so at the proper time, counsel, but insofar as the witness is concerned, I think the basis was laid when he said that he executed only one affidavit of investigation in connection with this case. Now it seems that there are two affidavits.
I would like to make
both of which have not yet been presented. One will be presented, I think, by Attorney Lotok.
Your Honor, for the
first
record...
one, we're not aware of it. Is that correct, counsel, for the respondent?
Your Honor, he just identified a copy of the affidavit of investigation.
Dated January 30?
April 10, 2025.
February 10.
Sorry, Your Honor. February 10.
February 10, Your Honor, please.
What about the first affidavit? The witness said he had the first affidavit.
Yes, Your Honor. Not yet.
Not yet?
Yes.
You only cited a January 30 letter of
Yes,
the
Your
former NBI
I cited, Your Honor, a
Director.
certification by the the DOJ returning an affidavit.
And that is now the problem, Your Honor. In fact, even I am confused because the documents are not introduced into evidence by the defense.
Counsel, please proceed and kindly help the court to be
Thank
clarified
you.
regarding this matter.
You mentioned that you mentioned that you were aware that the then director, retired Judge B. Santiago, wrote to the office of the Prosecutor General submitting affidavit of investigation on February 11, 2025. I'm showing you now that letter dated February 11, 2025. For the record, this is Exhibit D-4-43 for the defense.
For the defense, you mean pre-marked? I
Pre-marked.
suppose. Because when you say marked as evidence for the
Pre-marked.
defense, it's not yet. Your turn has, you have yet to present your exhibit, so it should be pre-marked, Your Honor, please.
No, it's pre-marked, and I believe both the defense and the respondent and the prosecution also have common pieces of evidence which you decided during pre-trial. This is not one of them, which you decided during pre-trial to be marked
It's
separately.
not one of those few common pieces of evidence.
Yes, there are a few.
Sir,
Please proceed, counsel, for the respondent. Witness the answer.
there is a signature above the name Judge Jaime B. Santiago. Whose signature is that?
Your Honor, now I would like to object to the relevance. A letter is being, the witness is being confronted with a letter coming from the former NBI director, Judge Jaime B. Santiago, and this witness is now being asked to identify whose signature is that. That's obvious.
I'll allow it conditionally if you can show the relevance
Your Honor.
insofar as your ability to test the credibility and the accuracy of the witness is concerned. In the meantime, I'll allow it. Kindly show the connection, counsel.
Thank you. Sir, whose signature is this?
As far as I remember, signature of Director Santiago, sir.
Thank you. On the last line of the letter, on the fourth page, sir, please take a look. Last line. It says, and I quote, "To support our recommendations attached herein is the revised affidavit of investigation, including its attachments." Did you see that, Agent?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And you confirm that the former NBI Director, Jaime Santiago, wrote to the Prosecutor General, Richard Anthony D. Fadolion, a letter dated January 30, 2025. This is one of the documents that you submitted to the Committee on Justice, correct?
Where's...
Okay, I will show you now. May I have this flashed on the screen? Do you recall this document?
Yes, sir.
Yes. January 30, 2025 is a date earlier than February 10, 2025, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor,
Ask an answer,
for the
Your Honor.
prosecutor.
Your Honor, the witness being asked which
Your Honor, ask an
came
answer.
first. I mean, relevance, Your Honor. Relevance.
Counsel, if the witness knows and the counsel for respondent will be given the latitude to test the credibility, accuracy, and completeness of the testimony. of the witness. But we note your continuing objection because you already sound frustrated, counsel, in regard to this line of questioning by the
I'm very
counsel for the
patient, Your Honor,
respondent.
please. I'm very patient.
The counsel for respondent may proceed. Witness
Thank
may
you.
answer.
He already answered, Your Honor. Thank you. You earlier confirmed that there was actually a certification dated February 5, 2025. You like
Objection, misleading. I don't remember
I have no question,
this
Your Honor.
witness.
Let
stating
the
that there
counsel
was-
finish with this question, counsel.
He even read it, Your Honor. You likewise confirmed that in that said certification, dated February 5, 2025, the earlier affidavit of investigation were subject to 7 recommendations. And you confirmed that you read that.
Objection.
Ground for the
Misleading, Your Honor,
objection?
please. Now the counsel mentioned 7 grounds. 7 grounds. And I don't remember this witness uttering the term 7 grounds. What I do remember, Your Honor, please, is that this witness was confronted with a certification, a letter, whatever, but now the counsel is now asking this witness to confirm the contents of those certifications or letters. Misleading.
No,
That's
Your-
not allowed during cross. The counsel is now assuming facts that have yet to be established. Can I repeat that? This witness was only confronted with certifications, letters, dated this, dated that. And now, the counsel now asking,
Your
do you
Honor, please,
confirm?
he's
Do you
now
confirm,
testifying.
right?
Don't-
Wait, let me finish. Now he is asking this witness to confirm that in that letter there are 7 grounds, as if this witness uttered those words. The ground is misleading, definition. This counsel is assuming facts that have yet to be established through this witness, Your Honor, please.
Counsel, again, the witness is not a newbie. I think he can handle himself and would know how to answer if indeed he is familiar or not with what is being presented to him. And thus far, he has responded based on his knowledge of these documents. Chair will allow it. Witness
you,
may answer.
Sir?
Can you repeat the question, counsel?
You confirmed that there was a certification dated February 5, 2025. You likewise confirmed that in said certification,
Your Honor, compound question.
there's no question.
Wait.
Kindly wait for the presiding officer to recognize you before answering.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Much
Please,
obliged, Your Honor,
counsel
please.
for the prosecutors, please finish with your objection.
Thank you so much. Can I?
Yes,
Your
please
Honor,
proceed, counsel.
Compound questions. The witness is now being confronted with 2 successive questions without allowing this witness to answer the first question. What makes a compound question?
No need to lecture, counsel. Counsel for respondent, please reform.
Your Honor, I had no question. I had no question yet.
Kindly proceed with your question.
Thank you, Your Honor. The earlier affidavit of investigation was subject to 7 recommendations from the DOJ
Vague, Your
for
Honor, please.
case build-up.
Objection, vague. The earlier investigation, which investigation is the counsel referring to?
We already
Objection, vague.
We already established, Your Honor, there was an earlier one. This is the-
Overruled again. The witness is competent enough to testify. Overruled. Witness, kindly proceed with your question, counsel.
Yes. In the revised affidavit of investigation dated February 10, 2025, that you identified, despite DOJ's recommendation number 6 that you earlier read,
Objection, Your Honor, objection.
Sir, Your Honor, I'm not
If
yet
the
finished.
ground is
Can we
already-
wait for the counsel to finish with his question, counsel, please?
Okay, Your Honor.
The question, sir, there were still no affidavits of the journalists from the media outlets in your affidavit of investigation dated February 10.
Witness, not answer first. Objection, Your Honor, please. Misleading.
Why is it misleading, counsel?
The counsel said the earlier affidavit of investigation. In fact, Your Honor, please, he referred to the February 10 investigation. That's not the earlier investigation. That is the final affidavit investigation submitted to the DOJ. Misleading. Misleading, Your Honor.
Your Honor,
The presiding officer will ask the question. Mr. Witness, did you attach the
said
affidavits
revised, right?
of the 2 witnesses that viewed the video of the Vice President in the February 10 affidavit?
Yes, sir. Let me qualify my answer in number 6, sir.
You may do so.
In number 6, sir, The DOJ requested an affidavit to be executed regarding the contents of the minutes. I executed an affidavit attesting to those minutes, sir, which I'm part of the interview, sir.
But was it attached to the February 10 affidavit?
Yes, sir.
Counsel for the respondent, your witness.
Thank you. Sir, but there are no affidavits of the journalists from the media outlets, correct? My question is not found there, Your Honor.
Oh, Your Honor, please.
My question is
I mean,
not
Your
found
Honor,
there.
okay, wait. The counsel is confronting the witness with a document, and he propounded questions, and then he asked another question, and he took the document away. What's
Your
the
Honor,
purpose of that?
I was
Objection,
not-
Your Honor, please.
My question is plain, Your Honor.
Let the
Do you-
witness peruse the document you presented him with. Let him answer that through a document.
My question is plain, Your Honor.
Your Honor, a witness should be allowed to peruse the document
I am
that he
not-
was confronted with.
Counsels, please. Witness, I think the witness understood the question. Mr. Calilong, you may answer if you understand the question.
I will repeat the question, Your
Kindly
Honor.
repeat, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. There is still no affidavits of the journalists from media outlets appended on your revised affidavit of investigation, sir.
May I qualify my answer?
No, sir.
Oh.
Just answer a yes or no.
Kindly look at the document presented to you. On redirect, counsel can make you explain the disparity, if any. The question is simple. Are the affidavits attached to the affidavit of investigation?
May I see the question number 6?
Your Honor, my question does not relate to question number 6.
Kindly show the witness, counsel.
I will.
If it will enable him to give an intelligent answer
Can we
to your
please
question.
slash certification and put it to paragraph number 6?
The paragraph number 6 states that only the minutes of meeting with several personalities and representatives from various media outfits were submitted. Although the minutes were signed, there were no individual affidavit executed regarding to the content of the minutes. On this,
Okay, sir. I have no
So the
question.
answer is the affidavits are not attached.
I have executed an affidavit, sir.
No, the
Sir-
affidavits of the two journalists are not attached. I think that's the only question of
Yes, sir.
counsel for the respondent.
Thank you, Your Honor. Instead, sir, as you confirmed, what you appended to the affidavit of investigation are affidavits of NBI agents, correct?
Yes, sir.
Not the journalists who were present
The one who
during the
interviewed.
November 23, 2024 press conference.
The one who interviewed, sir.
Yeah, the one in the interview. Not the journalists.
Yes, sir.
Ask and answer, Your Honor.
Sir, in the revised affidavit of investigation dated February 10, 2025 that you identified, despite DOJ's recommendation number 7, can we show again DOJ recommendation number 7? In the certification dated February 5, 2025, it is still the NBI Cybercrime Division that is the complainant.
I believe this is answered on the letter of the director, sir.
Sir, my answer is answerable by yes and no. The complainant is still the NBI Cybercrime Division.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. The supposed offended parties in this case would be President Bongbong Marcos,
Yes, sir.
the First Lady Lisa Marcos,
Yes, sir.
the former Speaker of the House Martin Romualdez.
Yes, sir.
Did President Marcos appear before the NBI during its investigation?
No, sir.
Did the First Lady, Lisa Marcos, appear before the NBI during its investigation?
No, sir.
Did the former Speaker Martin Romualdez appear before the NBI during its investigation?
No, sir.
Sir, I'm showing you again for the record the affidavit of investigation. Sir, did you attach to that affidavit of investigation dated February 10, 2025, an affidavit of the President Marcos?
Only the responses, sir.
Sir, listen to my question.
That's
Did
the
you-
answer.
Your Honor, he did not answer, so I am entitled to
That's
ask
his
again.
answer.
Not responsive. The question was, Mr. Witness, did you attach the affidavit of President Marcos to the February 10 affidavit?
No, sir.
Did you attach an affidavit of the First Lady, Lisa Marcos, on your affidavit?
No, sir.
Did you attach an affidavit of former Speaker Martin Romualdez on your affidavit of investigation?
No, sir.
To your knowledge, if you know, sir, did President Marcos file any criminal complaint against Vice President Sara Duterte as a result of the November 23, 2024 online press conference?
He made a statement.
No, sir. My question is, if you know, did the President file any criminal complaint against the Vice President?
I have no personal knowledge, sir.
Did the First Lady Lisa Araneta Marcos file any criminal complaint against VP Sara?
I have no personal knowledge.
How about the Speaker Martin Romualdez? Did he file any criminal complaint against VP Sara as a result of the November 23, 2024 online press conference?
I have no personal knowledge.
Did you really investigate this case?
Oh, Your
Withdrawn,
Honor,
Your Honor.
argumentative,
Withdrawn.
Your Honor, please.
Withdrawn.
Did you really investigate
Withdrawn.
this?
How about
Question
the
has been
Speaker
withdrawn.
Martin Romualdez? In other words, sir, the alleged offended parties were not included as complainants in the case you filed with the Department of Justice.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Based-
Thank you. And despite the fact that the NBI Cybercrime Division did not comply with recommendations number 6 and number 7 in the certification dated February 5, 2026, it nevertheless filed the revised affidavit of investigation dated February 10, 2025 that you identified today.
Can I qualify my answer, sir?
No, sir. Just answer with a yes or no.
Witness may be allowed to answer according to how he wishes to explain. You may proceed, Mr. Witness, to answer.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor. For this case po, we complied with the requirements of the DOJ. That's why we secured a second certification wherein our documents is enough for preliminary investigation, sir.
Okay. Thank you. And this certification is a certification dated February 5, 2025, correct?
Kindly show the witness a
This
document.
is not the new certification, sir.
Oh, sorry, sir. So, apologies, Your Honor. February 11.
Yes, sir.
This was also executed by Senior Assistant State Prosecutor J.V. Lawrence B. Bandong, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now let's discuss the nature of the investigation you conducted. You claimed in your affidavit, sir, affidavit of investigation, that the NBI began its investigation into the VP's remarks because it was directed by the DOJ to do so.
Motu proprio and directed, sir.
Okay. Do you understand what you just said, sir?
Oh,
Yes, sir.
oh. Can I
I'm
object to
asking,
that,
sir.
Your Honor, please?
I'm asking, sir, it makes sense, Your Honor.
Argumentative counsel, move on.
Mutu proprio, sir, means...
Oh, no, objection. You cannot lecture, counsel. This is
Sir, what does
cross-examination.
you mentioned mutu proprio. What does it mean?
Even without a complainant, we started the investigation, sir.
Are you sure, sir?
Oh, argumentative. Are you sure,
I get-
sir?
Move on, counsel.
Are you sure,
move on.
sir?
How... How about direct investigation? What does that mean?
Your Honor. Okay, never mind.
Directed investigation. What does that mean?
There is instruction from all of, sir.
From?
Above. From
Above.
upper.
What does above mean?
It may be the DOJ or the higher.
Higher. What's higher than the DOJ?
Based on that, it's only the DOJ, sir.
Based on... You said above the DOJ, sir.
No, sir. Above the
Sir,
NBI.
you said above... May I ask for a reading?
Counsel, again, I would have to sustain the objection. It is argumentative. I heard
All
the
right,
answer,
Your
and he meant as a general term above, but referring apparently to only the DOJ in this particular instance.
We submit, Your Honor.
Please proceed.
You confirmed that the NBI Cybercrime Division is the complainant in the case against the Vice President, and that the DOJ filed this with the NBI filed this with the DOJ.
Objection, compound,
No,
Your Honor. That's a
no
compound
question, Your Honor. That was just a statement.
Counsel, kindly wait.
Exactly. Your Honor,
He's
a
laying
statement.
the basis for a question. Go to your question, Counsel.
Sir, the NBI, of course you're from the NBI, is under the Department of Justice.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we can take judicial notice of that.
Your Honor, if I'm on cross, Your Honor.
I know, but
I'm on cross.
there are things that
no,
did not be discussed.
Your Honor, please.
Counsel-
Can I, Your Honor?
Your Honor, please.
Counsel, let's give him some latitude. Although
Secret-
Much obliged, Your Honor, much
although we
obliged.
can take judicial notice of that, it's part of his cross-examination.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. The Secretary of Justice is meanwhile the head of the DOJ, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's the Secretary of Justice exercises control and supervision over the NBI.
Yes, but even
No more questions.
The witness
Yes
is
or no,
answering.
Mr. Witness? If you know.
Can you repeat, sir?
Mr. Witness?
The Secretary of Justice exercises control and supervision over the NBI. Yes or no?
We are under, sir. But we're independent.
So you do not know.
Oh, Your Honor, that's
sorry.
argumentative. So
Sir,
you
are
do
you-
not know?
All right, Your Honor. Are you aware of Book 4, Chapter 8,
Oh.
Supervision and Control of the Admin Code?
Your
Section
Honor.
39. Your Honor, I have no
Your Honor.
question yet.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah.
Section
Counsel for the
39.
prosecutor, let the counsel for respondent finish his question.
Yes, Your Honor.
Section 39 thereof, Secretary's authority. The Secretary shall have the supervision and control over the bureaus, offices, and agencies under him. Supervision and control. Sir, my question is this. Is the NBI, the National Bureau of Investigation, under a bureau under the Department of Justice?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And, sir, the President has control over all executive departments, correct?
I believe so, sir.
The DOJ is one of those executive departments, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the current President is Ferdinand Marcos Jr., correct?
We agree to that. That's judicial notice.
Your Honor, please. Yes
There's
or
no
no?
other
Yes.
president. We
Oh,
only
he
have
answered
one
already, Your
president.
Honor.
Already asked and answered.
The head of the executive branch is President Ferdinand Marcos Jr., correct?
Yes, sir.
The very same Ferdinand Marcos Jr., who you said was an offended party in the case against Vice President Duterte.
Yes, sir.
So, in other words, the NBI investigated and filed the complaint. The DOJ directed the investigation and will determine whether the case should proceed to court. And the alleged offended party, President Marcos, is the constitutional head of the executive branch,
Objection.
exercising control over both the DOJ and the NBI. I
Your Honor,
withdraw, Your Honor. I withdraw. I withdraw, Your
Ground is- the
Honor.
ground
I
is-
withdraw.
Oh, Your Honor. It's even more compound question.
Nothing to
asking
object to.
several
Withdraw,
subject
Your Honor.
matters.
Withdraw.
Counsel, move on.
Sir, you testified earlier that you investigated the Vice President in relation to the press briefing that she conducted on November 23, 2024.
Yes, sir.
This investigation by the NBI Cybercrime Division was started after the conduct of the November 23, 2024 press briefing of the Vice President, correct?
Yes, sir.
So basically, to put it simply, the investigation was done after the supposed incident on November 23, 2024.
The same day, sir.
The same day, but after.
Oh, Your Honor, the same day then after.
Same, not responsive, Your
Counsel,
Honor.
clarify your question.
Same day,
The
same
investigation was done after, later than, the supposed incident on November 23, 2024.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You mean to say later that day?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because how can you investigate something that hasn't happened yet?
Correct,
Yes, Your Honor.
Please proceed.
Sir, you're not one of the participants of the press conference on November 23, 2025, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you do not have personal knowledge about what transpired during that press briefing, correct?
It was live streamed, sir.
You did not watch that live stream, correct? In
It
real
was-
time.
Yes, sir.
You only acquired knowledge about it when you started investigating later that day.
Yes, sir.
You also do not have personal knowledge of the alleged threats made by the Vice President during that press conference. Press briefing, sorry.
After the press briefing.
After. You only acquired knowledge about it when you started investigating.
Yes, sir.
You also do not have personal knowledge of the alleged assassin that was allegedly hired by the Vice President.
It came to my knowledge upon...
Personal knowledge, sir.
No, sir.
Now, during your testimony yesterday, you mentioned that during your investigation on the November 23, 2024 press briefing conducted by the Vice President, you preserved a copy of said press briefing through open source investigation, correct?
Preserve a copy through open broadcast software studio.
Okay, thank you for the correction. One of the videos that you were able to preserve in relation to your investigation is the screen recording of the November 23, 2024 press briefing conducted by the Vice President, right?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I move that the very same USB be unsealed and shown by the prosecutor's Exhibit P-4-10 be unsealed and shown the witness.
Counsel for the prosecutor so instructed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay ka lang po. Wait lang.
November 20.
This is Exhibit P-4-10, I believe. Your Honor, may I request that he unseal the USB and that it be allowed to be played?
Which part, counsel?
Your Honor, we will play various parts of not the whole,
That's what I was worried about.
Yes, Your Honor. We understood by the faces of the honorable members of the court. So
you will
we will just
play parts.
Yes, Your Honor.
Of it. And you identified, I presume, the time stamp.
Yes, we have, Your Honor. I will get to that.
Witness may open the seal.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And counsel for the prosecutors is instructed to accompany one of the counsels for the respondent in the tech booth to make sure that it's the same USB being presented.
For the record, Your Honor, the witness is opening the prosecution's Exhibit P-4-10, Your Honor. This is the video dated November 23, 2024.
I have unsealed the flash drive, sir.
Counsel this with understanding, okay, very much like yesterday, that this USB will again be sealed and signed by both parties.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, may request that this be played. Here, brother. Sorry.
Counsel for the prosecutors, kindly accompany a representative from the counsel of the respondent to the tech booth to make sure that the same USB to be played. Kindly just guide us through, Counsel Attorney Narvasa, as regards the timestamps.
Thank you, Your Honor. I will.
Please don't forget your promise that it's not going to be the whole 2 hours.
Yes, Your Honor.
Waiting.
Senator Judge Pia Cayetano, what is your pleasure, ma'am?
Yes. If it's possible, Mr. President, if our secretariat can install a monitor here because magkaka-stiff neck na po ako watching this. And it really doesn't look nice that I'm slouched there looking this way. So, and then this one here is a little bit, not for videos, but for the copies of affidavit, it's quite difficult. So if they can put one here,
Secretariat,
the others want another, but I can speak for those in the front row we would like to request. Thank you.
the clerk of court rather is instructed to kindly install a TV monitor in front of the tables of the counsel for the parties instead of at the witness stand, both sides. Underneath the table of the counsel for the parties, Senator Judge Pia. Counsel, for the record and for reference, kindly identify the timestamp that you will be playing. I presume in chronological order.
Your Honor, for the record, we are showing the witness a part of the video marked as the prosecution's Exhibit P-4-10. First video, the timestamp around 0001:27 to 0002:20 of the November 23, 2023 press briefing as contained in the video that you identified yesterday, sir. Your Honor, may we ask that the video be played at those specific timestamps?
I did an apology. And then, ang sabi po nila, I just have to do an MR. And I did an MR, but they did not rule on it. And then suddenly they have an order transferring me. When ang nauna naman na order ng final ng lawyers namin was an MR to lift that order of contempt. Because they said that was the procedure. If they were not able to rule on that, how were they able to come up with an order, to transfer me to the women's correctional in the dead of the night? I mean, bakit ganun? Wala na bang rights yung mga tao? They just go to your room and then just get... Wala, bakit ganun? I don't understand.
Your Honor, may I ask that the video be stopped? Sir, do you know who that is in the screen in the video that you identified?
Attorney Zulaika, as far as I remember, sir.
And Attorney Zulaika, as far as you remember, Attorney Zulaika is who in relation to the Vice President? You may answer not a yes or no question.
As far as I remember, she is the COS.
COS meaning Chief of Staff,
Chief
right?
of Staff.
And she is there in that video because she was cited in contempt by the House of Representatives, correct? If you are aware, you're the investigator.
Prior to the...
Sir, my question again.
The witness is
Let
about
the
to
witness
answer.
Witness was in the process of answering.
Prior to the scene, I have no personal knowledge, but based on her statement during the video, I think it was mentioned.
So you didn't investigate the things that happened prior to the scene, correct? Sir, yes or no?
We have investigated, sir.
You didn't investigate.
Oh,
I did, sir.
argumentative.
That's why there's an October 18, sir.
So what happened before that? If you investigated,
I
what
only
happened?
say I don't have personal knowledge, sir, because
Sir.
I'm not present during that time, sir.
Witness is not responsive. The question was, what happened prior to this video, this particular clip of the video, if you know, given that you investigated the incident, as you said?
As far as I remember, there is a hearing in the House of Representatives.
What committee, sir?
I can't remember the committee, sir.
What happened, sir?
COS was cited in contempt, sir.
By who, sir?
I can't remember the exact, sir.
But you investigated. I withdraw, Your Honor. Can we play, let me show you timestamps around 002832 to 002933. This is the same prosecution's exhibit P-4-10. That is the video you identified yesterday. Your Honor, may we request that that video be played?
Pero hindi ako lalabas. Hindi ako lalabas.
Please, pwede magtanong.
And, sorry, just
Okay.
very quickly, Jason, if I may.
Sorry. Go ahead.
So after you pushed back, attorney, they left the room, no? Tama ba? Did they appreciate that, that detail accurately?
Oh, because I think alam din naman nila na mali yung ginagawa nila. You don't serve people in the dead of the night. What is that? It served, di ba? Official business hour. Because hindi naman po ako criminal eh. I am not a criminal. I am already here in their facility. I have assured them already that I will attend their hearing on Monday. So why will they treat me like that? So that's why I said I want my lawyer. I want my lawyer.
Stop, please. Sir, did you consider this in making your evaluation in the revised affidavit of investigation dated February 10, 2025?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Now let me show you timestamps around 003305 to 003432 of the November 23, 2023 press briefing as contained in the video that you identified yesterday, the prosecution's exhibit P-4-10. Your Honor, may we request that the video be played?
You're online, ma'am. Go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead.
Sorry. I would not have pushed that bed by myself if I did not feel that I was being threatened. My life is being threatened. Alam niyo, I'm sure you saw in the hearing that my back hurts. I cannot lift heavy things. I cannot. But dahil natakot ako, I feared for my life. I really pushed that by myself. Because hindi lang to harassment. This is really a threat to my life. They gang up on you in the middle of the night. Huh? How is that done? Isn't that a threat to my life? Alam nila that I'm sick. I have said that repeatedly when the doctor came here.
Stop. Thank you. Sir, did you investigate the threats to Attorney Zulaika's life?
We need a complaint for this one. That's why
Yes or no, sir? Did you investigate?
we did not, because there's no
You did not.
complaint.
Okay, thank you.
The motto pro.
No question, sir.
If the witness may be allowed to answer, Your Honor?
I had no question.
Already answered.
Did you consider this part in making your evaluation in the revised affidavit?
Asked and answered. He said
This is
yes
a different
earlier.
part, Your Honor. This is a different part. Did you
Witness may
consider
answer.
this part in your evaluation in the revised affidavit of investigation dated February 10, 2025?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so despite considering these parts of the aforesaid videos, the NBI still recommended the filing of complaints for grave threats and inciting to sedition only against the Vice President. Yes?
May I qualify my answer, sir?
No, sir. Yes or no?
There's a reason why
Sir, your counsel may ask you questions. This is my turn.
Proper
Sir?
subject matter for redirect.
So, despite
Counsel,
considering these parts of the videos shown to you, the NBI still recommended the filing of complaints for grave threats and inciting to sedition against only the Vice President.
Yes, sir.
Now, in the revised affidavit of investigation dated February 10, 2025, in page 15, paragraph 40 thereof, It is stated there, and I quote, "We unanimously believe that Vice President Duterte may be held liable for grave threats defined and penalized under Article 282 of the Revised Penal Code and inciting to sedition defined and penalized under Article 142 of the Revised Penal Code in relation to RA 10175 or the Cybercrime Prevention Act of 2012. You see that, sir, right?
Yes, sir.
This conclusion was reached by you together with other affiants of the revised affidavit of investigation dated February 10, 2025, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, sir, you mentioned that you're not a lawyer, right?
Asked and answered.
Asked and answered.
To date,
Move on,
we are
counsel.
aware, are you aware if any court has convicted the Vice President for grave threats over what transpired on November 23, 2024?
As far as I know, not yet, sir.
Not yet.
As
Today-
far as you
Your
know,
Honor,
Mr. Witness, as far as you know, no.
No, sir.
Proceed, counsel.
To date, thank you, Your Honor. To date, are you aware if any court has convicted the Vice President for inciting to sedition over what transpired on November 23, 2024?
No, on my personal knowledge, sir.
Thank you. But you're the complainant, right?
Argumentative, Your Honor.
I was just asking.
Sustained. Move
Asked
on,
and answered. Argumentative. Then you withdraw your question. Improper.
Attached to the revised affidavit of investigation, which you identified and submitted to the DOJ and the Committee on Justice, is your affidavit of transcription of the press conference on November 23, 2024. I am showing you this now. For the record, sir, Your Honor, I will show the... Can you check? Sir, please take a look. Can you please state in for the record? This is your affidavit of transcription.
Yes, sir. This is a photocopy of my affidavit of transcription, sir.
This refers to the press conference on November 23, 2024.
Yes, sir.
You signed this on December 20, 2024.
Yes, sir.
Sir, please take a look at your paragraph 2. Let's read it together. In relation to the ongoing investigation, the undersigned was tasked to transcribe the screen-recorded video of the press conference of Vice President Sara Duterte on 23 November 2024, which was saved on a DVD. You read that, sir?
Yes, sir.
On paragraph 3 thereof, let's read it together. Undersigned transcribed the video mentioned above which resulted in a CCD transcript hereto attached.
Yes, sir.
You read that, sir? And 4, I hereby certify that the above-mentioned digital evidence has been faithfully transcribed and that has not been edited, altered, or changed in any way. Did you read that, sir?
Yes, sir.
And I am, on number 5, paragraph 5, I am executing this affidavit to attest to the truth of the foregoing facts and circumstances and for whatever legal intent and purpose it may serve.
Yes,
Did you read that, sir?
Yes, sir.
These statements of yours, this affidavit of yours, these were all done under oath, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were offered as an expert in digital forensic examination with a whopping 2 weeks of training. Do you confirm that that transcription of the screen-recorded video of the press conference of VP Sara Duterte on the 23 November 2024 has been faithfully transcribed?
I don't remember that I was introduced as an expert, but a competent witness, sir.
Okay, sir, but my question is, the press conference of VP Sara Duterte, the transcription of the screen-recorded video of the press conference of VP Sara Duterte on 23 November 2024 was faithfully transcribed by you?
Yes, sir.
Attached to this affidavit is the transcript, correct? Can you please take a look?
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, may I ask again that the video, parts of the video be played of the press conference on November 23, 2024. Let's go through it together, sir. Where's the timestamps? First, let's go to around timestamp 00446. Your Honor, may I request that the video be played? Sir, please.
Steps after this order, are you going to file, are you going to trigger na po ba, ma'am, the filing?
I am not leaving this room. I am here in the House of Representatives detention facility for 5 days until the hearing on Monday. Nobody can just come in here and demand to transfer me in the middle of the night. I have my rights.
Okay, ma'am.
Any crime. I am not leaving this room.
Stop.
Okay, yun lang po, ma'am.
You heard that, sir? Do you want to repeat it?
I heard it, sir.
You heard it. Sir, in the first, you see also where that part is? Can you see it?
Start with the question with Red Mendoza, sir.
Okay, after the Zuleika Lopez. Did you hear that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Witness, kindly speak to the mic.
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
You heard, she said, I am not leaving this room. I am a detainee here in the House of Representatives detention facility for 5 days until the hearing on Monday. That is the first sentence, sir. My question is this. Does your transcript have the words a detainee?
Can you repeat the video, sir?
Okay, let's do it. Please repeat. Please play for the video again,
is
please.
instructed to kindly play the video timestamp identified by counsel for respondent.
Are you going to trigger na po ba, ma'am, the filing?
I am not leaving this room. I am here in the House of Representatives detention facility for 5 days.
That part that the detainee is inaudible, the only I heard. That's
You
why.
heard the, correct?
Yes.
Are the words or the sounds there?
Here.
Huh? Here.
Yes.
Here. Okay. Please play. How about the last part of the paragraph? She said, I have my rights. I am not accused of any crime. I am not leaving this room. Does your paragraph in your transcript have the word accused after not?
Can you play the video, sir?
Please play the video again.
Speak to the microphone.
Thank you, sir. Instructed to play the video. Witness is instructed to speak to the mic.
Demand to transfer me in the middle of the night. I have my rights. I am not accused of any crime. I am not leaving this room.
More. Play, please.
Okay po, ma'am. Yun lang po, ma'am. Thank you po, ma'am.
Wait.
Yeah.
Back.
Any other question?
0446, please.
I'm sorry, ma'am, kasi I understand, ma'am. Ma'am, this is my last question, and I'm very much sorry. I'm so triggered na po ba, ma'am, the filing?
I am not leaving this room. I am here in the House of Representatives detention facility for 5 days until the hearing on Monday. Nobody can just come in here and demand to transfer me in the middle of the night. I have my rights. I am not accused of any crime. I am not leaving this room.
Stop.
Okay po ba, ma'am?
Is the word accused in your transcript?
What I heard is root, sir.
The root
of any crime.
The root of any crime.
Yes, sir.
Let's play 001238. Can you please go to 001238?
Sinabi niyo, nabigay sa iyo. Yung contempt. Diba? Sinabi nila sa iyo, isis namin yung contempt. Isis niyo yung apat.
Sabi nila, sa akin, if you notice, if you were in the hearing, diba? Sinuspend po ng Chairman Chua
Wait,
yung
stop, please.
Your Honor, please.
see
Now, I'm now registering my objection as to the relevance, Your Honor, please, if I may explain, Your Honor, of this line of questioning, Your Honor, please, if I may.
Counsel may explain his objection.
Your Honor, please. This witness already identified the video containing the contents of that press conference on November 23, 2024. And the counsel is now confronting this witness whether there are minuscule portions of the 2-hour video, like detainee, accused, whether this appear in the transcription. Now the basis for the objection is irrelevant. How can it be relevant? How can it be relevant, assuming but not conceding that these two minuscule words, detainee and accused, are not reflected in the transcript, when in fact this witness said he investigated not only on the basis of the transcript, but on the basis of the video that he himself viewed? What's the relevance?
Overruled, part of cross to test the accuracy and the truthfulness of the witness insofar as his transcription of the video is concerned.
Thank you.
Counsel may proceed.
Thank you. Please play again 001238.
Sinabi nila sa iyo. Kaya mag-delete yung content. Di ba sinabi nila sa iyo, ulit namin yung content. Ang mo yung akat.
Sabi nila, sa akin, if you notice, if you were in the hearing, di ba? Sinuspend po ng Chairman Chua yung session. Tapos, nung sinight po ako ni Congressman Castro in contempt, then after that, nag-rule sila. Tapos, then sinuspend niya. Tapos, lumapit po sila. Nag-huddle sila. And then, they called my lawyer. And then, told him na kausapin ko. So, lumapit ako. And I really apologize. I said, you know, that letter to the Commission on Audit was really a position of the agency. It is our stand. Like all, di ba? Like, meron kang points na gusto mo i-raise. We respectfully parang raised our points to the Commission on Audit. Alam ko, hindi naman po yung mali kasi that was our right as an agency. Because there was an ongoing audit investigation. Pero hindi naman namin kinukuha.
Narinig mo ba? Narinig mo? Did you hear the Vice President speaking?
I don't hear.
Can you please play again?
Mr. Kalilong, you're reminded, please answer
I don't hear,
through
sir.
the microphone.
Can you please play it again?
MR ka, we will let you go. So we filed our MR, they did not rule on it, but suddenly they were able to come out with an order ruling to transfer me to the Women's Correctional.
Sinabi nila sa iyo. Kaya mag-delete yung content. Di ba sinabi nila?
There. Did you hear that?
There are sounds, but I can't distinguish the words.
Can you play it again?
Your Honor, asked and answered. What's the point?
Okay, withdrawn, Your Honor. No further questions.
No further question
are
for
we
this
done?
witness. On cross, counsel, do you have redirect?
Of course, Your Honor, please, for the utter failure
I
of the...
was hoping you won't, but yes.
For the
please
utter
continue.
failure of the respondent to
Counsel,
debate.
before I recognize counsel for the prosecutor,
Your Honor,
Senator Judge Tulfo Rafi is recognized.
Your Honor, sorry, may I move to strike that statement of the prosecutor?
How can it be, Your Honor? That's my manifestation. I'm about to answer the question of the presiding officer.
We will review the journal tomorrow. I did not even hear anything
Yes.
that is strikeable, counsel, but we will review the journal tomorrow.
Your Honor, he said for the utter failure of the respondent.
Yes, Your Honor,
We take
I said
exception
for
to
the
that.
utter failure of the respondent to debunk the material points testified to by the witness yesterday.
Your Honor,
I'm
he
not
is
yet
testifying.
done.
I'm not
yet
done either. He is
I'm about
still
to answer the
testifying.
question. I'm not yet done with the answer.
Counsels, please. The presiding officer is not recognized either of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kindly settle down. Senator Judge Rafi Tulfo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr.
Sir, you
Presiding
may
Officer.
proceed.
Clarification naman po ito, Mr. Presiding Officer. Mr. Witness, what is your experience with regards to social media analytics?
I have training, sir.
What kind of training?
I have cybercrime investigation training, sir.
Okay. Are you familiar with Facebook, or do you have SOCMED accounts that would make you a little bit knowledgeable when it comes to SOCMED?
Yes, sir.
What is your account? What is your social media account? If
I have
any?
an account in Facebook, in Instagram,
Okay.
in X.
X. So that means pretty much you're a little bit familiar with Facebook, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. There were concerns, Mr. Witness, whether the videos presented yesterday are AI generated or authentic. So are you experienced enough analyzing whether a video is AI generated or authentic?
Yes, Your Honor.
What makes you say that?
Based on my experience, Your Honor, and the video itself, it's a 2 hours long. Normally, an AI-generated video will only last a short second, sir.
So the video that was presented yesterday, where we saw the VP was saying something or talking to that effect, did you do something, or what kind of system did you observe or follow to ensure whether that video was AI generated or authentic?
Based on personal observation, sir.
Personal observation.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, a few more questions. Therefore, will you be able to say that the video presented yesterday were AI generated or authentic?
The video presented today is what it is being seen on the Facebook, sir.
Okay. So, based on your affidavit, you mentioned that the NBI subpoenaed some members of the media who were participants of the online press con on November 23, 2020, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And subsequently, you said that you questioned and investigated these persons regarding the conduct of that press con. So, based on what you gathered from your investigation, so I have a few questions, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Who set up the press conference?
Based on our interview, sir, it is the Office of the Vice President, sir.
So it wasn't spur of the moment? Press con?
I can't confirm, sir, but it's the response of the media personnel that we interviewed.
Okay, who invited the participants?
If my memory serves me right, it's JC Kahinhinan, sir.
Okay. Who is JC?
Staff of the Office of the Vice President, sir.
Okay. Who were the participants? And how many participants were there, if you can remember?
As far as I remember, it's at least 40.
40. Okay. Were there mainstream media or anybody from the broadsheets at that time?
There are, sir.
There were?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how many? Approximately, give or take?
We have the one that we have issued subpoena, sir. At least 6, sir.
6. Okay. What was the reach of the video on that very day? Like how many views on that very day, and then a few days later? Were you able to observe that?
I can't remember, sir.
You can't remember. Okay. How did it spread? O paano kumalat sa SOCMED yung videos that was presented yesterday, as far as you know, when you did an investigation?
It became trending, sir.
It became trending. And my last question is, kasi in-establish dito is inciting to sedition on top of yung sa sinasabing grave threat. Ano yung mga comments na napansin mo doon sa video? Can you give us an example?
One of the comments, because on the video November 23, there were mentioned about people power when asked a question by Princess Maui. And the Vice President agreed, and ang laban ay wala sa EDSA, nasa Malacanang, and there are responses from the comments, but it's not documented. That is agreeing, sir.
No further question, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Senator Judge Tulfo. Senator Judge Aquino, thereafter Senator Judge Pangilinan. Senator Judge Aquino has 2 minutes. You may proceed, sir.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Presiding Officer. Mr. Kalilong, kanina may nabanggit na dalawang affidavit, isang January at isang February. Yung January ay binalik sa inyo, tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
And there were 7 grounds why it was returned to you, is that correct?
7 points.
Can you narrate what are the 7 points that you addressed? Is that the correct term that you addressed in the second affidavit?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you name them, please?
May I have the certificate, sir?
The certification, was it counsel for the respondent?
Your Honor, may I
Yes, you may approach
Thank
and
you,
show
Your
him the document being alluded to by Senator Judge Aquino.
Note 1. There is no affidavit of the person who recorded the video entitled BP November 23 Press Con at Batasan through open broadcast Super Studio and in turn stored in the DVD. Number 2. The press briefing conducted on October 18, 2024 was not recorded and or stored in DVD, and there was no TSN of the said briefing and the necessary affidavit of the person taking the TSN. Number 3, Annex I and K DVD with markings NBI-CCN-C-24-12436-2 and NBI-CCN-C-24-12436-2 were not accompanied by an affidavit of the recorder and the TSN. Number 4, Annex L did not indicate who made the TSN. There was also no affidavit of the person who made the TSN. Number 5, the affidavit of Juan Patricia Morales mentioned that she stored the footage in a USB and submitted to the NBI. However, there was no USB attached to the complaint. Only DVD was attached. There was no detail regarding the content of this DVD. Number 6, only the minutes of meeting with several personalities and representatives from various media outfits were submitted. Although the minutes were signed, there was no individual affidavit executed regarding to the contents of the said minutes. Number 7, one of the elements of crime of grave threat is that the offender threatens another with the infliction upon the latter's person, honor, and property, or upon that of the latter's family, or if the wrong amounting into a crime. In the instant complaint, only the NBI executed an affidavit and there was no participation on the part of the offended party, as it appears in the NBI is not the offended party of the crime of grave threat.
Okay, so nakuha mo yung nag-submit kayo, yan yung binalik sa inyo, and then you did your best to correct all those items, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, the first 6 are technical, no?
Yes, Your
Yung
Honor.
panghuli is a matter of who is the offended party.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hindi nyo na-correct yan? Or nung binalik ninyo, it was accepted already by the DOJ, is that correct?
There is an explanation, Your Honor, that was included in the letter of the former director, Judge Jaime Santiago, sir.
Okay.
Wherein,
go ahead.
in the filing for preliminary investigation, it is not required for the victim to execute an complaint affidavit.
Yan yung
sir.
sagot ng NBI?
Yes, Your Honor.
And once you submitted, it was accepted by the DOJ?
Yes, Your Honor, and we received a certification, Your Honor, that our evidence is enough for preliminary investigation, sir.
Okay, yun na yung second response to the second affidavit that you provided?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. May mga nabanggit dun sa mga statements tungkol sa hitman, no? Sa totoo lang, yung presensya ng hitman, mabigat yon. So, let me ask, are you the one who investigated just the video, or did you also investigate the presence of the hitman that was being mentioned in the videos of the Vice President?
I was only tasked for the video, sir.
Okay, may I direct this to the prosecution? Will you be presenting other witnesses that will pertain to this alleged hitman?
As to the alleged hitman, Your Honor, please. Yes.
Yes. So kayo, Mr. Kalilong, hindi kayo nag-imbestiga niyan. Wala kayong alam tungkol dun sa presensya ng hitman.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. President, I will refrain from my questions and wait for the witness pertaining to the hitman. Maraming salamat.
Noted and entered into records, Senator Judge Pangilinan, thereafter Senator Judge Ontiveros, and then Senator Judge Villanueva.
Thank you,
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr.
Pangilinan.
Presiding Officer. The question is to the witness. Kanina tinanong sa iyo ng defense counsel or counsel for the respondents na kung ikaw ay abogado. Ang sagot mo hindi.
Yes, sir.
Ikaw ba degree holder?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ano ang degree?
Bachelor of Science in Accountancy, Bachelor of Science in Accounting Technology, and I'm a certified public accountant, sir.
So you're a certified public accountant.
Yes, sir.
Kahapon, tinanong ko sa iyo yung training. No? Kasi nabanggit mo, nagkaroon ka ng mga training. Ang nabanggit mo kahapon, 2 weeks ng training.
Yes,
Pero on what matter?
Only on photo and video authentication, sir.
Okay. Meron pa bang ibang training na ikaw ay you went through bilang expert or competent witness sa usapin ng digital technology, cybersecurity, online training? Meron ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anong mga ito?
I mentioned that I have a training in Certified Computer Hacking Forensic Investigator. I have a training in Computer Forensic, Mobile Forensic, and Photo and Video Authentication training. I have also training in Cybercrime Investigation. We also undergone a 480 hours training on cybersecurity. And a training before we start the bureau, we have undergone the NBI Academy, which teach us all the aspects in investigation, sir.
Okay, and siguro last question. Ang training na ito, puro local ba o meron ding training sa ibang bansa?
I have an international, sir, recently.
Ano yan?
It's a training in Strasbourg.
Okay.
The name of the training is...
Saang lugar na lang, Mr. Witness?
Strasbourg, Germany? France?
Strasbourg, France, sir.
Oh.
It's a 5 days training, sir.
And meron pang ibang international seminars na inattendan mo?
International, sir, but it is conducted locally, the Interpol, sir.
Interpol?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Senator Judge
Salamat.
Pangilinan. Senator Judge Ontiveros is recognized. You may proceed, ma'am, and you have 2 minutes.
Salamat po, Mr. Presiding Officer. Para sa Counsel for the Defense, Mr. Presiding Officer, just for clarity, ano pong relevance nung video na ipinakita ni Attorney Zuleika Lopez? Sinasabi po ba ng depensa na yung mga alleged threats o alleged incitements ni VP Duterte ay prompted nung detention ni Attorney Lopez?
Yes, Your Honor. There was a systematic oppression made by the House of Representatives dating back from their even before their mini trial, Your Honor. The committee headed by Representative Joel Chua began investigating the Vice President and her people, even when Attorney Zuleika Lopez was being interviewed by the House Committee of Quadcom Committee, Your Honor. Even if she was answering the questions faithfully and to the best of her ability, she was cited in contempt, detained. Her lawyer was not allowed. Her lawyer was not allowed to be with her when they were trying to detain her in the Women's Correctional Facility, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Presiding Officer, Counsel for the Defense, position po ba ng depensa na pwedeng palampasin ang alleged grave threats kung may masasabing lehitimong dahilan para magbanta?
Your Honor, that is not the point.
No, Mr. Presiding Officer, I am making a point through my question and I am asking the good counsel for the defense dahil sinabi nila there was a systematic oppression that yes, yan po ang nag-prompt nung alleged grave threats and alleged incitements ng Vice President na prompt po ng detention ni Attorney Lopez na kanyang inilarawan sa ipinakitang video kanina. Kaya itinatanong ko kung yan ba ang posisyon ng depensa na pwedeng okay lang or pwedeng tanggapin ang grave threats kung may masasabing lehitimong dahilan para magbanta.
Yes, Your Honor.
Before counsel
Yes,
for
Mr. Presiding
responded answers, although he already answered in the affirmative.
No, Your Honor. I was just referring to before.
We'd like to remind the senator judges to be cautious in making counsels for either party make conclusions of law and fact. Instead of presenting evidence through a witness, they will present or through direct, cross, redirect, or recross. Because if he answers Senator Judge Ontiveros, that would effectively place on record a conclusion of fact and law, not drawn from a witness, which they can very well do so during their closing remarks. And when I allow him to speak by way of repartee to the peroration yesterday and discussion yesterday by counsel for the prosecution. But other than that, as agreed with some of the senator judges, we would try to limit the answers of the counsels for the parties. With your indulgence, Senator Judge Ontiveros, please.
I submit, Mr. Presiding
Thank you,
Officer, may I just in closing make of record that I also appreciated and also submitted to the ruling of the Presiding Officer yesterday because I appreciated that it partook of the history of impeachment proceedings in this court. Pinag-aralan ko rin po ng maigi ang mga nakaraang mga impeachment trials at di hamak na pati noon naging liberal ang pagpapahintulot nila sa mga katanungan ng mga senator judges para lang mas maliwanagan ang iba't ibang punto. So I again thank the good presiding officer and again reiterate my submission to his ruling and thank the good counsel for the defense for his response.
We thank Senator Ontiveros for indulgence and understanding. Senator Villanueva. And thereafter, Senate President Gatchalian. You may proceed, sir. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Presiding Officer. May I just point out something to the witness? Mr. President, Your Honors, the witness mentioned yesterday that reported statements of the Vice President were referred to the Presidential Security Command and evaluated in coordination with the National Security Council. Just to assist the court in evaluating the relevance and weight of the government security response in determining whether the respondent's conduct constitutes an impeachable offense. May we know from the witness could the witness explain yung threats po ba, how threats against the president are ordinarily assessed by the government? Kasi dito yung lumalabas yung pag-weigh natin whether or not meron bang bigat yung threat o ito'y ordinaryong threat na nangyayari sa pang-araw-araw nating buhay. Specifically, Mr. Witness, what factors are taken into account in evaluating a reported threat and in determining appropriate measures?
I can't answer on the part of the NSC or TNO because I'm not part of the institution.
In your in your capacity as an
In
agent?
my capacity,
Yes.
what of the consideration if it's a active threat, if it's the one giving the threat is capable of doing so?
Meaning,
If someone
high-ranking officials, and if you say an
high-ranking and
official,
have a capability or power over to implement those such threat, it is considered, sir.
example, a mayor, perhaps? Would you say a high-ranking official? A congressman? Or yung basihan po ng kanyang threat. Kunyari, ang threat ko, dadalhin kita doon sa buwan. Wala naman akong space shuttle. So, wala din pong bearing yon. Is that the correct assumption?
Not only, sir, but also how it was delivered, sir. Like what was mentioned in that I mentioned previously, it was mentioned that no joke, no joke. It's a serious.
So that is the
One of the considerations,
that's
sir.
the consideration. Thank you very much. And lastly, Mr. Witness, you made mention na submit mo sa DOJ nung January 30. Is it the same affidavit that you submitted to the HOR?
The one that submitted to the HOR is the affidavit dated February, sir.
So that's the latest.
Yes, sir. The one that complied with the requirements of the DOJ, sir.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Villanueva. Before I recognize Senate President Gatchalian and thereafter Senator Erwin Tulfo, may I remind Attorney Narvasa that your 5 minutes, you will be given your 5 minutes after the questions of the senator judges and before we recognize the counsel for the prosecutor for his redirect. Senate President Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you, Honor.
may proceed, sir. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr.
May I be
Presiding
clarified?
Officer.
I believe that we would do it after recross. So
you
it's-
want, I heard cross.
Sorry,
After
Your
we
Honor.
cross.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Better for us.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. I just have a few questions, clarificatory questions. Narinig ko ho kanina ginong testigo na nasabi niyo may 40 media personalities doon sa press con. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Pero ang inyong inimbitahan, 6 lang.
Yes, Your Honor.
Bakit 6 lang?
The 40, we see the number of participants, but the number of person who asked the Vice President during that time, it's limited. And we consider who we sure that is present during that time, Your Honor.
Meron bang kayong criteria kung paano pipiliin itong mga media personalities or kung sino lang ang nagtanong? Kasi kahit hindi ka naman magtatanong, nandoon ka naman, naririnig mo yung mga diskusyon, meron ba kayong mga criteria kung paano pumipili ng media personalities?
Yung sure po namin na present during that time, kasi kapag hindi po kasi kayo nagtanong, hindi po magpa-pop up yung mukha nyo tsaka yung pangalan nyo.
Okay. At itong mga 6 na sinupina ninyo, ano yung kanyang common statement na ibinigay?
Kinonfirm po nila na present sila during the November 23, 2024 press conference, and yung utterance po ni Vice President narinig po nila.
Okay. I believe ilan dito sa mga personalities ay ipapatawag rin. So tatalon ako sa ibang topic. Nakita ko kanina itong tungkol sa max score interventures at nakita ko kanina pinakita yung Articles of Incorporation, mukha siyang supplier ng equipment. Ngayon, nasabi rin na doon ka nag-training for 2 weeks. Sino nagbayad ng training?
Sir, the training is included in the procurement of digital forensic tools. In the procurement document, ni-require po si MaxCore na mag-provide po ng training included in the equipment, sir.
Nung paggamit ng equipment?
Tsaka yung yung process po ng digital forensic as a whole.
Yung kanya lang sila ba ay 'di ba sa mga IT, let's say Oracle, alam natin kilala yan pagdating sa IT. Si MaxCore ba ay kilala pagdating sa digital forensic training? Kasi pag nakita ko kanina talagang supplier sila, but are they a well-known or internationally renowned training organization?
It's not the MaxCore itself, but it's the trainer that they provide, sir, that is capable in training us, sir.
Itong trainer na ito, certified siya in this type of technology?
Yes, sir. The trainer has a lot of certifications in relation to digital forensics, sir.
Can you name a few certification na meron itong trainer na ito?
I can't remember,
Let's
sir.
say Oracle or let's say Microsoft, di ba? May mga ganyan
No,
yan.
sir. CompTIA, sir. CompTIA training. I believe he also have a certified ethical hacking certification and a lot more, sir. When it was presented to us, sir.
Alright. So itong mga trainers nito ay certified trainers na pwedeng mag-train sa'yo at magiging certified ka rin.
Yes, sir. Initial na akong certificate, sir.
Lastly, Mr. Presiding Officer, after training, nakakuha ka ba ng certification na katulad sa kanila?
No, sir. But that certification that I was trained by them, sir.
Pero ikaw mismo, are you certified
I have-
to do forensic examinations for your purpose and responsibility?
I have a certification, sir. I am a certified computer hacking forensic investigator, sir.
Itong forensic analysis, meron kang for this purpose, itong pinag-uusapan natin.
The authentication, sir, part? Or as a whole, sir?
As a whole.
I have a certification in computer hacking, sir, specific. But I have trainings in relation to the...
Iba yung hacking eh. Yung pinag-uusapan natin, forensic examination ng video, forensic examination ng mga ganitong bagay. Meron kang certification doon?
I have certificate, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Senator Judge Erwin Tulfo, thereafter Senator Judge Marcos. You may proceed, sir. You have 2 minutes.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair, Mr. Presiding Officer. Ang katanungan ko po ay para sa ating testigo. Batid ko po na sa ilalim ng Republic Act 10867, sa ilalim po ng Section 4, ang kapangyarihan po ng inyong ahensya na mag-imbestiga kapag ng mga krimen, partikular na tulad ng mga banta sa buhay ng Pangulo, ikalawang Pangulo, Senate President, Speaker of the House, at Chief Justice. Tama po yun.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kahit na lalo pat pag ito ay may kaugnayan sa national security. Tama po?
Yes, Your Honor.
Pero ang tanong ko po, ang pagsasampa po ba ng kaso, nasa mandato rin po ba ng NBI na magsampa ng kaso doon sa mga tao na nagbanta sa buhay ng Pangulo, ikalawang Pangulo, Senate President, Speaker of the House, Chief Justice? Is it automatic or kailangan mag-request sila sa inyo? Matic ba yung pagsasampa ng kaso doon sa nagbanta? In this case, is it automatic or wala lang? Kasama sa mandato niyo to file charges dahil binantaan mo Pangulo o si Vice Presidente kung sino mang yang 4 na matataas na opisyal natin or 5 matataas na opisyal natin.
Ang basis namin doon, Your Honor, is yung primary objective namin to investigate cases to the threat to the President, Vice President, Senate President, Supreme Court. And if we found that the evidence is enough that there is a crime committed, we will file a case because that's the output of our investigation, sir.
Kahit po ba na hindi yung biktima, in this case, yung Pangulo, biktima ng threat, kahit na hindi siya nagreklamo, automatic po yun? Kahit na hindi siya nagreklamo sa inyo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Hindi nyo na siya kailangan tanungin pa na, Sir, gusto nyo po bang kasuhan namin ito? Wala nang gano'n. You will never ask. Sabihin natin, hindi lang Pangulo, Vice Presidente, nangyari din sa Vice Presidente o sa Speaker of the House, sa Senate President o sa Chief Justice. Hindi nyo naman lang siya afford to ask him like, Sir, will you go to the process? Kasi magpa-file ka po ng mga affidavit. This is a long process, etc. Kahit na Pangulo ka po, may pipirmahan ka mga affidavit. Is it automatic, Mr. Witness?
We submitted it, sir, even without a complaint in the for preliminary investigation, sir.
No further questions, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Judge Erwin Tulfo. Senator Judge Marcos is recognized. You may proceed, ma'am, and you have 2 minutes.
Yes, maraming salamat. Mahal na namumuna. Hihingi lang po ako ng dokumento para mas madali nating sundan ang mga pangyayari. Nalilito lahat pagkat wala po kaming papel. At ang nabigay sa amin, eto, Annex FFFGGG. Nalilito po kami kung alin dito yung mga papel. Kung maaari kaming bigyan, unang-una, yung unang tinutukoy, the first affidavit of investigation dated January 30, alleging grave threats inciting to sedition ng NBI. Ikalawa, yung napasok na yata sa record, pero nais rin namin bilang Senator Judge na magkaroon ng kopya ng DOJ certification signed by Prosecutor Bandung February 5 na nagbigay ng 7 grounds na insufficient for preliminary investigation. Ikatlo, yung naibigay na. Ito klaro to, naibigay po ni Mavic at ng iba pang staff natin. Yung February 10, yung ikalawang amended na ibinigay na revised affidavit of authentication, February 11. Ngunit sabi ni Testigo Kalilong na merong kasama ito na wala rito sa record natin at sana maibigay si Senator Judge. Ito yung sulat kasama nung second revised affidavit of authentication. Ito naman yung sinasabing sulat ni Santiago K. Padulyon ng DOJ na nagsasaad na hindi kailangan na may private complainant yung sina Presidente, ang First Lady at saka yung dating Speaker dahil base sa kaso ng Santos Concho versus DOJ na 2008, hindi daw kailangan yung private complainant. May we also have a copy of the same. Finally, may we urge that a copy also be given of February 14 certification of DOJ asserting that the revised affidavit of investigation was finally sufficient. Nais lang namin na makita yon at alamin yung investigation data, huling-huli, nung March 7, almost a month after the submission of the affidavit of authentication, kasi halos isang buwan bago utusan na magkaroon ng investigation data form. Sana may kopya rin tayo noon.
To respond to Senator Judge Marcos, what the court has copies of are the pre-marked documents that the parties pre-marked during pre-trial, but not documents that have not yet been pre-marked. Most of the documents you mentioned that was discussed by counsel for respondent has not yet been pre-marked. They only used it to confront via cross-examination the witness of the prosecution. But the ones we have, we will furnish you with a reminder, of course, Senator Judge Marcos, that these documents have not yet been formally offered by either party. And we still have to await formal offer before the court rules on the admissibility, if at all, of these documents. But we will endeavor to furnish the good Senator Judge with whatever the clerk has.
Yes,
Your Honor, if I may.
if we could be provided with whatever the clerk has and adequately identified, not as GGGGG or FFFFF, at sana kung mabuo yung mga dokumentong sinasabi sa lalong madaling panahon. Maraming salamat.
We will endeavor to comply as best we can, Senator Judge Marcos.
Same issue.
Senator Judge Alan Cayetano,
Peram ng
what is your pleasure, sir?
Mr. President and Mr. Presiding Officer, before I ask to be allowed to ask a question, can I just follow up yung kay Senator Marcos, including the ruling yesterday? Just in the interest of all Senator judges being able to follow closely, especially kami sa first row kasi medyo nagkaka-stiff neck na kami. Mahirap tignan yung TV, so baka dun sa
Maglalagay
harap.
na po kami ng TV
Yes.
sa harap ng
And
lamesa
I
ng
don't know,
Council for Parties.
I think all of us own a iPad or a tablet. I don't know what the solution is, but if the Secretariat or the Clerk of Court, the Office of the Clerk of Court can work with our staff, just to give you an example for today, no? If you look at the impeachment complaint on page 19, for example, it says that the affidavit we're looking for kanina, footnote number 72, is this one, in the impeachment complaint, no? It's found on Annex G. Okay, so this is Annex G. If you look at Annex G, it is a certification, not an affidavit. Okay? So where do you find the affidavit mentioned in the impeachment complaint? You actually find it in Volume 14, Annex FFFFFFFF-GGG. GGGGGG. So before I can even
That's not
say
dash,
that,
that's F to G.
yes. So even before we finish saying that, Your Honor, Mr. Presiding Judge, medyo mahirap. To further complicate, the annexes when delivered to us was labeled annexes, and then when it was pre-marked, iba na yung marking.
That is correct.
Okay. So to clarify, I'm not asking both the prosecution and defense to give us any documents in advance that will prejudice their presentation or the rebuttal. I do understand that it has to be offered, but to speed things up and to make sure we understand, in the same manner that they're asking the witness to examine it, maybe we can be given a copy to examine at the same time, whether digital or actual copy. I don't want to impose upon them to print 24 copies, but again, anyway, it's Wednesday. We have Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday for our staff and the clerk of court to meet.
I think we already have a solution for you, Senator Judge Cayetano, as well as for Senator Judge Marcos. We will be furnishing the parties either via soft copy to your respective iPads or laptops, or we will enter their official emails as well. Kayo na po mag-print ng hard copy ng list of evidences as marked, as pre-marked by the prosecution na ipe-present for Article 4. And we will do this by article. Okay. However, insofar as I said, the documents presented by the counsel for respondent, these have not yet been pre-marked. But I don't think there's anything wrong with asking for a copy from the counsel for respondent.
On that point,
for our guidance, whether or not the same will be offered without prejudice to respond to counsel for respondent, deciding on whether or not they will offer it at the appropriate time.
On that point, Mr. Presiding Officer, even if it's pre-marked, if it will prejudice their presentation, I don't mind it be given in real time. And same, no? If it's being used on cross or recross on rebuttal and hindi to na pre-mark, as long as real time, para lang we can process it. If not, we have to review afterwards and it messes up our preparation for the hearing the next day. No?
Is that possible for the parties once the roles are reversed? May I get a response from the counsel for respondent?
Your Honor, first we'll clarify everything that was showed today was pre-marked by the respondent.
That's not my understanding because the DOJ letter you pre-marked is different from the DOJ letter that we have pre-marked. But we'll verify. So everything was pre-marked?
Yes, Your Honor.
But you presented a document that was not pre-marked either by the prosecution or the defense. Walang marking eh.
I presented all that.
So if it was pre-marked, it's our lookout, then then there's no problem furnishing the senator judges with a copy of the same.
We have no problem with that, Your Honor.
Senator Judge Alan Cayetano's concern has no basis if it was all pre-marked. Yes. Apparently, it was our oversight.
Yes.
Counsel for the prosecutors, would that be possible?
Yes.
To furnish it? I think what counsel for respondent did earlier helped us out a lot. Plastering it on the screens, whatever affidavit you were presenting. I think counsel for the prosecutors should do the same.
Yes,
Hindi naman
Mr.
bawal
Presiding
magkopyahan dito eh. Okay lang. Senator Judge Cayetano?
Thank you. Yeah, and just to clarify, the 2 minutes is the question, not including the
yes,
answer. No?
You have 2 minutes if you want to start with asking questions.
Yes, if they ask to repeat the question, please don't count that. No, 2 minutes is long with short questions, but many of us want to get to the bottom of it, end up only asking 1 or 2 questions. So just a little bit liberality.
We will be lenient,
yes.
Senator Judge Alan.
Thank you very much.
You may proceed, sir. You have 2 minutes.
A question for the witness, and maybe to put all of us in check, I don't mind if any of the counsel says na medyo hindi maayos yung question. I mean, given what happened yesterday and today, and there are questions that could prejudice the case either way. As long as we call each other out respectfully, to both counsels, you cannot correct a senator judge, but I don't mind if you think it prejudices. That's your duty to your client.
Yes, sure.
So this isn't the start of the 2 minutes yet. Magandang hapon, Mr. Witness.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Medyo mahaba na yung pag-upo mo dyan, but allow me a few questions. No? Yung circumstance lang, so paano nagsimula yung investigasyon na na-involve ka? Were you from the start o hindi? At written instructions ba to? O sinabi, oy, may investigation tayo? Just konting clarity, paano na umpisa yung specific investigation? And was it based on the November 3 video? Tama ba?
November 23, Your Honor.
Okay.
It all started, I received a phone call, sir, from my executive officer that there is a video wherein there is a statement given by the Vice President, which is classified as threat, and I was tasked and assigned to investigate the case, sir.
Okay. So basically, ganun yung pagkasabi, na I'm tasking you to look at the video, investigate.
Yes, Your Honor.
Were you working alone or with a group?
With a group, Your Honor.
NBI group?
Yes, Your Honor.
And was this, is there an interagency also or just purely NBI?
Don't have personal knowledge. Maybe our chief, sir, has the
Okay.
knowledge on that, sir.
Yes. No, that's all I asked for naman, yung personal knowledge.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, pakiulit mo yung sinabing, how exactly sinabi sa'yo na tignan mo yung video, imbestigahan mo, or may statement? So,
to be specific, sir, as far as I remember, may statement si Vice President regarding the November 23 press conference na kung saan may pagbabanta na naganap, pakiimbestigahan.
pakiimbestigahan. So, ganun ka-general.
Yes
May
po.
pagbabantang naganap, pakiimbestigahan.
Yes po.
And you proceeded by watching the video.
Yes, Your Honor.
And when you watched the video, you got to the part na may pagbabanta.
No, Your Honor. I first don't know which part of that.
So you watched the whole video, of course.
First, the clippings, Your Honor.
Okay.
Then, I look for the whole video, Your Honor.
Then you watched the whole video.
Yes, Your Honor.
And thank you for your honesty. So after the clipping, tapos the whole video, what did you do next? You reported or you made your recommendations? I don't understand the process lang kasi.
Upon identifying the whole video, I informed my executive officer that I identified the video, Your Honor.
And then yung sinabi mo yesterday, then you started looking for patterns. That's why you looked at yung dating mga video ni Vice President.
Yes, Your Honor.
So you started investigating the threat against the President, the First Lady, and the former Speaker of the House.
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you investigate the threat against the Vice President?
We tried, Your Honor.
How did you try?
It is included in our letter to the Vice President, Your Honor. That's why we were inviting her to proceed to our office to investigate the threats to her life, Your Honor.
How about the vlogger who asked her about Oplan or whatever they call that Romanov? Did you invite them?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did they testify?
The Princess Maui did not appear, Your Honor.
Did not appear. Did you also look for previous videos that are threatening to the Vice President?
We look on the Romanov part, Your Honor.
Okay.
But we identify a different person who first mentioned the Romanov, Your Honor.
Did you coordinate with the PSG?
I have no personal knowledge, Your Honor.
You yourself?
Yes, Your Honor. Maybe our chief, Your Honor.
Yeah. But you are aware that the primary responsibility of protecting both the President and the Vice President is the PSG?
Yes, Your Honor.
So isn't it fair to say that any investigation against a threat to the first family, the President or the Vice President, you would normally ask the PSG if they received any threat?
I have no personal knowledge, Your Honor.
No, I'm asking, hindi ba normal sa investigation kung sino yung primary agency na taga-protekta na lumalaban dun sa threat ay tatanungin natin?
Yes, Your Honor.
So bakit hindi tinanong ng NBI ang PSG? Or in your case, why didn't you ask the PSG?
Maybe it can be answered by a chief, Your Honor.
No, I'm not. I will ask your chief also. I'm asking you, when they said, look at this, you looked at other videos, you tried to get Princess Maui, you tried to get the Vice President, but you didn't contact the PSG for the First Lady, for the President, and for all you know, the PSG will tell you right there and there, the threat is real, or the PSG will say, politika lang yan. Diba? Both the Vice President and the President are protected by the PSG. So why wasn't so nakalimutan lang or wala sa procedure nyo or?
Your Honor, there is already a statement from the National Security Council, Your Honor, that it is an active threat, Your Honor. That's why we start investigation.
Yes, and the primary group that will know if it's an active threat is the PSG. So if this was the United States, it will be the Secret Service. So whether the FBI or the CIA, state troopers, the federal marshals, kung sino man mag-iimbestiga, parati nilang tatanungin yung Secret Service. So I'm just curious why we did not ask the PSG input.
Kindly wind up, Senator Cayetano. Senator
Okay.
Judge Cayetano.
So my last question is, how did you characterize the threat of the Vice President to the President? Given that ang exact words niya, "Huwag kang mag-alala, ma'am, sa security ko kasi may kinausap na akong tao, sinabi ko sa kanya, kapag pinatay ako." So that I'll be fair to you and not vague, no? Did that phrase, "kapag pinatay ako," have any bearing in your investigation?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what was that bearing or thoughts in your mind?
First of all po, dun sa statement, may nakausap na po. It already took place before pa yung mangyari yung meeting. And nung
Excuse
condition...
me, I'm not talking about yung may kinausap na para pumatay. Ang sinasabi ko, yung sinabi niya na pag pinatay ako.
Yes, Your Honor.
How did that affect your investigation?
There is a condition na kapag pinatay siya. But as we can see, it's only applicable if there is only two parties. The statement make a loophole wherein a third party can use that na kapag namatay si BP, ma-execute ngayon yung statement ni BP na may nakausap na siya without the participation of the one mentioned, the President, the First Lady, and the Speaker of the House, Your Honor.
That's fair. But what I'm saying is that in your reports, did you characterize it as a conditional threat? Kasi kung hindi naman siya pinatay, the logical implication is that there's no threat against the... So I'm not saying it's not illegal, immoral to contract a killer. I'm just trying to follow the logic na pag sinabi kong pakukulong kita, Mr. Witness, pag nagsinungaling ka under oath, then it's actually not a threat. It's a legal... I'm just telling you the law, di ba? Pero pag sinabi kong pag hindi ka sumunod sa akin, anuin kita. So that's my last question lang. So how did you characterize that? It wasn't a conditional in your mind because may kinausap na?
Even with or without, sir, it's still considered a threat as long as the
I
person...
have no doubt there. I'm just asking, is it a conditional threat?
Based on our affidavit, sir, I believe it's conditional, which...
Based in your affidavit? But your initial assessment, yung personal mo as an investigator, this is an investigation of the whole NBI, but yung personal mo?
The threat is absolute, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Judge Cayetano.
Yeah.
We now proceed. Senator Judge Padilla is recognized.
Maraming salamat po.
Thereafter, Senator Judge Zubiri.
Maraming salamat
Senator Judge
po.
Padilla, you have 2 minutes.
Opo. Nais ko lamang po magtanong sa ating saksi. Ginoong saksi, kanina po kasi habang nagkakaroon ng pagdinig, ako po'y laging iistorbo dahil tuwing may itatanong, mag-u-object, medyo magulo po eh. Pwede po bang sagutin po ninyo ako dahil noong pong February 5, ang sabi po dito ay insufficient po yung na hindi dapat makarating na sa preliminary investigation. Tama po ba? February 5 po yun?
May certification, sir. Yes po.
Opo. Tapos, nung February 14, naging sufficient na for conduct of preliminary investigation. Nasagot po ba yung 7 na sinabi dito na para, ang sinasabi po kasi dito nung February 5, merong 7 na kulang.
I believe so, sir. That's why we have received a certification, sir.
Ayun. Kasi po, parang narinig ko kanina, hindi po naibigay yung original copy nung sinagawang interview kay Vice President Sara Duterte. Yung original po, na kopya, kung sino po yung nag-record. wala po kayong affidavit? Meron po ba kayong affidavit na nakuha nyo?
Yes, sir. Ako po yung ang inire-request po ng DOJ dyan is affidavit po nung nag-screen record, which is my affidavit, Your Honor.
Meron po siyang affidavit?
Ako, sir. Ako po yung nag-execute, sir.
Hindi po yung mismong tao?
Yes po. Ang hinihingi po kasi ni DOJ is kung sino yung nag-screen record through OBS, sir.
Hindi po yung mismong tao?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kayo lang po yung nag-affidavit?
Yes, Your Honor.
Pero meron po kayong ng pagkakataon ba na nakausap niyo yung tao at nagbigay siya ng affidavit?
May I clarify, Your Honor, if sinong tao yung tinutukoy?
Yung nag-record po?
Ako po yung nag-record through OBS, sir.
Hindi po. Yung mismong nag-record po kay Inday, sa Vice President. Nakausap niyo po ba? Yung raw file po. Kasi napakahalaga po nun. Kasi doon po natin malalaman kung original ba o hindi.
The video itself, sir, is publicly available. That's why I performed the recording, sir.
Opo. Pakisagot na lang po, mahal na saksi, kung nakuha niyo po ba yung original. Yung original, hindi po yung galing sa internet.
The original, no, sir.
Yun lamang po. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Judge Padilla. Senator Judge Zubiri, you are recognized, sir. You have 2 minutes.
Maraming salamat to our presiding officer. Magandang hapon po, Sir Witness.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Gusto ko lang magtanong, clarificatory questions lang po ito. Dito ba sa ating bansa, dahil tinatanong ko po ito sa inyo, dahil kayo po investigating body, sa ating bansa, meron bang specific law pagdating sa mga banta sa Pangulo, Pangalawang Pangulo at kanyang mga successors? Or yan ba'y pasok lang sa grave threats, which is applied sa lahat? Applicable sa lahat ng tao?
Based on my personal knowledge, sir, it's only on the grave threat, Your Honor.
Which is applied to everyone, if I'm not mistaken. No? Kasi sa batas sa Amerika, sa Estados Unidos, meron po tinatawag na number 18 under the United States Code, Section 871. There is a specific law na pinagbabawal po itong mga threats to the President, Vice President, and its successors. May jail time po ito at may fine na malaki. As a matter of fact, dito sa panahon ni Pangulong Trump, marami na po silang kinasuhan at hinabla at napasok sa kulungan dahil sa paglabag nitong batas na ito. At Secret Service po ang sumasagawa ng investigasyon. Sa atin ba dito, ang NBI ba ang nabigyan po ng kapangyarihan para gawin itong investigasyon under your new NBI code?
Under our law, sir, the new NBA law, included po yung investigation to the threats to the life of the President, the Vice President, the Speaker, the Senate President, and the Supreme Court, sir.
So, klaro na kayo, nasa kapangyarihan ninyo. Kasi hindi pwede sa Presidential Security Group. Hindi katulad sa Estados Unidos, yung Secret Service ang talagang nanguhuli at nag-imbestiga. Sa atin dito sa Pilipinas, ang NBI po ang nangunguna sa investigasyon. Tama po ba yan o mali?
It is within our law, sir.
Okay. And this is just food for thought because not only are we senator judges, we're also legislators. It may be time that we also craft a law that will be specific on threats made to the President, Vice President, and its successors, meaning the Senate President, the Speaker of the House, and the Supreme Court Chief Justice. Sa Amerika kasi, sa batas po nila, and I'll just wrap up, the defendant, to secure conviction, the defendant communicated a threat, the defendant understood and intended the statement as a true threat, hindi po niya sinabi joke only in the end. And pangatlo, the defendant knowingly and willfully makes the threat. So just food for thought as legislators as well. So maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Judge Zubiri. We now proceed to where we left off. I believe that was the redirect of the counsel for the prosecutor. Just out of curiosity, without any pressure, because I promised I would declare a break somewhere in between. Depending on how long your direct and recross would be, I can call the break after the recross and the statement of the counsel for respondent, so that we break on a good point before we call on the last witness for today. Yes, counsel for the prosecutors.
As to the question, if the prosecution will do the direct examination,
The redirect. Kung mahaba-haba
sorry,
pa
the
yung
redirect examination after the cross-examination of the defense, the prosecution decides not to conduct a redirect, Your Honor, please.
Thank you, counsel for the prosecutor. Counsel for the respondent, do you want to begin to utilize your time now?
Your Honor, I will turn over the mic to my co-counsel. He will also be the cross-examiner for the next witness.
But Your Honor, please, may I make a manifestation, Your Honor, please, before we proceed, Your Honor, please? A manifestation as to the
In
statement.
connection with what, counsel for the prosecutors?
As to the manifestation earlier that all the documents that were confronted, that were
Yes.
presented to the witness, I believe that the defense said that all those exhibits were pre-marked. But based on our records, Your Honor, please, and then I hope the defense will clarify this for the record. We perused the documents and we don't see that the articles of partnership and the screenshots of the websites that were presented earlier, based on our tally, based on our records, these were not pre-marked, contrary to what the defense manifested. So we would like to seek clarification from the defense.
That is correct, Your Honor. Those 3 documents were not
Noted
pre-marked.
and entered into the records.
Thank you so much.
Given that there is no redirect and recross, counsel, can you state for the record your name?
Good afternoon, Your Honors. I am Mark Sivin Luan for the Vice President.
Sir, you're aware of the situation. Time was given to the counsel for the prosecutors to make a discussion about whether or not Article 4, the acts alleged in Article 4 constitute an impeachable offense. You have the same time of 4 minutes and 26 minutes, which will round. Before I allow you to continue, kawawa naman si Mr. Calilong. Mr. Witness, Mr. Calilong, Senator Judge Lacson, before we excuse. Senator Judge Soto is recognized. Sir, what is your pleasure, sir?
Mr. President, Mr. Presiding Officer, are we going to dispense with the
Unless you have questions to the witness. So not yet.
Well, it's a simple question.
The gentleman
You're
may proceed.
familiar. Thank you very much. You're familiar with the internet, of course.
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you noticed that lately all the AI-generated videos have a caption saying AI-generated?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kaya pag walang nakalagay na AI-generated, siguradong hindi AI-generated?
Yes, Your Honor. Today, Your Honor.
Yes, lately, no?
Lately, Your Honor.
Lahat nakalagay. Pag AI-generated, nakalagay AI-generated and Meta does not allow it. Right?
They allowed it, but there is a AI info part.
Correct.
On
Let's
the
say
post.
there is a manifestation.
Yes,
that
Your
this
Honor. It is
AI-generated.
explicitly mentioned that AI.
So you're aware of that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. That's it.
Senator Judge Lacson, you likewise have 2 minutes, sir. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer, Mr. Senate President. I have questions para sa ating testigo. Since you are presented here as an expert witness, alam nyo, nag-consult din ako sa digital forensics expert para lang makonvince sa sarili ko. No, my first question is, in this day and age of artificial intelligence, no, will you agree with me na it is almost impossible to distinguish an AI-generated video from the original? Almost impossible.
Yes, Your Honor. It is hard, Your Honor.
Yeah, very hard, di ba? Very difficult. So kasi ito, impeachment trial, ano? Kasi sa court, ginagamit talaga yung expert testimony ng digital or computer forensics expert. Now, you may or may not answer this question kung classified, ano? Gusto ko lang malaman, ano ba yung digital forensic tools na ginagamit din sa NBI?
Currently, I'm not familiar But during the time na nandun po ako sa Digital Forensic Laboratory Division, meron kaming Encase Forensic, Celebrite, and Amped Authenticate, sir. Amped Authenticate, sir.
Ang balita ko, yung AMP 5 or AMP Authenticate.
Amped Authenticate, sir.
Ito yung ginagamit ninyo. Ito, capable ito na magsagawa ng reverse image, a photo or video, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ito ba yung ginamit mo?
For this part, Your Honor, the OBS only, Your Honor.
Bakit hindi nyo ginamit ito?
The duration is too large, Your Honor, the 2 hours. And the Amped Authenticate can only detect if there is a inconsistent FPS, Your Honor.
Yeah, kaya ako tinanong yon dahil una-una maraming para mag-adhere na magamit sa korte, no? Likewise sa impeachment court. May mga requirements, di ba? Sinabi mo kasi meron kayong open source, di ba?
Yes,
pero
Your Honor.
ang pinaka-importante yung chain of custody, of course, yung provenance.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yung original na pinanggalingan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ang sabi mo, pinanggalingan lang Facebook.
The Facebook was captured, Your Honor.
So, hindi yun ang original, di ba?
The screen recording is the original itself as to my authentication, sir.
Yeah, and you can attest sa authenticity ng video.
Yes, Your Honor.
In spite of not being or not having originated from the original.
Yes, Your Honor. I compared the recorded with the original and ensured that the contents are identical, Your Honor.
Kasi nabanggit mo rin, ginamit mo yung manual comparison simultaneously ng dalawang videos.
Yes, Your Honor.
Pero again, I will insist na talagang hindi reliable yung manual. Ito yung sinabi sa akin ng digital forensics expert na nakausap ko. No? Ang mas importante, makuha mo yung original copy, yun nga, yung provenance, di ba? Para talagang, tapos masundan mo yung sa analysis, gagamitan mo ng tools para malaman mo na talagang authentic yung video. Of course, I'm not here to question the authenticity. I just want to be assured. Dahil, sabi ko nga kanina, pagka sa artificial intelligence, napakahirap talaga. Almost impossible to distinguish it from the original video or yung source.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you are competent enough doon sila ginagamit yung forensic tools o forensics tools at yung inyong yung competence mo through your training. No?
And experience, Your Honor.
And experience. Kasi sabi mo nga, you've been with the NBI since 2021, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
And since then, you have appeared in some 20.
At least 30, Your Honor.
30.
Yes, Your Honor.
30 court hearings.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Senator Judge Lacson. Senator Judge Cayetano, what is your pleasure?
Just a clarification addressed to the presiding officer.
You may proceed, sir.
Apologies, I don't remember if it was one of the counsels or one of the senator judges who asked the witness a while ago whether he was an expert witness, and he said he was a competent witness.
That is correct.
And there's a
The
difference
presiding
between an
officer
expert
confirms that.
witness. So he's not an expert witness. He's an competent witness.
That is correct,
Yes.
Your Honor.
So that will have bearing because whether or not an AI video can be produced without an AI has to be testified by an expert witness.
If I may,
Wait, yeah, go ahead.
If I
That
may-
doesn't mean, I don't think you'll disagree with my second statement. That doesn't mean that this witness is not competent to testify on that. Second point, I'd just like to clarify for the record, my understanding of watching the video is that it was on StreamYard, then a link was shared sa Facebook.
Yes, Your Honor.
So if that's the case, Mr. Presiding Officer, the original video is with StreamYard, not with Facebook, or are both original?
It's Zoom, Your Honor.
Zoom?
Yes, Your Honor.
I was informed StreamYard, but just for the record, so that later on when we review everything, someone testified to it.
Duly noted.
Yeah, thank you.
Duly noted and entered into records. Mr. Vinluan, you have your 4 minutes and 26 seconds. but we cannot use the seconds in our timer, so just look at the clock, sir, please.
Your Honor, please.
Before we... Yes, Mr. Kalilong, you are excused, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And thank you for your time and cooperation with this impeachment court.
Thank you
Thank
so
you, Your
much,
Honor.
NBI Senior Agent John Mark Calilong. Thank you so much.
Hold on, Mr. Kalilong. Yes, Senator Judge Padilla. What is your pleasure, sir?
Ginoong tagapamahala ng hukumang ito, nais ko lamang po sana hingin ang mga credentials ng ating saksi kung paano po lahat ng kanyang certification, lahat, upang mapatunayan po natin lahat na...
He's ready.
To it earlier, but kindly respond to the question of Senator Judge Padilla, Mr. Witness.
I have here, sir, my certifications during the time of my investigation, Your Honor.
Can you, mahaba ba?
I can read, Your Honor.
Mahaba ba, hindi?
Ibigay na lang po siguro sa atin.
Kindly just submit it to us, yes, please?
Opo,
Yes,
submit
Your
na lang po.
Thank you, Your Honor.
If that is okay with Senator Judge Padilla. Thank you, sir. Mr. Kalilong, you are excused, sir, and thank you for your time and cooperation with the impeachment court.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The presiding officer will just wait for the witness to leave the premises before recognizing Attorney Binon. Okay, Attorney Binon, you have 4 minutes and 26 seconds. You may proceed, sir. Thereafter, we will call for a 15-minute break.
In the discourse yesterday, talking about VP Sara's statements during the November 23, 2024 press con, Senator Judge Risa Ontiveros stated, and I quote, "None of these statements are proof that the Vice President actually contracted an assassin or hired one. She is absolutely right." She then asked the question, why are these acts impeachable? To this question, the prosecution responded, "We understand that these statements may not actually 100% prove that she in fact contracted an assassin, end of quote. Hence, the prosecution admitted that the video does not prove any fact other than its existence. In simple words, there is no proof of any contracting of an assassin. The prosecution's admission before this honorable court made the respondent's position clear. The prosecution has no other competent evidence to prove that VP Sara contracted an assassin. Ang testimonya ni Kalilong, gaya ng iba pang ebidensya kuno ng prosecution, ay hindi sapat para patunayan ang paratang na ito. Trying to prove this stretched narrative using a hodgepodge of materials is a waste of this honorable court's time and the Filipino people's money. Si VP Sara na mismo ang nagsabi na hindi assassin ang kinausap niya. This term only came from people who took her statements out of their proper context and tried to exaggerate them for what they really meant. The truth of the matter is this: she and her family were threatened, and while her response was unconventional, it was justified. What triggered her response was a question about Operation Romanov, which is the plot to eliminate VP Sara and her entire family. The NBI's own records prove this. In the minutes of the meeting of Dempsey Reyes' interview, he said, and I quote, "May press con kasi earlier than that," sabi niya, parang hindi lang niya gusto daw, sabi lang niya, gusto daw siyang patayin daw, according to her, ni Speaker. That was during a press conference the day before, November 2022. End of quote. During the virtual press con, Princess Maui mentioned Operation Romanov again and even warned her about her safety. Reyes talked about it, Princess Maui reiterated it, but the NBI gaslighted it. When VP Sara uttered those words, she was not responding as Sara Duterte, the Vice President, but Sara Duterte, the wife, mother, daughter, and sister, who only sought to protect her own and her family members' lives. Operation Romanov is in place, and the threat against their lives is real. VP Sara became the target of unauthorized intelligence and surveillance operations by government operatives that exposed her family to high-level risks and security threats, thereby causing intense trauma and uncontrollable fear. Her homes in Davao and Manila were profiled, and this is proven by classified casing reports. Her trusted security personnel were removed. Her schedule of official functions, like the one in Naga, was leaked by intelligence agents, and her security was heavily compromised. In sum, the prosecution was right in using the term culmination. But the prosecution's interpretation is wrong. Rather, when VP Sara left the administration, she suffered various forms of threats and harassment for many months from the powers that be, and the culmination was her statement on that fateful early morning in November 2024. She didn't commit an impeachable offense. She drew the line in the sand and said, enough is enough. That is the meaning, and that is the context. Finally, as to the alleged grave threats and inciting to sedition, these are defined by their vice penal code and are punishable by prisión correccional. Thus, these fall under the jurisdiction of the MTC or first-level courts. These charges are not other high crimes as contemplated by the Constitution as grounds for impeachment and are therefore not impeachable. After all, VP Sara was fighting two important battles that day. One against the threat to her family's life, and another against the life of the ordinary Filipino, constantly suffocated by the immense weight of corruption, which she talked about during the press con. She never incited sedition. She merely echoed the voice of ordinary Filipinos. Her message that day only reflected what was already in their hearts and minds. There was no betrayal of public trust. She actually upheld the people's trust as she spoke for and behalf of the people. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Attorney Vidluan. Chair declares a 50... Senator Judge Bam Aquino, before we declare a recess.
Yes, just a quick manifestation, Mr. President.
You may proceed, sir.
Tapos na po tayo sa unang witness. It's taken us maybe a total of 9 hours for the first witness. Ito ho, isang pakiusap sa parehong grupo. Alam ko po may kanya-kanya tayong estilo, may kanya-kanya tayong strategy, but if possible, can we allow the testimonies to be heard? Can we have proceedings that will go straight to the point? Kasi po nanonood ang taong bayan, pati po kaming mga senator judge. Gusto rin ho naming makita itong mga proceedings, yung mga ebidensya na mas madali ring maintindihan. So ito naman po, di ho namin pwede itong idikta sa inyo. But if possible, the succeeding witnesses, and we have a long list, this goes for both parties by the way, let's have proceedings where we can go straight to the point, malaman natin yung puntos ng bawat grupo para makapag-desisyon rin po tayo ng maayos. Ito po this is a plea, no? This is not an order to both parties, but if we can, this is the People's Tribunal, we're watching, everybody's watching, sana po, payagan natin na lumabas yung mga katotohanan, lumabas yung mga ebidensya upang maging mas madali at mas kaaya-aya po yung ating proceedings. Yun lang po, Mr. President.
Thank you so much. Noted and entered into the records. Chair would like to give Senator Bam, bibigyan ko ng konting pag-asa sa Senator Bam. Usually, ang mga paglilitis tulad nito, parang diesel yan. Sa simula, siyempre dahil una pa lamang, nagkakasanayan, nagkakaestimahan, pero bibilis at bibilis ito sa ilang araw lang ng trial natin. And you will be able to see that in the next couple of days. Chair declares a 15-minute recess. We all come back. Yes, counsel for the prosecutor.
Before the declaration of recess, I suppose that the reason is for the presentation of the next witness for the prosecution. We manifest, Your Honor, that John Mark Calilong will be our witness for this afternoon. We'll be presenting the next witness during the next hearing on Monday, Your Honor, please.
You won't present Attorney Lotok anymore?
Yes,
today?
Your Honor, on Monday, Your Honor, please. We will utilize the 11 days allotted to Article 4 for the prosecution, Your Honor, please.
So, no Attorney Lotok today?
Today. We'll do that on Monday, Your Honor, please.
So, Chair would like to I guess there's no need to declare a recess.
Yes, Your
Senator
Honor,
Judge
please.
Lacson,
Your
thank you for
Honor.
that manifestation. Yes, counsel for the respondent.
Your
What
Honor,
do you want
maybe
to say?
just clarified if Attorney Lotok is the witness on Monday because they had already
Yes.
disclosed the witness.
I was about to ask that question.
Yes, Your Honor. Attorney Jeremy
Your Honor.
Lotok will be presented
On
by the
Monday?
prosecution on Monday, Your Honor, please.
Likewise, can you name us? You manifested that you will also be presenting next week or requesting a subpoena to. Yes, to Attorney Lopez and Attorney Director Matibag.
That would be Captain Belinda Bello, Your Honor, please, and NBI Director
Matibag.
And then
Lotok first.
Lotok, Your Honor, please, and then
Matibag.
And then we'll disclose on Bello, Your Honor, please. Captain
the Sergeant at Arms.
Belinda Bello of the House of Representatives, Your Honor, please.
So those two witnesses.
Yes, Your Honor.
We have 3 days, counsel.
No.
Name me one more.
Okay, that would be NBI Director Matibag, Your Honor, please.
Given the manifestation of the counsel for the prosecutor, Chair hereby orders the issuance of subpoena once again to Attorney Lotok for the trial dates on July 13, 14, and 15, as well as for Attorney Melvin Matibag. No need for a subpoena for Ms. Bella?
Your Honor.
Before I recognize counsel for respondent, no need for a subpoena?
There's no need for subpoena, Your Honor, please.
You did not request for a subpoena, counsel.
Yes, Your Honor.
So no need.
No need, Your Honor.
You will produce, can you state the name again for the record, counsel? Can you state for the name of the witness again for the record?
Your Honor, the first witness will be Captain Belinda Bello. That would be Attorney Jeremy C. Lotok. Number 2 is Captain Belinda Bello. And number 3, NBI Director Matibag. And number 4.
Thank you.
That's for no.
Thank
For
you,
next
counsel.
week, those are the witnesses, Your Honor, please.
Thank you. Counsel for respondent, what is your pleasure?
Your Honor, considering the change in schedule, may we just confirm if that is the exact order of presentation next week?
I believe so. The chair would like to be the one to confirm that. To reiterate,
Your Honor, may I be recognized? I apologize.
yes, the member of the panel of prosecutors, Representative Defensor, what is your pleasure, sir?
Your Honor, may I just correct, since the private counsel is under the direct supervision and control of the
Yes, of
Council of
course.
Prosecutors. For Monday, Your Honors, we will be presenting Attorney Jeremy Lotok. For Wednesday, we will be presenting, or Tuesday, we'll be presenting Attorney Zulaika Lopez. And for Wednesday, our third witness, we will be presenting Captain Belinda Bello.
Captain Belinda. So, Director Matibag is not yet going to be presented next week?
Not yet, Your Honor. We will manifest on Monday if we can consider him for the Wednesday's session, depending on how the trial goes or how long the testimonies will take for both parties.
Noted. What is the pleasure of counsel? Chair would like now to discuss and dispense with some administrative matters. The BIR box, which the chair ordered to be returned on July 6, has actually been returned to the BIR, sealed, untouched, and duly received accordingly. And the counsel for the prosecutors have filed a motion for the issuance of subpoena duces tecum at testificandum to the BIR concerning this box. Has a copy been furnished to the counsel for the respondents?
None yet, Your Honor.
None yet? I thought, yes.
Your Honor, we confirm that we emailed a copy to the respondents. Last
Kindly
Monday,
check
Your Honor.
so that we can dispense with the need of reading the subpoena. Having said that, given that this has been put in issue in the pre-trial brief of both parties, the counsel for respondent, we will accord the same treatment to this with respect to the subpoena, request for subpoena for the bank accounts of the spouses, Vice President Sara Duterte and Attorney Mans Carpio. Therefore, the presiding officer orders both parties to submit a memoranda on the subject matter of the subpoena of the BIR records on Monday, and we will also schedule the oral arguments for deciding on this issue together with the bank records on Wednesday. Each party will be given 10 minutes without prejudice to a rebuttal and or a rebuttal by the other side for another 3 minutes before the court shall decide.
We will comply, Your Honor.
We will comply, Your Honor.
Thank you. So ordered. In regard to the request for the issuance of a motion for subpoena, asan yung... May I ask if counsel for the respondents were likewise furnished with a copy of the most request for subpoena, although this is ex parte because this is only with respect to witnesses. So there is no need to issue a subpoena to Attorney Melvin Matibag for next week. Honorable Defensor? No need?
No need, Your Honor.
So just Attorney Zulaika Lopez?
Yes, Your Honor.
Chair orders that subpoena be issued to Attorney Zulaika Lopez to appear on July 13, 14, as indicated by the counsel for the prosecutors, given that on the 15th, we might be arguing on the bank deposits and the BIR documents.
We submit, Your Honor.
So ordered. There being no other matters for consideration by the court, and given that the counsel for the prosecutors rather have manifested that they will no longer present Attorney Latok today, but rather on Monday, the trial is hereby adjourned until 2 p.m. of Monday, July 13, 2026.
Gintod pilak, inaakit ang iyong mga mata, kapangyarihan sa labi, hinihila ka sa lugar na tila di mo tansya. Tatalian gamit ang matatamis na salita, aamuhin paglalaroan na parang bata.
Binibilog-bilog ang utak mo, pilit na binabago laman ng iyong puso.
Hinding-hindi kami mapapayaran ang dumadamoy na dugo, mas makinang pa sa dito. Pagkatao'y hindi matatawaran, isusulong ang karapatan, buo ang loob at paninindigan. Ibahin, ibahin, ibahin niyo kami. Ibahin, ibahin, ibahin niyo kami.
Sumentro po ito, karamihan sa pag-cross-examine ng depensa sa witness po ng prosecution. At para malaman pa natin ang huling mga kaganapan dyan po sa impeachment court sa Senado, live na magbabalita si MJ Mondihar. MJ, magandang hapon.
Magandang hapon mula dito sa Senado. Narito nga ang summary of events na nangyari sa mahigit 3 oras na ikatlong araw ng impeachment trial laban kay Vice President Sara Duterte. Nag-umpisa ang ikatlong araw ng impeachment sa cross-examination and defense sa witness sa si NBI Senior Agent John Mark Calilong. Inusisa Admar kung totoo bang related sa digital forensic field ang kumpanyang MaxCore Ventures Co. Dito raw kasi nag-training si Calilong ng 2 linggo para sa kanyang digital forensics background. Si Calilong ang agent na naatasan na mag-imbestiga at mag-ipon ng ebidensya sa video pronouncement si VP Sara na may kaugnayan sa banta niya laban sa First Family at Pangulong Marcos. Sa direct cross-examination, si Attorney Amando Liguta naman ng Prosecution ang lagi nag-object sa defense kaya naging mabagal ang usad ng pagtatanong sa unang bahagi ng hearing. Napagsabihan naman si Attorney Liguta ni Senator Judge at Presiding Officer Chis Escudero na hayaang magpatuloy ang pagtatanong at huwag lagi mag-object. Ipinakita naman ni Attorney CJ Narvasa ng defense panel ang DOJ certification ni DOJ Senior Assistant State Prosecutor JV Bandung na nagsasabi na ang complaint referral ay hindi naglalaman ng elements of crime kasama na ang rekomendasyon na case build-up. Hindi rin daw offended party ang NBI kaugnay sa banta ni VP Sara. Nangangahulugan nito na hilaw o hindi pa sapat ang mga kasalukuyang dokumento at ebidensya para patunayan na may naganap ngang krimen. Sinukat naman ng defense ang personal knowledge ng witness kung totoo ba talagang inimbestigahan ang live video ni VP Sara. Hindi kasi nasagot ng witness na si Calilong kung anong komite ang nagpatawag o House Committee ang nagpatawag kay Attorney Zuleika Lopez para mag-contempt noon sa Kamara. Ang pagharap ni Attorney Lopez na Chief of Staff ni VP sa live press con ay nangyari bago nasabi ni VP Sara ang banta kay PBBM. Ayon naman sa defense, kung totoong naimbestiga si Calilong, dapat raw nasasagot niya ang mga tanong. Nanindigan naman si Calilong na hindi AI-generated ang video ni VP Sara na ipresenta sa impeachment court. Handa naman raw ang prosekusyon na magpresenta ng witness kaugnay doon sa sinasabing hitman na inutusan ni VP laban sa First Family. Sa pagtatanong naman ni Senator Judge Alan Peter Cayetano, iginit ni Calilong na conditional threat ang nasa affidavit ng NBI patungkol doon sa banta ng Pangulo o sa banta ng ikalawang Pangulo. Malino kasi nakasaad doon sa gagana lamang ang banta kapag may mangyari daw na masama sa Vice Presidente. Samantala, nilino naman ni Senator Judge Cayetano na competent witness lamang si Calilong at hindi isang expert witness. Magkaiba raw kasi ang competent at expert witness. Natapos bandang 4:40 ng hapon ang pagsalang ni Calilong sa direct cross-examination Admar at maaga natapos ang pagdinig ngayong hapon at sa susunod na linggo, July 13, 14 and 15, may mga bagong ipaharap na mga witness ang House Prosecution. Kabilang dito si NBI Director Melvin Matibag at ipipresent nila din itong si NBI Regional Director Jeremy Lotok ngayong Lunes at pinasapitan din nila si Attorney Zuleika Lopez para nga paharapin at paimbestigahan o isali dito sa mga pagdinig kaugnay sa impeachment trial ni VP Sara Duterte. Admar, hindi natin in-expect na maagang matatapos ang pagdinig kasi sa day 2 ng trial, inabot tayo ng gabi, mag-alas 8 ng gabi bago matapos nga yung trial. At ayon kay Senator Judge Bam Aquino, kay Calilong pa lang nasa 9 hours na ang kanilang ginugol para nga usisain, imbestigahan, tanungin sa mga detalye sa direct cross-examination. Napaka-technical ng mga napag-usapan kanina at yan ay bahagi ng day 3 ng impeachment trial. Admar.
Isang tanong lang, partner MJ, doon naman sa mga senator judges, ano bang mga nakikita mo pinagkakabalan nila? Kasi yung mga nagsasalita, for sure talaga na talagang nakatutok sila doon sa mga eksaminasyon. How about doon sa iba? Huwag na lang natin sigurong pangalanan. Kung ano-ano ba yung mga ginagawa nila, nakatutok ba sila sa bawat mga ebidensya, mga presenta, doon sa mga senasite nila na mga pinagsasabi during sa cross-examination at MJ?
Yeah, kung babasahin mo ang comments sa social media, daming mga memes partner, no? Na nagpapakita na para mo may mga sideline ang mga senator judge habang may nagdi-discuss o may nagko-cross-examine. Pero sa pahayag kanina ni Senator Judge Pia Cayetano, nagreklamo nga siya dahil stiff neck daw siya dahil hindi niya makita ng diretso yung screen kung saan niya nilalatag yung ebidensya. Kaya ni-request sila ng additional na TV monitor para nga makatutok sila sa pag-present ng mga diskusyon. Indikasyon yan na talagang nakatutok ang mga senador at sinusundan nila ang takbo ng mga storya dito sa impeachment trial. Admar.
Alright, maraming salamat MJ Mondihar live mula dyan sa Senado. Samantala, nasa linya po ng ating komunikasyon ngayong hapon na ito si Attorney Raymond Batu. Attorney, magandang hapon po ulit sa inyo, Jade at Admar po ang inyong mga kasama. Kumusta po at ano pong assessment po ninyo ngayong day 3 ng impeachment trial ni VP Sara?
Well, nag-start na talaga ang bloodbath. No? Maganda ang nangyari kanina. And yun, at least nagtuloy-tuloy. No? And expected talaga po yan. Kasi maraming nagreklamo na marami daw objections. Pwede ba daw hindi mag-object? Actually, that's how lawyers work, no? As is possible, kapag yung punto na yun is parating ino-objectan, ibig sabihin, importante yun. So, if you'll notice, banat ng banat din si Attorney Ligutan ngayon sa pag-o-object, no? And siya naman ang mas maraming overrule ngayon, no? So, ibig sabihin, nakabawi ang defense team ngayon, no? And naig ang defense team sa conduct ng cross-examination. Very surgical and very technical ang ginamit nila. No? So, this time, naig naman din yung a little bit techy, no? At saka paging surgical sa kanilang mga katanungan.
Opo. Ano yung mga valid points, mga punto pong inyo pong nakuha dito sa naging cross-examination ng depensa po dito sa testigo?
Yes. Ang sa akin, Jade, no? Ang naka-bolster dun sa kanila is yung una, yung statement ng ang cross-examination ng mga defense lawyer nila regarding doon sa fact na bakit ang issue on private complainant, no? Kasi bakit ang NBI ang nag-file na supposedly meron namang private complainant, okay? And at the same time, they were able to show the video of Attorney Zuleika Lopez na nangingiyak-ngiyak. So, somehow, the context of which is lumabas na yun pala ang pinagmulan, no? And it now will establish the part of the defense later on na convenient po talaga ang buong konteksto. Yun ang dahilan. So, it is not considered as parang grave threat, no? It's because of that, mayroong anger, may frustration. So there is no such thing as betrayal of public trust. So kanina po, nakita rin po natin yung manifestation sa ending ni Attorney Binluan. No? It was a very, very nice closing or statement niya. Because in that particular way, nakita na rin ang defense theory. No? So hindi siya culpable violation of the Constitution. Hindi siya matawag na betrayal of public trust because it is not that so much culpable, it is not that so much high crime to be constituted as a culpable violation of the Constitution. Kasi ang rule kasi, bago ka magtanggal ng isang impeachable official, dapat sobrang high crimes na talagang grabing kasalanan, no? Para po magkaroon ng betrayal of public trust and culpable violation of the Constitution. So maganda, no? I would give the points today to the defense, no? I will give the talagang napaghandaan nila Jade, no, ang kaso.
Opo, at doon sa relevance po nitong video ni Attorney Zuleika Lopez, yung Chief of Staff ng Office of the Vice President,
Yes.
Attorney. Kanina tinanong po yan ni Senator Risa Hontiveros kung ano pong relevance at ang sabi pa nga niya, ang tanong po niya sa depensa, ganito, sinasabi po ba ng depensa na yung mga alleged threats or alleged incitements ni VP Sara Duterte ay prompted ng detention ni Lopez? Ano ho yung paliwanag po ninyo dito, Attorney, para po sa kaalaman ng ating mga kababayan?
At mabuti nga, na-stop siya ni presiding officer. Yan ang problema, no? I am not saying na kapag yung mga line of questionings by non-lawyer senator judges, wala tayong magawa, no? Because the Constitution says sila talaga ang maging senator judges. But medyo kasi ang dating is that trying to lean now to the prosecution. So makikita mo na yung leanings ba. Hindi po maganda yung ganong klaseng katanungan. Na ibig sabihin pala, kung dahil doon yung alleged threat is that wala na yon dahil sa may nangyari, pwede na palang magsalita ng ganon kasi dahil may nasaktan, merong na ganun pangyayari, if pwede na magawa ng ganung klaseng threat. Parang ganun ang concept niya. No? So mabuti naman at hindi napatuloy ang pag-explain kasi the defense counsel there had no choice but to answer because ang senator judge ang nagtatanong. Sana kasi ang mga senator judges should not ask the questions from the lawyer. They should ask the question from the witnesses. Yun nga ang dapat even the local courts natin dito, they ask the questions doon sa witness for purposes of clarificatory questions. The fact na tatanungin mo yung kabila para mapalabas yung theory of defense nila or theory of the prosecution, hindi o tama yun. But, well, it is a sui generis case and anything can be asked now. So that's what happened, no? So that's what I see, no? Medyo may overboard talaga yung mga katanungan. Although there are some senator judges na maganda naman ang tanong. Talagang purely clarificatory questions.
Opo, pero nasagot nung kaunti, at least matipid. Pero ang sabi
Matipid.
po, yes, ng depensa ni Attorney Carlo Narvasa, ipiniliwanag niya po na nagkaroon ng systematic oppression o systematic panggigipit ang Kamara sa pagdetine kay Lopez at ito ang naging mitsa o nagtulak kay Vice President Sara Duterte upang mabitawan po niya yung mga kontrobersyal na pahayag at pagbabanta sa buhay po ng Pangulo, First Lady at House Speaker.
Exactly, and he is being probed to answer the question na, so ibig mo sabihin, kapag may nangyari na ganyan, pwede na palang mag-threaten, mabuti na stop yung diyang portion, no? Kasi tama man yung theory ng defense, but because of the systematic or yung widespread attack against the BP, siyempre tao lang, nagagalit, tsaka nangyari, bago lang, nakapagsalita ng ganon, no? So, parang, remember mo yung speech ni Binluan, do not look at her as a vice president. Look at her as Sara Duterte na ina na may mga anak. Doon po ang punto nila. So, yun po ang parang narrative, no? Mabuti na lang when pressed to answer more by Senator Risa Hontiveros na ibig sabihin, pwede pa na gawin yun. At least the stop, no? Hindi nasagot na mabuti.
Kaya nga nagpaalala po si Presiding Officer Chis Escudero sa mga Senator Judges ukol nga doon sa tamang pagtatanong sa mga abogado hinggil sa mga tanong ng fact and law. Yan pong sabi niya. So sa tingin niyo po ba na lilito po yung ating mga Senator Judges kung ito ba ay legislative inquiry o isang formal na paglilitis?
They're trying to repair something that they feel na parang na-damage. Yun ang pangit Kasi ito nga ang maganda sa, ito yung sabi ko na in a impeachment hearing like this na meron talaga political leanings, they would tend to somehow help the other part. Hindi ko sinasabing sa part lang ng prosecution, even the part of the defense. Alan Peter Cayetano is also trying to, kahit papaano, malata mo makikita mo. Dapat sana kasi, ang questions and clarifications only directed to the witness for purposes of clarifications. Tapos yung mga manifestations na ganun, hindi dapat galawin ang mga counsel for the prosecution or defense. Kasi that would be unfair. Kasi magsasalitain sila, magsasagot yan sila, sasabihin nila yung theory nila. And try to mag-fix sila ng question, makita na prosecution o ng lawyer, ay, yun pala ginamin niya, sasagutin ka agad kasi it's quick to respond, no? So, but that's the problem. Because this is impeachment proceedings, hindi po ito regular courts, no? So, ibig sabihin, well, we cannot blame that kung ina-allow din ng presiding officer.
Opo. Pero, doon kay Kalilong, yung testigo po, motu proprio na investigasyon, inamin po niya na nag-iimbestiga sila ng motu proprio o kahit walang formal na reklamo. At sinabi rin po niyang independente sila pero sa ilalim po ng DOJ o Department of Justice. Sa tingin po ninyo, pabor po ba ito sa depensa para palabasing kulay politika? May kulay politika ang kaso o normal lang sa proseso po ng NBI?
Yes po. Alam mo, maganda sana na press pa yun ng konti, no? So you mean to say na independent kayo, walang nagko-control sa inyo. Parang gano'n, no? And when you say motu proprio on your own, You could do it, nobody is directing you. No? But of course, maganda rin yung cross ni Attorney Darvasa kanina dahil na-connect niya na kung sino ba yung boss nyo sa taas, di ba? Under Malacanang and everything. But ang pinakamaganda nun, ito nga yung manifestation naman na si Senator Peter Alan Cayetano, pabor doon sa defense, no? In the sense that, question niya, bakit di mo tinanong ang PSG? Kinausap niyo ba ang PSG? Kasi sila man ang nag-take care sa security ng Vice President, President, at saka ng mga Speaker of the House, etc. No? So, bakit hindi ginawa yon? So, with that, somehow it gets to the point na talagang political. Dahil kung dinaan nyo talaga sa proper channels at the proper investigation ng mga, lahat po ng mga agencies involved, kasi if it is a national interest, hindi lang NBI. It should involve the National Security Council, involve ang Army, i-involve dapat ang PSG, NBI, everyone, magkaroon kagad ng task force, no? But wala isa lang talaga at it's still under the Executive Department kay BBM. Pero may add lang ako, Jada, I might forget ba? May nakita kasi ako doon na ina-emphasize kanina na hindi na-gets ng ano ba. Noong sinabi kasi ni BP Inday na kapag papatayin, huwag ka mag-alala sa security ko kasi pag papatayin nila ako, may kinausap na ako para ganito, papatayin din sila. Okay. Yung term na pag security ko at pag ako ang papatayin, bakit hindi nila inimbestigahan ng mabuti? Yun ang pinupunto doon dapat na dapat you have to have equal investigation on that matter. No? So they said an invitation to come, di man, yun lang. No? So ibig sabihin, kulang doon na aspect, no? Parang ibig sabihin, to be fair, dapat both parties were investigated kung bakit sinong papatay sa kanya. Kasi kung ma-prove na ang papapatay sa kanya o mag-Operation Romanov is somebody linked also to the side of the administration, baka medyo mapagbigyan ng desisyon, no? So, ibig ko sabihin po, no, hindi na touch yun, na concentrate po kasi ang investigation ng NBI against BP rather than about her security, kung sino man ang involved, no? So it's against BP because githreaten niya si Marcos, si Lisa, as well as si Martin Romualdez. So parang ganun ang na-emphasize doon sa situation na yon. And when he was asked kung conditional or absolute, talagang straight from his mouth, absolute threat yun. Okay.
Opo. Pero ang tanong, isa pa sa mga naging medyo na-highlight po doon, attorney, bakit NBI yung nagsampa, nagreklamo against Vice President Sara Duterte? Bakit hindi si PBBM, FL Liza at dating speaker, which is yun sana yung subject ng grave threats, no? Nitong impeachment trial ni Vice President Sara Duterte. At saka inamin din ng testigo na hindi niya isinama nga doon sa kanyang affidavit ang mga pahayag ng Pangulo, ng FL Liza at ang dating speaker. Sa tingin ho ba ninyo, isa po itong butas, malaking butas po para sa para sa chain of evidence ng prosecution?
Malaking butas talaga ito siya in the sense that kailangan talaga na yung offended party should also at least execute man lang ng affidavit. Wala Talagang wala nun. Wala sa First Lady, wala kay Bongbong, wala din doon kay Martin Romualdez. Ibig sabihin, yung statements nila alone would not suffice. Kailangan there must be a public document that supports the fact that nagrereklamo sila, that they are threatened, that's why magrereklamo sila, but there's none, no? And they cannot say that it is a public crime because we still believe that that threat is personal, no? So, but, of course, they are working it on the theory na parang involved ang national interest, kaya pwede na kaming NBI. This is the main reason. Nung tinanong sa kanya, meron na bang na-convict, sabi po niya, wala pa. Pero the proper term is wala. No? Hindi talaga nangyari. Walang conviction. Kasi hindi nga makukonvict yung ganung bagay dahil nga wala yung testimony ng offended party. Very important po yung na-intimidate sila because of that. So there's none. Walang affidavit that we were intimidated, that we doubled up our security because of that, etc., etc. They're confident. They knew for a fact that it is political. And they knew for a fact that it was out of frustration and anger. That's why, kung talagang na-intimidate sila, dapat din, they have bolstered their security and executed an affidavit na sila mismo ang magrereklamo. But they did not.
Opo.
So yun, look, kahit na po sana si FL na lang, hindi man siya public officer, kahit si First Lady na lang, or even si former Speaker Martin Romualdez, no? Para at least man, mayroon sana. Pero wala, they did not do it. They did not mind it. So binaliwala nila. Ibig sabihin, they're not intimidated. Di ba?
Opo.
That is yung crucial point doon.
Mag-iiba ho ba ang istorya, ang epekto kung sakali mang, for example, gagawa po sila ng affidavit ngayon, yung tatlong subjects po?
Gagawa sila, ay hindi na, wala na, ano na yun siya. Kumbaga, parang ang nangyari is afterthought. Kasi kung pag afterthought na siya, hindi na yun pwede. So, dapat kasi is, it should have been done before. Kasi ngayon, kung na-raise up itong issue to it, gagawa sila, wala na. Kumbaga, too late na. Parang it's an afterthought. That we call that parang it is not a newly discovered evidence. This is not a supervening event, but it is a forgotten evidence. Kung ipipresent pa nila yan ngayon, di ba?
Opo. Attorney, bago ko lang ipasabalik kay partner Admar, kina-question din po ni Attorney Narvasa ang pagiging investigator ni Kalilong dahil wala siyang personal na alam, yung issue po sa personal knowledge, sa mga nangyari bago ang live stream at hindi niya ito pinanood mismo. Sa batas, gaano ho ba ito kahina ang isang testigo kung lead investigator ka, pero aaminin mong wala kang personal na kaalaman?
Actually, ang kanyang testimony as I see it, no, hindi nga daw siya expert and na-establish doon, competent siya.
Yes.
He's a competent witness to do that, to download. I think it's more on forensic issue. Yung trabaho lang nun niya is, kinuha niya, dinownload niya, record niya sa OBS niya, tapos binigay niya sa boss niya, nag-transcribe siya and everything. So, technically speaking, while I think he is an investigator, pero meron talaga nag-investigate apart from him na talaga technically as to the elements of the crime. Pero siguro, na-dictate lang siya ba, ito, kailangan ko yan kasi it-prove ko itong ganito, kailangan ko ng elements and I need that recording, yung preservation, tapos yung chain of custody, paano po nabigay hanggang na-submit sa COJ at saka dito sa court. Parang ganun po dapat, no? Hanggang doon lang ang role niya. Problem is that when he started saying na, investigator siya, then we were do that and do this, we did this and everything. So technically, parang sinasabing, teka, parang may alam ito. Nung tinanong siya, wala naman pala siyang personal knowledge, no? Maraming talagang mga bagay doon na parang nakaka-question sa kanyang credibility. Like for example, noong nandoon na yung mga reporters, bakit walang affidavit of the reporters? It's possible he might have investigated, but hindi ba siya pwede rin hindi ba siya lawyer? So, ibig sabihin, ang mag-investigate talaga, yun mga NBA agents na lawyers because they're going to get the accurate facts, no? And sila rin po ang mag-jujurat or mag-notarize doon because they're allowed under the law. Isa hindi man, no? So, ibig sabihin, meron talagang mga matters doon na parang gusto talaga niyang idepensahan ang kanyang integridad. And by that way is that nabibisto tuloy siya during the cross-examination. You see, there is no always a perfect witness. Talagang pag merong mag-add ka ng gusto mo sasabihin, mabibirada ka. Take note ha, yung ginawa ni Attorney Ligutan na hindi na siya nag-redirect, he was afraid that ma-further baungkat. Kasi pag mag-redirect yan siya, objection, meron namang bago, tatakihin na naman siya sa recross ni Attorney Narvasa. So, he rather state na hanggang dyan lang. Kasi why? Ang purpose lang talaga niya is to authenticate It's not to give his opinion about the crime. It's not about the opinion about the grave threats, alleged grave threats and everything. It's only to do that is to authenticate paano niya na-preserve at paano niya nakuha ito at nasabit sa COJ at until sa impeachment court. Limited lang po dapat So, tama po yung hindi na mag-redirect, no? Kasi kung mag-redirect siya, may expose lalo yung witness siya. Kasi during the cross, nagsasalita na yung witness on matters outside already on his area of competency, which is only for that option of that video, paano gi-preserve and everything.
Attorney, standby lang attorney ha dahil mayroon tayong makakasama ngayon dahil nandito si Attorney Salvador Panelo. Nakita natin siya sa gallery
kanina.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Attorney, okay? Okay na ba si
Attorney Sal?
Attorney Sal? Oo, kasi nandun siya. Namata natin, nakita natin habang nagkakaroon po ng cross-examination. Attorney? Attorney Sal?
Okay na ako.
Ayan, Attorney Sal, si Almar po ito kasama si Jade.
Nasa ere ka na, sir.
Opo, nasa ere na po tayo. Attorney, ano ba ang assessment ninyo lalo na dito sa pangatlong araw po ng impeachment trial?
Kahapon, saka kanina, akala ko nanonood ako ng impeachment trial. Yung pala, ang pinapanood ko ay propaganda proceeding. Kasi itong presiding officer, pumapayag na magpropaganda yung kabila, yung prosecution. Tanda mo kahapon di ba, nag-o-object na nga yung defense. Bakit ka magbibigay ng narration mo rito? Magpresenta ka ng testigo. Ito namang presiding officer, pinayagan at sabi niya, magruruling na lang ako pagkatapos kong marinig. Kung hindi ba naman siya, hindi narinig na ng lahat ng tao. Ba't ka pa mag-rule kung tatanggalin mo? Hindi, narinig na ng buong Pilipinas. Wala, talagang mahina ang presiding officer. Now, pangalawa, alam po ninyo, yung testigo ng prosecution, hindi ko maintindihan ba't nila prinisinta. Kasi yung presentasyon ng testigong yon, hindi naman makakatulong sa kanila, makakasama pa nga Hindi makakatulong sapagkat hindi naman kini-question ng depensa, wala akong narinig na may kumontra doon sa video. Kasi ang pinag-uusapan, ang presentasyon ng testigo, sinasabi nila na itong taong ito magbabalidate, mag-authenticate na merong video at nandun si Inday Sara at nagsalita ng mga ganito at ganyan. Teka muna, bakit? Sino ba nagki-question na hindi niya sinabi yon? Sino ba nagki-question na hindi nangyari yon? Wala. Tanungin niyo ang defense. Wala. Madalit sabi, it's a useless witness. At pag prinisinta mo pa yan, baka meron pang sabihin niya na makakasira pa sa inyo. Ang gano'n na nga nangyari. Medyo merong area doon na tungkol sa investigasyon. Ito namang sa defense, hindi rin nagtaka lang ako kung bakit naman. Kasi pwede naman, since they're not questioning the existence, the authenticity, and the contents, bakit hindi na lang sila nag-agree? Pwede naman kasing stipulation of facts. Ito, huwag mo nang yung testigong yan. Kung authenticate lang, hindi naman namin kine-question yung existence, pati yung contents. Kasi ang issue lamang, yung bang mga pahayag niya ay babagsak sa isang impeachable offense o isang krimen. Hayaan na nating panoorin ng mga judges at sila ang magbigay ng kanilang desisyon. Kasi ang pinupunto lang naman ng defense, hindi yon impeachable offense. Hindi rin yung krimen. At yun ay hindi pagbabanta. It's not a threat. Kasi conditional na, hypothetical pa. At si Chief Presidential Legal Counsel, the late Juan Ponce Enrile, pareho ng opinion namin. Nagbigay na siya ng opinion dyan. It's not a grave threat. It's not a threat. Kasi conditional nga So madalit sabi, bakit pinagpipilitan nyo? Kasi nga, sinisiraan nila si Inday Sara. Ano po ba? Bakit ba nagkaroon ng ganong mga pahayag si Inday Sara? Kasi kung titingnan nyo, may tanong ng isang vlogger. Paano po yan, Vice Presidente? Nanganganib ang buhay nyo? Talagang may threat sa inyo? At totoo naman, matagal niya na sinabi yun, di ba? At talagang pinag-iinitan siya. Kaya sagot niya, huwag kayong mag-alala. At ako, pag ako'y napatay, may kinausap na ako. Ibig niya sabihin, pag ako pinatay, ako'y humihingi ng saklolo sa inyo, taong bayan. Eto mga pumatay sa akin, ganti niyo ako, bigyan niyo ako ng katarungan. Sumbong ni Inday Sara yun. Hindi yung pagbabanta yun. Kaya lang, dahil nga gusto nilang siraan, pinalabas nila na nagbabanta at kung ano-anong mga inilalabas nilang ebidensya. O kagaya kanina, tinatanong sila ng isang judge, magpipresenta ba kayo ng ng tungkol doon sa assassin? Ang sagot to prosecution. Ha? Samantalang kahapon sinabi nga ng isang senadora, di ba? Sabi niya, wala naman kayong ebidensya na mayroong assassin. Ano ba talaga ito? Ba't yung pinipresenta yan? Ito ba? impeachable offense ba ito? O sa tingin niyo ba, ito ay masamang asa lang ng Vice Presidente? O madalit sabi, kung meron silang ipipresentang assassin, gawa-gawa na naman nila yon. Hindi po ba? Ever since, wala naman talagang ano lang yun eh. Isang emosyon na pagpapahayag ng panganib sa buhay niya at nananawagan siya ng saklolo sa taong bayan. Yun o yun.
Attorney, doon po sa kanina, nabanggit na hindi siya yung offended party. Bakit daw ang NBI ang maghahain ng reklamo na question din na hindi affidavit mismo ng offended party ang inilagay doon, kundi yung mga statement lang, yung mga pahayag lang po ni na Marcos Jr., First Lady at ng dating speaker. Nung una, hindi ito agad tinanggap ng DOJ, pero kalaunan tinanggap din. Ano po yung masasabi niyo po dito, Attorney?
Meron bang affidavit yung tatlo na sinabing pinagbabantaan niya?
Wala po. Hinugot lang niya.
Based lang na prosecution?
Opo, hinugot lang daw doon sa mga statement kasi naglabas na mga
Wala,
statement.
hindi ba? Walang affidavit, walang sinumpang salaysay.
Opo.
Madalit sabi, yung tatlong pinagbabantaan hindi nagreklamo. Kung yung mismong tatlo hindi nagreklamo, paano ka magkakaroon ng kaso? Ibig sabihin, pati sila hindi naniniwala. Otherwise, sila mismo ang nagdemanda kay Inday Sara. Pero dahil nga gusto lang nila ng siraan sa mata ng taong bayan, yun ang ginawa nila. Inutusan nila ang NBI. Ito namang NBI, sumunod naman.
Opo. Attorney, huli na lang. Ito bang Article 4 tungkol sa grave threat? Ano bang may tuturing mo bang pinakamalakas ito o among sa apat na yung apat na articles of impeachment, ano yung pinakamalakas po sa inyo kung meron man?
Walang malakas. Wala silang kaso. Whether number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4 na articles. The fact alone na yung number 4 ang inuna nila, ibig sabihin wala pa sila, naghahanap pa sila mga testigo doon sa 1, 2, and 3. At itong testigo pa dito sa number 4, wala naman saysay. Kasi hindi naman kini-question. Yung mismong video na lumabas, hindi naman kini-question na hindi nagsalita na gano'n si Inday Sara. Ang pinupunta ng depensa, tingnan nyo ang context, hindi threat yun. It's hypothetical and conditional. But as I said, in all my interviews sa programa ko, ang underlying objective talaga ng mga nasa kapangyarihan ngayon ay siraan at i-disqualify si Inday Sara bilang kandidato sa Panguluhan sapagkat siya ang pinakamalakas. Kasi siya ang sagabal sa pananatili sa kapangyarihan ng mga nasa pwesto ngayon beyond the term of 2020. Yun lang naman yun.
Alright, Attorney, siguro huling mensahe po ninyo para sa lahat ng inyo pong mga supporters at supporters po ng mga Duterte na nakasubaybay po ngayon.
Wala na akong mensahe kasi sinabi ko na lahat sa mga tanong nyo eh.
Attorney, maraming salamat po sa inyong oras at panahon sa ulitin po. Si Attorney Salvador Panelo, maaari niyo pong mapanood siya sa kanyang programang Itanong Mo, isumbong mo kay Panelo. Samantala, dito muna tayo sa balik kay Attorney Raymond Bato. Attorney, yung tanong ko kanina kay Attorney Panelo, yung usual ba yan na hindi yung offended party ang magre-reklamo? Tapos, maaari bang ma-question? Kasi, kung pagbabasehan ko kung tama yung pagkakarinig ko kanina habang kino-cross-examine, nung una, hindi tinanggap agad ng DOJ. Kasi nga, hinahanapan ng affidavit yung mismong mga offended party. Kasi nagbase lang sila. Actually, kahapon, pinlay nga yung mga pahayag nila ni Marcos Jr. At ni Speaker Martin Romualdez. Common ba ito sa sa regular na korte na naihain ng mga reklamo po?
Well, it's uncommon, no? Kasi ang recommendation nga yung 7 grounds. Ang sabi doon sa 7 grounds is that you have to comply that para makatuloy tayo ng preliminary investigation. Hindi man na-comply yung 7 grounds. I think one of which yung sinasabing affidavit of the reporters. Ang galing din ang sagot ni Kalilong is that meron man ako yung affidavit of ako yung nag-download sa screen record, no? Pero ang hinahanap kanina na Robin is yung mismo nag-upload or yung nag-record doon sa Zoom. And at the same time, yung affidavit ng reporters, wala. Tapos din, yun pong affidavit ng presidente. So, nagtaka ako, nung kahit na hindi na na-comply yung 7 grounds na yun, sinabi doon sa second certification na enough na ito to conduct preliminary investigation. So, yun po ang mga questionable doon. No? And besides, as in answer to your question, kung wala private complainant at hindi nag-execute ng affidavit, malaking bagay pa ito. Yes po. Kasi kung for purposes to establishing doubt, no, for establishing the purpose or motive no, kung bakit po sinagawa itong impeachment na ito, pwedeng bubutas yun. Kasi it means talaga, tama, it's a political destruction ni BP Inday Sara. It's not about the threat. No? Take note po, Mar, no? Meron po tayo tawag na mens rea, which is one of the element required no, in a grave threat. Yan po yung intent to intimidate and the fact that the person is na intimidate. So sila na po dapat yung magko-complain. Now, if this has not been established na yung may intent to intimidate at the same time na intimidate yung na binantaan, and then there's no crime to speak about. So there is no crime to speak about, then there is no Article 4 of the impeachment.
Opo, no. Meron pong ipinunto, balikan ko lang kasi nabanggit mo na ito kanina, ipinunto sa last part, no, sa last part ng nung binigyan sila ng almost 5 minutes na pahayag.
Yes.
Ipinunto nila yung pahayag ni Senador Risa Hontiveros. Tingin mo, ano yon? Kumbaga, paborable yon, yung naging pahayag ni Senador Risa Hontiveros ngayon dito sa panig ng depensa at nagamit tuloy ng depensa at yun nga, kinokode pa nga yung pahayag ng prosecution na hindi sila 100% na makapagsasabi na meron nag-commit yung krimen, attorney.
You know, that is the most destructive questions no, coming from yesterday for which sumagot si Attorney Ligutan. And the defense had now a time within which to formulate their counter-statement against the statement of Attorney Ligutan. No? So, plastada. Na-emphasize tuloy ng closing statement or statement ng defense at that time yung mga defects na ginawa ng prosecution. And citing now the questions na favorable sa kanila coming from Riza Hontiveros. Kaya ang ibig sabihin ba, the more you try to, try to ask questions like that would you think that would implicate kung saan ka nalining mapunta, bumabaligtad tuloy, bumirang, no? Bumirang, papunta naman na sa makasagutan. So, twice na po niya nangyari po kay Senator Riza Hontiveros. Dapat siguro is careful sa pagtatanong. Siguro yung gigil niya. We know for a fact that Riza Hontiveros has been talagang crucial against the BP. In fact, sabi niya nga, may statement na siya noon na talagang against kay BP. Marami siyang statement. So, ibig sabihin, alam na po na talaga natin ang leaning niya dito as a senator judge that she will really find a way to, to vote and to convict BP. Hindi ba katiis? Gusto na niya kaagad yung ending for this purpose, no? And she wants to make clarifications para ma-establish kaagad at ma-put on record. But remember, guys, na ang statement po ng prosecution at statement po ng defense, immaterial yan siya sa kaso. Ang material po, yung mga testimony ng mga witnesses, pati yung mga evidence na napresenta nila. Yun po ang point yan. Whatever statement that the prosecution will say or the argument that the defense would say, that is only for their own purpose of presenting their side to convince, to influence the decision of the judges. But it will not become part of the evidence. Kahit na kailangan po talaga ng ebidensya to do that.
Opo, attorney, kanina na-play din po no yung parte ng buong video kung saan ang Chief of Staff ni Vice President Sara Duterte na si Attorney Zulaika Lopez ang napanood no. Merong pag-question doon sa pag-transcribe. Pero sa tingin niyo po, in other way, ay nakatulong din ito para ma-establish din dagdag kasi hindi pa yung buong video ang na-play na nakatulong ito para madagdagan yung konteksto kung bakit talaga nabanggit yun ng Vice Presidente po, Attorney.
Alam mo, maganda po talaga yung cross. Kaya hindi ako sang-ayon sa statement na hindi importante yung witness na yon. Especially if the witness would like to add more from what he knows, no? Kaysa mag-confine lang siya doon sa dapat niya na trabaho. Kasi nagdadagdag siya kasi ng mga statement, no? And from there, mas na-open ngayon ang vulnerability ng particular na testigo na ito. And Attorney Narvaza was prepared kanina sa pagtatanong. Now, yung totoong context, no, hindi po pwede i-stipulate yun kasi kailangan po ipalabas yun yung nangyari kay Zulaika na nagsalita siya, umiiyak siya, to establish the fact na yun po ang isa sa mga dahilan kung bakit ngit-ngit na ngit-ngit si BP Inday at that time. Now, with respect to the transcript na bakit hindi nalagay dyan yung detainee, hindi nalagay na accused, because emphasize siya, blurred daw, hindi niya marinig. So, ibig sabihin, in-emphasize lang ng defense no, that you were not using the technology to decipher what is in that video. Diba? Kasi kung talagang competent or expert ka na forensic scientist or investigator, magawan mo yan siya with the use of tools to decipher, no, to get the actual contents of the statement. You cannot just say, inaudible. In fact, meron doong comment na salita ni BP Inday na hindi niya sinali sa transcript, hindi niya napansin. Kasi, di ba, gibalik-balik yun. So, ibig sabihin po, hindi po accurate and complete ang kanyang transcript na sinabmit sa DOJ at well as sinabit sa COJ, Committee on Justice. So, yun lang po ang mga issues dyan. No? You want to attack the credibility of the witness who says the complete and accurate na, and you took oath by saying na ito talaga complete and accurate, wala na. Ibig sabihin, parang in-impeach po siya ng sariling questions ng defense. Alam mo po, when they present evidence to question him and say na kung ganito yan, that is what we call impeachment of a witness. No? I-impeach by asking question that would be contradictory sa sinasabi niya or pinersenta niya na ebidensya, which ganon. I think titirahin yan sa memoranda or memorandum ng defense yan later on or kung may oral argument sila on this matter. Kasi kailangan lang ma-establish na talagang yun ang ginawa niya. You do not have the complete tools pala to get the full transcript and to present everything what was stated there in order that there will be a complete grasp of any investigator, whether they're conducting preliminary investigation or nag-conduct na mini trial sa COJ, para ma-appreciate lahat po yung sinabi doon sa transcript na yon.
Meron din po ako mga nakausap na talagang bihasa sa larangan ng sinasabing eksperto, pero kalaunan parang nababawasan yung kanyang credibility bilang eksperto, competent siguro attorney. Yung mga sinasabi niya, meron siyang 2 weeks na mga training. Sa Bisaya pa, daghan daw ng libak sa iyahan. Yung mga expert talaga, no? Binabakbite na raw siya dahil sa kanya mga pahayag na ngayon meron pa siyang sabi na yung AI daw hindi kaya ng hanggang 2 hours na so parang nakuha ba or purpose din ba nung depensa kanina na mailantad kung credible ba ito sa kanyang mga pinagsasabi o hindi, attorney?
Yung kanina, ang ginawa ng defense are impeaching questions, no, by way of cross-examination. Now, I think at the time of the presentation of the defense, they will present impeaching evidence, no, to debunk all statement of that person. Depende, they could get a real forensic scientist to testify as to this, no, and that would somehow destroy his competency or credibility as a witness. Iba po yung tanong kanina, parang in-impeach lang yung testimony niya by way of cross-examination. Pero later on, sigurado ako, with the way that is happening right now, is the defense will be presenting their evidence, no, and which would debunk or destroy the testimony on each and every prosecution witness. Ganyan po talaga ang technique and style. Yan po tinatawag na impeaching evidence.
Pero yung hindi ba pag, ano tayo doon, redirect, cross-examine sa side ng prosecution na attorney, medyo ano ba yun? Bawas ba yun sa kanilang puntos para makabawi-bawi kung ano man ang medyo nakuha ng puntos dito sa depensa during cross-examination?
There are two schools of thought on redirect, no? Ang redirect, hindi ako magre-redirect dahil hindi na-destroy ng defense ang testimony ng aking witness, ng prosecution witness. So hindi ako mag-redirect. There is no point to redirect, Your Honor, because immaterial lahat ang mga questions na hindi nakapagsira. Second school of thought naman is hindi ako mag-redirect dahil kapag mag-redirect ako, ang witness ko na nagbibigay ng mga sagot na hindi naman kasama sa script o nagbibigay ng mga answers na hindi naman napag-aralan nila or na-brief nila, it would be more damaging to them. Now, as I see it, dito sa latter part po ang prosecution, hindi na lang sila mag-redirect kasi mas lalong mabubutasan. Kasi pag mag-redirect sila, if i-fix yung mga sinabi niyang mali, makaka-recross na naman ang defense. And then at the same time, yung mga senator judges magtatanong naman, di ba? So, whatever is the intention of Attorney Ligutan na hindi siya nag-redirect, nasa kanya yon, no? I think he is just satisfied na na-present po yung video because yun naman talaga ang purpose noon is to authenticate the existence of the video. On that point, tama po si Attorney Panelo. However, para naman sa akin is that kailangan, hindi rin yun i-stipulate dapat. Kasi kailangan tating malaman kung paano niya ginawa. Remember, this is a legal and political proceedings. The fact na each and every witness na mag-testify is ma-destroy mo yung credibility, yung bias, no, ang reason kung bakit siya nagta-testify and everything, that is very significant for purposes of the public opinion of the people looking, as well as the senator judges. So, importante po yun kasi we are on open camera. So, hindi pwedeng stipulate kaya allow mo lang yung mga evidence nila i-present. Okay na yan, I-adapt. Ipa-present mo at sisirain ko, i-try ko sirain. At pag malaman ng mga tao na nasira yung witness na yun, para sa kanila, hindi na siya credible witness. And it would be considered as damaging on their part. Parang ganun po ang theory dapat niyan.
Opo.
Hello, good afternoon. Ayun, usual, I'll take questions as usual. Buti lang medyo maaga tayo today.
Sir, kamusta po ang ikatlong araw?
Today lang. Okay naman po. We're very happy with our performance today also. I'd like to, of course, thank my co-counsel, Attorney CJ Narvasa, who we feel did a really good job, no, sa kanyang cross-examination. We had targets for today, and we can confidently say that we were able to achieve those targets.
Ano po yung mga targets?
Marami kaming mga gustong lumabas, di ba? For example, again, I cannot discuss the merits, but at least yung kita nyo, para factual lang tayo, marami kaming gustong palabasin, like for example, yung extent ng investigation na ginawa, anong mga ibang parts ng video that would provide context, for example, and then also yung nature ng affidavit of investigation, kung isa lang ba talaga yon o may isa pang nauna, etc. So, pagdating naman doon sa kung ano ba talaga yung punto na gusto naming tumbukin doon, hindi ko na lang i-discuss because that will really go into the merits. No? So, sa factual lang tayo. And those we had our targets basically for cross-examination, and we're very happy that Attorney CJ was able to execute that to the T.
Sir, sa closing statement ni Attorney Villuan, sa response statement po ni Attorney Villuan, basically, nasama po yung defense on the grave threats na ito po ay mga allegedly ng mga circumstances, ng threats to the Duterte family and to ordinary citizens. Tingin niyo po ba enough yun to prove that those grave threats did not constitute impeachable?
Well, it gave at least a context on our case theory on the matter, di ba? Meaning kung ano ba yung sa pananaw namin talaga ang nangyari dito at bakit namin sinasabing walang basihan yung nagiging allegation nila, especially on the dun sa pagiging isang impeachable offense nito. But as the presiding officer mentioned, no, dito naman sa litigation, dito sa mga nangyayaring paglilitis, ang importante is maliban sa mga statements, ang importante talaga ay mapakita natin through yung mga ebidensya na ilalabas pa natin sa mga darating na araw. Again, ang gusto kong mapaliwanag sa ating mga kababayan, may ano kasi yan, no? Kumbaga, we take our turns, no? So, prosecution muna talagang naglalatag ng kanilang ebidensya at pagkatapos naman nun, once the prosecution rests, no, and makes their formal offer on the documentary evidence, no, that they will be offering, panahon naman yun ng depensa para naman maglabas at maglatag ng aming mga testigo at mga ebidensya.
Attorney, sa cross-examination, ano yung malaki at mabigat na maaaring masabing napatunayan po ng depensa?
Mahirap po kasi Sir Henry, pasensya na po talaga kayo because we will be getting into the merits So when we discuss that, we sway public opinion one way or the other. Pero ang masabi ko lang po, gusto lang naming ipakita, no, kung ano ba talaga yung naging extent ng investigasyon na isinagawa, and through the words of the witness, makikita naman po natin kung ano yung nangyari talaga.
Attorney, para lang maintindihan ng taong bayan, no? Why do we need to still ask the credibility and authenticity ng video since before sinabi ni VP Sara na ginawa niya talaga?
Well, with the existence of the statement, siguro alam naman nating lahat, ay hindi na tayo makikipaglokohan that the statement never existed. But as to the video, for example, it's important kasi ang ebidensya, hindi naman yan pwedeng maglakad mag-isa papunta sa korte, hindi ba? That's why, and not just with impeachment, that's with all regular court proceedings. No? Hindi naglalakad ang ebidensya mag-isa papunta sa korte. So you need someone to identify it, to authenticate it. Pagdating sa video, syempre, gusto natin malaman saan nila nakuha yung video, 'di ba? Dahil lalo na sa panahon na ganito, wala tayong aligasyon na may binago, wala tayong sinasabing ganun, pero syempre kailangan natin makasigurado na authenticated yung video, na ano ba yung source ng video nila, 'di ba? Kasi karamihan sa atin, I think, I don't know if any one of you here were there, but members of the press were also in that video, and I think it was a Zoom video, no? So importante na ma-compare yung Zoom video doon sa pinapakitang video sa atin para masabi natin na talagang faithful yung video sa talagang naganap, or talagang yun talaga yung video, no, na lumabas, or yun yung naging Zoom press conference na lumabas. So although I'm sure maraming na natagalan sa proceedings kahapon, that's normal, and I'm sure pagdating sa defense, that's why I always say, in fairness to the prosecution, pagdating sa defense, baka kailanganin din namin gawin yan, mag-authenticate ng hindi lang ng video, pero mga dokumento, which will take time because we will need the persons who have personal knowledge in terms of extraction of documents, videos, transcripts, etc., to identify them in open court, no, and authenticate them.
Back to your targets, kasali rin po ba dito yung pag-destroy po sa credibility ni Mr. Calilo? Kasi parang doon sa simula pa lang po, question na yung trainings niya and everything.
Well, kanina kasi ang sinasabi naman siya hindi expert but competent witness. So we were just really, in every cross-examination, we always test the credibility of the witness to be able to determine if the witness is in fact capable of making the testimonies, no, that he or she is making. So that's just part of it. Pero I don't want to form conclusions because that's for the impeachment court to do.
Viral lang ngayon online nung medyo natawa si Atty. Nervasa while asking yung witness natin. Can we know the reason why? Para nagpaliwanag po natin.
Ano po yun? Hindi ko po kasi yung specific. Naalala niyo ba kung ano yung... I won't comment na muna. I won't comment na muna on that one. Oo, dahil hindi ko maano kung ano yung specific. Pasensya na po.
Sir, bakit tumagalin yung discussion pag-cross-examine ni Atty. Nervasa doon sa affidavit na nagmumula sa Department of Justice? Ano po ba yung gusto natin na ma-establish or mailabas doon?
Again, factual lang, no? We just wanted to show that there are two affidavits, no, of investigation, hindi lang isa. Yun na lang po, no? Ngayon, as to what that translates to, again, I really cannot argue our case in the media. Apa. Ang affidavit of investigation kasi, yun basically yung complaint, no, na inihain ng NBI.
Attorney, bago ba yung 2 hours video? Bakit hindi na ninyo ipinursue to play the 2 hours video?
Well, kanina, ang inisip namin, di naman na kailanganin muna para sa witness na ito yung 2-hour video. That's not to say that we will not be asking for the playback of the 2-hour video for some other witness. No? I'm not saying we will, I'm not saying we won't. Parati kong sinasabi, tinitingnan namin base sa takbo ng proceedings kung kailangan ba o hindi. And as I've told you, I think both the prosecution and the defense, ayaw rin namin patagalin we play a 2-hour video that will take 2 hours 26 minutes of our time. And of course judicial time also, no, the time of the court. So hangga't naman hindi kinakailangan, sabi nga namin, hangga't pwedeng papabilisin namin. Pero kung sa tingin namin kinakailangan, we're still not discounting the fact that we might ask for that whole 2-hour video to be 2 hour 26 minute video.
Allegations po, in response niyo po doon ay yung official context or the big context in the video. Yun nga po, yung Zuleika, yung Oplan Romanov. Pero in grave threats po kasi, tinitingnan din sa elements yung prior or yung prior behavior doon. Tapos isa po sa mga possible witnesses ng prosecution ay yung sheriff po na sinuntok daw ni Vice President Sara Duterte. How will you reconcile that fact or respond to that?
The way I'll respond to that is once the witness is called, the offer is made. If we feel the need to object, of course, we will object to the purpose for the presentation of the witness. And kung hindi naman, we will be ready to cross-examine that witness.
Attorney, sa Monday, si Attorney Zuleika, no?
Tuesday po yata, bali sa...
Si Lotok sa Monday, and then si Captain Bello. Gaano kayo kahanda dun sa next week na leg natin?
Opo, handa naman po kami dahil expected na po yan. Lumabas na kasi sa pre-trial brief ng prosecution itong mga witnesses na ito. So tayo naman ay handa na as far as, of course, Agent Lotok, Agent Lotok, and si Captain Bello. Kung di ako nagkakamali, nandun na rin sila sa House Committee on Justice hearing. So we have prepared for them. Well, that is for the prosecution kasi sila ang nagtawag kay Attorney Zuleika. So we will just be there to see if we need to ask further questions on Attorney Zuleika once the prosecution is done with their direct. We'll see if there's a need for us to cross-examine.
And you mentioned na alam na rin ni VP Sara na mapatawag si Attorney Zuleika.
Yes, yesterday, nung lumabas yung motion, nakatanggap kami ng kopya ng motion for issuance of subpoena, which included the name of Attorney Zuleika Lopez or Yusek Lopez, we have informed the Vice President of the same. And ano naman siya, as I told you earlier, yung reaction naman niya, wala naman siyang ganong reaction doon because I think everyone expected it naman, including the Vice President.
So yung pag-present natin kay Attorney Zuleika dun sa video, ano yung purpose natin?
I think na-mention na po kanina, balikan na lang natin na-mention naman kanina yan, no? But of course, one is context, hindi ba? But I guess to sum it up, it was the transcription. That's why ganun yung tanong ni Attorney CJ. But again, gusto ko lang kasi I'm worried that I'm courting contempt, no? Whenever I answer your questions on substantive matters or at least matters on the merits. So I just wanted to just state for the record that I'm just trying to be factual and recount what happened inside without saying that we were able to prove this or that.
Sa tingin niyo po ba, well, of course, ngayon kahapon, pinipili si Attorney CJ Narvasa. Ngayon, parang ang dating ngayon ay parang pinupuri siya ngayon for his cross. After the cross-examination, ano ang pakiramdam mo si Attorney CJ Narvasa? Were you able to talk to him after the cross-examination?
Well, si Attorney Narvasa is a very level-headed person. So kung ano man ang mga batikos sa kanya kahapon, pagpuri ngayon, his disposition remains the same. I think sanay naman kaming mga abogado na you can never please everyone at any given time. Ako, I've been spokesperson for a few years and I have my group of bashers and group of friends. So we always support each other naman pagdating sa mga ganyan. But our disposition just be level-headed. Sabi nga natin, di ba, hindi tayo nagbibilang kung sinong panalo, sinong talo sa araw-araw because it will happen. There will be times that members of the public won't like what we do. There are times that members of the public would like it. So sa atin, we're just focus on our job and do the best we can to defend the Vice President.
Kanina parang narinig namin, 10 out of 10 daw yung score ng mga taga-prosecution sa team nila. Kayo, sir, anong score niyo?
Definitely, para sa akin, 10 out of 10 din. Score internally, meaning we're very happy that we hit our targets. But as to yung scoring on nanalo ba kami today or yesterday or ano, I really don't want to do that. As you can see, ang tanong sa amin kanina is bakit kami object kahapon. And then ngayon nakita nyo rin, puro objection rin ng prosecution. And I'm saying, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with the prosecution objecting. There's nothing wrong with us objecting. It's just lawyers doing their jobs.
Sir, pa-explain lang ba yung 10 out of 10?
Because we had targets and we were able to meet our targets. So I think we accomplished a lot today. Thank you very much po. Thank you very much. We'll see you next week. Next week, Monday. Thank you.
Okay na po. Good afternoon to everyone. Today was very fruitful for the impeachment court. As to administrative updates, the House panel of prosecutors subpoena request regarding the request for issuance of subpoena to Tecum on the tax documents of respondent Man Scarpio and 22 businesses connected or alleged to be connected to the Vice President. The presiding officer ordered the submission of memorandum on Monday and scheduling of the oral arguments on Wednesday for 10 minutes each side. And then for the renewed request for issuance of subpoena to Tecum for bank records as well, the presiding officer ordered the scheduling of the oral arguments on Monday for 10 minutes as well. The request for issuance of subpoena ad testificandum to Attorney Zuleika Lopez, the presiding officer granted the same and will be issued today. Senate President Sherwin Gatchalian called the session to order and convened as an impeachment court at 2 p.m. earlier with 20 senators present. For preliminary matters, as to the motion to strike out the remarks of counsel for prosecutor Attorney Ligutan that was tabled yesterday, the presiding officer equitably resolved it upon the withdrawal of Senator Judge Pia Cayetano of her motion. He, however, gave the same time privilege of 5-minute speech to the respondent's counsel, but reminded all the counsels to avoid concluding speeches and let the evidence be presented accordingly moving forward. For housekeeping matters, the presiding officer has said that there will be a 15-minute break midway every hearing. And the senator judges were asked to keep their voices low because the area where they are is an echo chamber with people in the gallery will be able to hear what they are talking about. As to the continuation of the presentation of prosecution's evidence in chief, the cross-examination of NBI agent John Mark Calilong started and was conducted by the counsel for respondent, Attorney Narvasa. The presiding officer made several evidentiary rulings on motions and objections of both parties, and after the cross-examination was terminated, clarificatory questions were asked by several senator judges to the witnesses. Senator Judge Rafi Tulfo, Senator Judge Bam Aquino, Senator Judge Kiko Pangilinan, Senator Judge Risa Ontiveros, Senator Judge Joel Villanueva, Senator Judge and Senate President Sherwin Gatchalian, Senator Judge Erwin Tulfo, Senator Judge Amy Marcos, Senator Judge Alan Cayetano, Senator Judge Mig Subiri, Senator Judge Tito Soto, and Senator Judge Ping Lacson all raised their clarificatory questions to the witness. And without the prosecution conducting any redirect examination and no more recross examination, the witness was excused. The trial was adjourned and will resume tomorrow. Typographical error on the briefer. On Wednesday, July 13, 2026. July 13, Monday, at 2 p.m. for the testimony of prosecution witness, first Attorney Jeremy C. Lotok, and then The prosecution will also present Attorney Zuleika Lopez and Captain Belinda Bello for July 14 and July 15 respectively. Any questions?
Yung 10 minutes oral arguments, does the impeachment court parang enough na ba yun para maihayag ng defense at ng prosecution yung kanilang stand doon sa issue ng pagsusupina ng bank records?
Yes, it should be enough because as I said earlier, the presiding officer also directed na magbigay po ng kanilang mga memoranda yung magkabilang panig ukol dito sa issue na ito at yun po ay matatanggap ng ating impeachment court at senator judges sa Lunes at bibigyan sila ng ilang araw para basahin yon, maintindihan yung legal arguments at posisyon ng bawat partido at pagdating sa oral arguments, i-reiterate na lamang nila yung pinaka-importanting parte ng kanilang memorandum para sa ating publiko naman.
Gaano kahalaga yung oral arguments gayong meron na silang written memorandum na isusumite?
Yung oral arguments ay magpapakita nung kanilang mga posisyon regarding the issue at ito ay mapapakita sa publiko dahil maihahayag ito through television tsaka televised video. So yung mga nakalagay sa memorandum na hindi mababasa ng ating mga kababayan ay mailalahad through that oral argument.
Last from me, sir. After the oral argument, do we expect the court to decide on the motion of the prosecution to subpoena those bank records?
Correct. Siyempre, kasama sa oral arguments na yan, yung mga senator judges will be also able to argue or ask questions regarding certain issues na nakalakip doon sa issue ng pag-i-issue ng mga subpoena katulad ng secrecy of bank records, secrecy ng BIR records. So, maaaring mailahad doon kung paano nakuha yung possible na mga tax records. Kung ito ba ay i-issue ng ating BIR commissioner with the consent of the President o wala ba. So yung mga ganong issue kasi yung mga parating nagka-crop up dahil ayon sa Section 217 ng tax code natin, mayroon lamang napakaliit na leeway kung kailan pinapayagan yung pagdi-disclose ng ganon. So doon mailalahad kung meron how they will go about it at kung paano hindi ito mag-violate ng mga batas na mga sinabi ko.
Attorney, pursue ko lang po yung question ni Dexter. Dahil doon sa oral argument, paano po iyon, para lang po mapicture ng mga kababayan natin kung ano yung magiging scenario after ng oral argument, paano po iyon didesisyonan ng mga senador yung pagpapasa sa bank and tax records ng Vice President?
Initially po, it will be decided on by the presiding officer and then if the floor will appeal or the senator judges will appeal that decision, then it will be voted on by the senator judges. So only a failure to get the majority of the appeal will mean na the presiding officer's resolution will stand. Kapag po nanalo naman yung boto ng mayorya doon sa appeal na yon, then the order of the presiding officer will be overturned by the position of the one appealing.
Or pwede pong i-throw na rin sa body ng presiding officer?
Pwede rin po. Isa rin pong option yan. Isa rin pong option.
And then, sir, pa-explain lang po kasi narinig natin kanina at kahapon din, yung mahabang direct and cross-examination dito kay John Mark Calilong, dun sa mga technicalities, sa student authentication, ng mga documents, bakit po ito kailangan gawin?
Kinakailangan po yun dahil ito po ay mga formalities of the law at nakasaad po kasi sa ating rules of court na supportorily applicable po kung paano po gagawin yon, paano gagampanan po yun ng isang abogado. Kaya yung pagtatanong po ay step by step, kailangan pong ilakad ng abogado nagrepresenta ng testigo yung korte at saka yung mga hukom kung paano nakuha at naging yung isang video na yon o isang dokumento na yon, paano niya nahawakan yon at paano nakarating doon sa korte. So yung buong chain of custody na yon, kailangan niyang patunayan na to be unbroken at wala siyang dinagdag o binawas doon sa prosesong yon. So yun, tama ka po. Tama ka po. So yung mga pagtatanong po kanina, kasama po yung pagtetest ng credibility ng both the testimony of the witness and the witness himself.
Sir, balikan ko lang yung ano.
Thank you.
Sir, naka 3 days na tayo ng trial. Nakakaisang testigo pa lang. Hindi ba apektado yung timeline na inilatag para mas, yung nga si Senator Bam kanina, di ba, nag-request na nga actually na baka pwedeng ma-hasten yung process, attorney?
Katulad nung sinabi ko po last time, no, yesterday rather, nung tinanong din ako ukol dyan, tinanong tayo na kung madadagdagan ba yung araw o mababawasan ba, depende po yan sa parties. Katulad po ngayon, nakita po natin na naka-schedule po talaga si NBI agent Lotok na ipresenta po today ng prosecution, pero base po doon sa motion ng prosecution o ng House Panel of Prosecutors ay hindi na po nila i-present this afternoon, and they are going to present the witness Lunes po. So because of that, hindi po inasahan natin na gano'n na mangyayari, na mapapaikli yung araw natin today. The impeachment court and the senator judges were ready to hear the testimony of the House prosecution witness. However, pinagbigyan na lang rin yung deferral na yon ng pagpepresenta. Siguro dahil na rin na nakita na rin na baka mahaba rin yung magiging testimonya niya, and kung kahapon yung magiging basehan natin ng pag-testify ng isang witness at tungkol sa authentication na step by step, baka abutin din ulit yun ng 2 to 3 hours. So, yun yung mga kailangang balansehin ng korte sa kanyang pagdedesisyon kung i-grant niya o i-deny niya yung isang motion to defer the presentation of a witness to some other date or time. Kaya yun. So kung sa court calendar natin, parte ng kapangyarihan ng isang korte na i-manage yung kanyang schedule at saka yung process ng pagpepresenta. So hahanap naman ng korte. At syempre tatanungin niya rin yung parties in the next coming weeks kung sino ba yung mga witnesses na pwedeng pagsabayin na 2, 3 sa isang araw para makahabol tayo doon sa timeline na sinasabi. So that is within the prerogative of the court. Pero kanina sinabi rin ni presiding officer, itong first 2 to 3 days, we're just trying to get the hang of things in a manner of speaking. Kaya tinitingnan pa natin yung pace ng bawat party, ng bawat abogado, pati ng mga senator judges. And maybe next week and the coming weeks, mas madali na nating ma-figure out paano ililay down yung terms of engagement ng pagpapresenta ng mga testimonya. Ano pa ba?
Attorney, question lang po, kung may idea lang sila, sa 3 araw po so far ngayon ng impeachment trial, nakakamagkano na po kaya ang gastos on the logistics? Kung may idea lang.
Ako, wala sa pay grade ko magtanong ng pera. So, hindi ko masasagot po yan, but babalikan kita sa question na yan, no? Dahil tama ka, isa pong concern din yan, no, ng ating mga sambayanan. So, gusto rin natin malaman. So, siguro I will get the clearance from the Senate President to ask about the allocation of the budget regarding the impeachment trial so that I can give you a better answer next time.
And attorney, isa lang po, mabilis lang din. Napansin po kasi nung iba, especially online, na 2 po yung nakaupo sa harap dun sa may rostrum. Sinasabi nung iba, baka raw secretary daw po ng presiding officer yung katabi ni Senchis. Pero ano pong explanation nila na 2 silang nandoon sa taas?
I refer to my previous statement nung Lunes. Nasagot ko na rin po yan, no? Oo, baka maging ano ulit di ba? Baka mabuhay ulit yung mga issue. Pero wala namang issue dapat yan kasi it is a symbolic gesture na they are equals, just doing different hats, di ba? Wearing different hats. Yung isa ay legislative head at yung isa impeachment court head. So walang kakaiba doon, nakita na natin yan. This is not a new optics. This was already an old optics from the time of the impeachment case of the President Estrada na nakaupo yung head ng impeachment court na si Chief Justice Davide sa tabi ng head naman ng legislative function ng Senate, which is the Senate President Aquilino Pimentel. So in that aspect, this is not old optics. Siguro hindi lang nila malaman yung reference na yon dahil baka mga bata pa yung mga ano natin, yung mga viewers natin.
Sir, itong 3 days po, sabi niyo nga, experience din po kayo, no? Would you say nga, nagsukatan lang o nagsukatan na itong dalawang panig po na tipong, yung ganun po, tulad niya, nagbago po yung diskarte or masasabi natin, na hindi na po na-present yung second NBI agent.
That is a fair conclusion on your part po. Tama po yun. That any person na reasonably pong mag-isip, may isip din yun. Ganun naman po yun para po tayong nangangapa pa po sa mga hindi natin kakilala, kaibigan, asawa, jowa, ganun. So, ganun din po yung nangyari in the first 2 to 3 days natin. Nangapalan ko anong klaseng style ba magtanong, anong klaseng gano'n yung kabilis yung pace nung magtanong, ano yung mga objections na usually nire-raise. So nagkapaan pa po talaga, tama yun. Objective naman po yung ganong conclusion ng any person sa proceedings.
Dapat straight to the point daw po yung mga sinasabi ng parties and dapat ina-allow yung mga testimonies matapos po? Or does the impeachment court agree na dapat nga po straight to the point?
Dapat straight to the point yung ano, a matter of style kasi yun But I think the presiding officer is very lenient in giving all the parties their chance or their place under the sun. So, I think yun yung important kasi sa totoong korte, hindi, medyo mahigpit talaga. No? Pero dito kasi kailangan natin balansehin yung karapatan din ng ating mga mamamayan na makita yung mga nangyayari at mailahad sa kanila yung mga ebidensya na inilalahad sa harap natin dyan sa plenary. So, kailangan kung magandang yung mga tanong din, medyo diretso, may foundation din, kaya okay naman yon, reasonable naman yung mga request na ganun mula sa senator judge. At alam naman ng presiding officer that the senator judges and even the parties themselves, yung mga abogado under their oaths, will govern themselves accordingly.
Sir, susugan ko lang yung tanong ni Kuya Raymond dun sa time. Hindi ba nasayang yung time ng impeachment court ngayon, considering na cross-examination ang nangyari, pero ready naman yung mga senator judges na dun sa next witness? At masasabi ba natin na failure or baka hindi ready ang prosecution kaya hindi tinuloy yung pagharap ni Lotto?
We cannot comment po dun sa intention of the prosecution for not anymore presenting NBI agent Lotok today. We have to take their manifestation and motion on its face, kung ano po yung narinig natin. Nasa discretion po nila kung paano nila iprepresenta yung ebidensya. Sila rin po bahala mag-manage nung mga witnesses nila, kailan nila iniisip na magandang ipresenta yung witness na yon. Baka meron silang timing, baka may strategy po sila. We cannot really comment on ano po yun. No? Hindi naman po nasayang yung oras ng korte kasi nga, sabi ko nga po sa inyo, nangangapa pa po tayong lahat. At tinitingnan rin ng korte kung ito ba ay reasonable o hindi reasonable yung pagka-defer. So siguro ngayon para medyo masanay muna tayo na mahaba-haba yung mga usapin sa floor, medyo pinayagan siguro muna tayo ng presiding officer na okay lang na wag na muna ngayon si NBI agent Lotok at next week na lang. Pero sabi ko nga kanina, I'm sure hahanap at hahanap naman ng paraan ang lahat ng partido ng chance na para mapabilis yan. Kung maaaring yung mga witnesses na yan ay dalawa na sa susunod na mga araw at medyo sanay na tayo sa mahabang mga trial, baka yun yung gawin ng presiding officer. Thank you, sir. Dalawa po? Wala. Thank you po. Enjoy your...
Former Congressman Congressman Isabel Maria Zamora and Congressman Rods Gutierrez of the House Prosecution panel. Okay, let's hear first the opening statement of our panel. To the audience, please.
As we always practice in this culture, let the ladies do it first. Kong Bell?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So we have concluded our first week of trial. It is our third day. And today, what we had was the cross-examination of our witness, John Mark Calilong, the agent on case who investigated the threats, the utterances made by Vice President Sara Zimmerman Duterte on November 23, 2024 at that online media briefing which was live streamed through Zoom and live streamed on Facebook. So we heard the questions propounded by the defense to John Mark Calilong, which we believe were sufficiently answered by John Mark Calilong. That's why our prosecution decided, or we decided, not to conduct any redirect examination anymore. That is our opening statement in the meantime.
Since I'm the senior, now we let the junior member of Congress to deliver his opening statement.
I think Prosecutor Zamora has said it best, so I just want to say good afternoon and thank you for having us today.
Now it's the turn of the senior, not the senior citizen. Well, ngayong araw na ito ay tinapos, o ngayong linggo ito ay tinapos natin ang unang witness na ipinisinta ng ating prosecution panel. At nakita po natin dito sa day 3 ng impeachment trial na kung saan ay nagkaroon ng cross-examination, ay hindi po natibag o hindi nabutasan ang testimonya na inilatag o ibinigay ng ating witness, no, na si Agent Mark Calilong, John Mark Calilong. So isa pang pruweba na ito ay nagsasabi ng katotohanan because he was very consistent with all his statements from the beginning and even during the cross-examination, nakita natin na he was firm. At tinayuan niya yung kanyang mga binitawang mga pahayag o testimonya during the first day that he was presented as witness for the prosecution. So yan ay isang magandang development at aming nakita na sa susunod na mga araw mailalatag pa rin ang mga ebidensyang inihanda ng ating prosecution panel.
Siguro, Kong Ace, banggitin ko kung ano yung nangyari kanina, no? Nung time po ng defense para mag-cross, may mga nilabas po silang mga dokumento. Sa tingin po namin kasi gusto nilang questionin ang credibility at yung training ng ating witness. So natural naman na gagawin ng depensa na questionin ang kredibilidad ng witness ng prosecution, pero ito po wala naman pong na ipakita ang depensa na gaya ng sabi ni Kong Ace matitibag ang statements na ginawa ni John Mark Calilong kahapon sa kanyang direct examination. Narinig din po natin ang mga tanong ng ating mga senator judges at lahat naman po ng kanilang katanungan ay nasagot ni John Mark Calilong from questions regarding his training, questions regarding the investigation he conducted, and questions regarding the threats which he investigated. In fact, ang last statement po ni Agent John Mark Calilong ay yung threats po ay absolute.
All right, we'll now entertain questions. Tina?
Dun po sa trial kanina, a video of Attorney Zuleika Lopez was shown, and the prosecution plans to present her also as a witness in this article on grave threats. How will the showing of that video kanina po help in your presentation of the witness next week?
Well, syempre hindi ko sasagutin ng aming strategy for next week. Pero siguro banggitin ko in relation to the video of Zuleika kanina, there are several clips na pinalabas po kanina. And sa totoo lang, para-pareho naman tayong nagtaka kung bakit ipinalabas ng depensa iyon. It was Senator Judge Risa Ontiveros herself who asked kung ano yung relevance ng video na ito. Parang ang point niya, sinasabi niyo ba na this prompted the Vice President's utterances? In fact, if I'm not mistaken, ang kanilang abogado ay nag-yes agad. Tapos nung pina-clarify or pina-reform ng ating presiding officer yung tanong, medyo binawi yata ng defense lawyer. So, yun lang po.
Well, para sa akin, nakita natin no, na nakadagdag ng justification. If you recall, no, ang unang nagpasabpina kay Attorney Zuleika Lopez ay ang panig ng prosecution. And with the presentation of the defense kanina dun sa video clips, it made Attorney Zuleika Lopez very important, no? Which means justifiable yung paghingi o pagsabpina ng prosecution kay Attorney Zuleika Lopez. And yung kanyang testimonya na ibiniga o pinakita dun sa video makes it more interesting, no, for the prosecution to ask perhaps, no, yung ating bagong sinampi ng witness kung ano ba yung relevance nung video na yon doon sa usapin ng grave threats. Ano yung relevance nung video na yon na pinakita ng defense doon sa sinasabi nating inciting to sedition that have been committed by the Vice President. And all this, no, will now be the topic when Attorney Zuleika Lopez will be presented or will be sitting in the witness stand. So yan ang napakahalaga na development sa ngayon. No? It helped the prosecution panel justify why we needed the testimony or why we needed Attorney Zuleika Lopez as the witness for the prosecution. So, yan po ang magandang nangyari ngayong araw.
I guess in addition to that po, just on the point of the order of the proceedings, I think it's very important to note na protected pa rin po yung rules of the impeachment court and tuloy pa rin yung proseso as per the rules. It's important to note, no, for the public viewing, medyo baka naninibago po sila, hindi to parang yung mga usual hearings na nangyayari sa Senado or sa Kongreso in which free-flowing po yung mga pagtatanong. There is a very rigid order to the presentation of witness. You have your direct and you have your cross. And kung makita mo, although nabanggit na nga po, na-presenta na po to an extent, yung video po ni Chief of Staff Zuleika, ni Attorney Zuleika, hindi pa rin fully na-trash yung issue dahil nga po there's a proper place and a proper time to discuss it. So, tying it up with the prosecution without talking much of the evidence that the prosecution wishes to present or the witnesses that they wish to present, it just shows na everything is in line with the procedure and the integrity of the evidence is still intact.
May action na po ba yung Senate Impeachment Court on the request of the prosecution to subpoena Attorney Lopez?
Yeah, I believe the subpoena was issued yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. And earlier, before the adjournment of the court, the presiding officer mentioned that he clarified whether the prosecution panel would like the impeachment court to subpoena Attorney Zulaika Lopez. And the response of the prosecution panel was yes. Indeed, we need the testimony of Attorney Zulaika Lopez, which made it more important after the hearing today during the cross of the defense panel.
Sir, does that mean meron nang na-receive si Attorney Lopez na subpoena to appear next week?
Yeah, but if that order was issued yesterday, perhaps, presumably, it was already received by the office of Attorney Lopez.
Right, thank you.
Good afternoon po. Yung pagpapakita po ng video ni Attorney Lopez kanina, did it help the defense's case? Or ano po ang palagay po ninyo dito? Did it justify the utterances of the Vice President?
Yeah, I think merits na 'yon, no. Gaya ng siguro na lang, general response from the panel is that we were surprised to see that the video, the clip where Attorney Zulaika Lopez was presented as the evidence of the defense, no. And we weren't expecting that because the whole issue was about the threats issued by the Vice President. And we were anticipating that the defense would cross-examine our witness on the basis of the testimonies uttered or the statements uttered by the Vice President. So, meron palang silang ibang strategy, na meron palang silang ibang plano. That's why they presented that.
If I can also get your comment po dito sa statement ni Attorney Vinluan saying when the Vice President uttered those words, she was responding not as VP but as someone who wants to protect her family from the supposed threats, and that she did not commit an impeachable offense, that grave threats falls under jurisdiction of first-level courts and not a high crime.
This is just on my part lang po, no? I think we can't really comment on that. Again, this goes into the merits of the case. Yung mga nabanggit po ni Attorney Vinluan would be, verily, it's appealing to the merits of the case and how it to be decided. But what I can say is that we can see the fairness of the impeachment trial court. Nakita po natin, there was a question that was raised yesterday that was answered by Attorney Ligutan to a certain extent na medyo similar in tenor. That's not usually in line with because it was a question by the senator judge. And the presiding officer Escudero, was very fair in allowing the defense side to also air out in a similar way, a sort of response or manifestation. So I think in a way protected po yung integrity and the fairness of the impeachment trial, and we just hope to see more of that po siguro moving forward. But as to the actual how it would affect the case, we have to leave that to the senator judges to decide po.
My comment on that is, while there was some sort of a closing statement on the part of the defense earlier, and we understand that that was given kasi nga po kahapon nagsalita din si Attorney Ligutan of the prosecution ng 5 minutes. Gusto namin ipaalam na hindi pa po tapos ang presentation of evidence ng prosecution. Meron pa po tayong mga witnesses next week and the following weeks. In fact, ang binigay po sa ating trial dates ay 11 for Article 4, and we will exhaust that depending on our strategy, depending on the way that the prosecution sees fit.
Last na lang. Your assessment po dito sa first week ng impeachment trial ng Vice President, si Representative Luis kanina said daw, so far so good. I wonder if you share that sentiment.
Who do you want? Anyone? Okay. Well, ako itong gaya nung nabanggit ko kanina, no, na after 3 days of trial, no, from the beginning where the procedural matters were resolved by the impeachment court, and day 2 when the witness was presented, and day 3 when the same witness was cross-examined by the defense. Ang masasabi ko lang overall, no, so far ang prosecution panel has initiated, no, the constitutional process of impeachment, meaning from the beginning na kung saan ay maraming haka-haka na hindi ito matutuloy, ito ay natuloy. Dun sa mga haka-haka na pipigilan ito, hindi po nangyari yan because nakapagpresenta tayo ng ebidensya. Pangatlo, habang pinipresenta ang ebidensya, pinipresenta ang witness, ay hindi nila na tibag o nabasag ang testimonya ng aming witness sa prosecution panel. And we are confident that with these developments for the first week of the trial, we believe that the subsequent days of the trial that will happen, we will be able to present our witnesses and our evidence. We are certain that the same impression by the people would be present. Meaning, ganun ang pagkakalatag ng aming ebidensya at ng aming prosecution panel. Tuloy-tuloy po ito. At itong prosesong ito, hanggang sa dulo, dapat po matapos natin ito. Tapusin natin itong prosesong ito.
Kung just ano lang po, sino sa inyo po yung pwedeng sumagot? Just a reaction lang po sa kanina sa cross-examination. Sinabi kasi, or parang pinuna ni Senate Presiding Officer Chisa Escudero, si Attorney Amando Ligutan at sinasabing, kasi nga sunod-sunod yung kanyang objection at sinasabing tila frustrated si Attorney Ligutan. So, ano po yung reaction nyo?
Well, you know, in any court case, in any trial, nangyayari naman po yan talaga between lawyers. Siguro gusto namin din ipaalam sa lahat na ang isang trial ay hindi napapanalunan sa daming mga motion mong na gagrant ng judge o ng justice. O hindi ito paramihan ba ng points. So, ang importante po dito, at the end of the day, is mailabas yung ebidensya and understandably mag-o-object ang opposing counsels. Nangyayari talaga yon during direct exam, cross-exam. Ganun ho talaga ang proseso kapag nakikita po ng mga abogado na may some sort of maybe violation of the rules on how we present our witnesses. So naturally, may nakita ang prosecution kanina na ka-object-object sa pagtatanong ng defense counsel, kaya po nag-o-object. Kahapon naman din po sila, sunod-sunod naman din po ang objection sila. Ganun lang po, sa totoo lang, trabaho yan ng mga abogado.
Pero hindi naman po yun frustrated. I mean,
well, you know, Attorney Ligutan is a seasoned lawyer. Kulang pa po yan, sabi nga nila, sa kanyang ginagawa in a normal case.
Dagdagan ko lang, no? Nakita naman natin na talagang preparado yung ating prosecution panel, no? From our public prosecutors and sa private prosecutors, patuloy yung kanilang pag-aaral, patuloy din yung kanilang preparasyon. In fact, wala na nga mga tulog itong ating mga prosecutors. Tino mo, kahit na walang tulog, magandang babae at magandang lalaki pa rin sila. No? That only means that they're confident that they're going to win this case. No? The best part here is that they came prepared and their preparation is paying off. No? Nakikita natin, ang tao ay namumulat sa katotohanan at namumulat dito sa ebidensyang ipinisenta.
Just to add lang po, no, not necessarily in that point, but just to answer the question. Of course, as Kong Zamora has already mentioned, it's really part of the process. We also saw it yesterday in the part of the defense, no? Na the lawyers, it is their job, it's their duty to their client to seriously protect and to defend their cause. So talagang lalabas po talaga yun. It's but normal in the process to have these objections, kahit na marami yan. It's because they have to safeguard really the cause of the interest and cause of their clients. But with that, it's also but normal that lalabas rin yung person natin ng lawyers. Just to answer the question po, no, yung, if you were asking if talagang frustrated po sa pagkakakilala ko working with Attorney Virgil, hindi po, he's just very passionate. And if you review naman po yung nangyari sa trial, even when it was him who was objecting, very passionate naman po talaga siya. So I wouldn't think po na frustrated talaga. But yeah, that's just the way that I saw it po.
Again, no, ang article of impeachment number 4 ay tungkol sa grave threats. No? Ito ay hindi ordinaryong pangyayari, no? Lalo na kung ito ay manggagaling sa isang mataas na opisyal ng gobyerno. Yun ngang ordinaryong tao na nagbabam joke sa eroplano o sa airport. Talaga namang pinipigil, hinuhuli at kinakasuhan, napaparusahan. Ganun din naman yung mga sisigaw ng sunog sa loob ng sinihan, no? These are crimes that seriously has to be seriously punished, no? Kaya mas lalo na kung ito ay binigkas o binitawan ng isang mataas na opisyal ng ating gobyerno. Walang lisensya ang sino man sa ating gobyerno, ikaw man ang pinakamataas na hinalal ng taong bayan, ay walang lisensya para gawin mo ito.
Good afternoon po. Of course, not to put emphasis on the score or kung victorious po ba yung first week po ninyo, but would you say that hawak po ninyo yung momentum, let's say? Hawak po niyo yung momentum after the first 3 days of the trial?
No, I wouldn't say that, but I would say that it was a good week for the prosecution.
Umpisa pa lang naman ng boxing, ika nga, no? Kumbaga sa basketball, first quarter pa lang ito. Napakahirap pa hong sabihin kung sino yung nanalo, sino yung ano. Maring maisip ng ating mga kabayan kung sino yung lamang, pero hindi pa masasabi kung sino yung panalo. First quarter pa, marami pa hong time out ito. Kaya yun ang maganda at aabangan natin yan.
In addition to that lang po siguro, and I think we've noticed that po, no, since day one, medyo, if we look at public perception, naging tali na po yung nangyayari dito. Nagbibilangan po ng puntos, kumbaga. But I think it's very important to remember na this is not the process, the whole process of impeachment trial is not about yung paramihan po ng mga motion that was granted or paramihan po ng puntos na binibilang po ng ating mga kababayan na nanonood. But it's actually about the quality of the questions that are being asked, and then whether or not, the question really ultimately is whether or not, at the end of the day, evidence is left standing. So it's all about whether the foundation of the evidence is laid out properly and that the evidence is laid out in a clearly understood manner. As to whether or not that was achieved for the prosecution this week, we cannot say. Of course, that's on the merits, and it's up to our senator judges. We don't want to wouldn't want to say anything that would tend to prejudge the case. But all we can say is that, like Attorney Zamora said, Kong Zamora said, it was a good week for the prosecution.
Balikan ko po yung sa ano, parang may pinresent po yata yung defense kanina na website nung max score, tapos pinakita po nila dun sa witness. What were your thoughts dun po sa presentation po nila? Parang they're trying to establish po na, let's say, kino-question ba nila yung naging training ni Kalilong po? Kasi parang binabanggit yung mga product services po nung max score kanina.
Yes, I believe that was the point of the defense. Kasi ang nilabas nga nila, parang supplier yung kumpanya, no? And I guess, yun ang direction. Kasi sa totoo lang, no, sabi nga ni Attorney Ligutan kanina na nasaan na yung mga tanong in relation to the pictures, in relation to the articles of partnership nga ba yun, kulang ng tanong. But kami po, syempre naisip namin na patungkol yon doon sa training na nakuha ni JM Kalilong. Well, in any case, no, one senator judge, I think it was, I think the Senate President who asked regarding max score interventures, and totoo, kinonfirm ni JM Kalilong na supplier to, pero in fact, they had trainers na nagbibigay ng training. So kung sabihin na kung ang punto ay supplier sila, hindi sila dapat gumagawa ng training to discredit JM Kalilong, well, nasagot naman po ng ating witness na yung training ay binigay ng trainer for forensic tools, and there were certifications. In fact, hawak-hawak nga din po niya kanina yung certifications na I believe sinerox po ng ating Senate staff nung hiningi po ni Senator Judge Robin Padilla ang copy ng kanyang mga certifications.
Last na lang po. Doon po kay, syempre nasabi niyo na po na hindi natibag, na naging napaka-consistent po ng mga sagot ni JM Kalilong. But ano po yung thoughts niyo doon naman sa, kasi alam ko may mga questions po yata kanina regarding inimbestigahan din po ba daw yung Romanov, or inimbestigahan din daw po ba yung threats daw po sa Vice President nung pinlay nga po nila yung portions ng video. Parang sinasabi na aside dun sa sa President, nag-investigate din ba yung NBI dun sa iba pang mga surrounding na issues sa Vice President po?
I think nakuha natin sa testimonya ni JM Kalilong na may proseso silang ginagawa sa NBI, and sinunod nila, kasama siya sa parte siya ng isang team, no? At sinabi niya na meron siyang executive, meron siyang upper person na nag-direct sa kanila na gawin itong mga hakbang na ito. So he was part of a team who conducted the investigation. And I believe that that he was able to show the different steps that he took to conduct the investigation. And kinonfirm naman niya na they looked at different videos. In fact, they even checked nga the alleged threat on the Vice President. So, I think wala naman po silang hindi ginawa based on, I guess, their mandate and what they are allowed to do under the law.
In other words, the witness presented by the prosecution was not impeached.
Sirs, ma'am, balikan ko lang yung parang naging question ni Senator Judge Risa Ontiveros. Yung tinanong niya na kung ito ba ang plano ng defense na i-establish na parang dahil na-oppress yung OVP Chief of Staff, pwede na mag-grave threats. Do you think the Senate Impeachment Court should have allowed the counsel to answer the question of the Senator Judge? Or would you rather not address it?
I think we have to respect the process. We are an impeachment trial. We are prosecutors before a panel of judges, senator judges, and their decision on this matter is absolute and ultimate, and that we would respect whatever decision they would make.
But do you think that was a valid point raised by the senator judge? I mean, was this the reason why the video was presented?
Well, certainly our senator judges would think about that. Kasi bakit nga naman nila ipinapalabas yung video ni Attorney Zulaika Lopez noong gabi na yon, prior to the statements made by the Vice President. So anong connection, di ba? Anong relevance? And I'm sure pare-pareho naman tayo, naisip natin yun na siguro yun ang punto ng kanilang depensa.
Next, we have
Good afternoon po. Yung question ko po yung sinasabi ng defense panel repeatedly na wala pa pong napapatunayan yung prosecution that a contract indeed exists. Contract to kill the president, first lady, and former speaker. Kaya ang kanilang conclusion, ergo, there is no impeachable offense committed on the part of the Vice President. How do you respond lang po dun sa, lagi nila kasi yung ina-argue, even outside of the impeachment court, na there is no physical contract of that supposed kill job. Thank you. Conditional kill job. Thank you.
Okay. Siguro kaya medyo mas sumasagot ako ngayon kasi kasama ako sa threats na team, no? But without going to the merits of the case, without going to their evidence or the prosecution's evidence masyado, no? Siguro at the end of the day, dapat natin matandaan na hindi naman tayo nagpo-prosecute ng isang criminal case. Hindi po tayo nagpo-prosecute ng grave threats. Sa isang criminal case, kailangan mo ng elemento, yung mga elemento ng isang krimen. Pero dito po, ano ba yung pinoprosecute natin? Yung impeachable offenses of betrayal of public trust, high crimes, and culpable violation of the Constitution. Yun po yung tatlo na related sa grave threats nating article, yung Article 4. So, tandaan po natin, wala naman specific na elemento itong mga to. Ang sinasabi natin, ang actuations ng Vice President in relation to that November 23, 2024 video ay or constitute betrayal of public trust, or she betrayed the public trust dahil sa kanyang pagbabanta sa buhay ng presidente, ng First Lady at former Speaker of the House. This is a very general term, no? Betrayal of public trust. So wag po natin tignan ng specific elements ng isang crime under the revised penal code.
So having said that, contract or no contract, given the actuations of the Vice President, your allegation still stands. Would that be correct?
The allegation?
Your allegations will still stand regardless if there is physical contract or not. Would that be correct?
Okay, the allegation that there was an impeachable offense, yes, contract or no contract, it is our position that her utterances made on November 23, 2024 constitute impeachable offenses of betrayal of public trust, high crimes, and culpable violation of the Constitution.
Thank you, ma'am.
Going back sa tanong ni Haji about Romanov, can you tell us the significance of this to the impeachment trial? Na-establish po ba na meron ngang Oplan Romanov? And what can you say about it being mentioned by the defense during the trial?
Well, if I may, yung Oplan Romanov na yon, wala namang basihan siguro. Dahil unang-una, when the NBI invited the person who, to which that statement was attributed to, yung sinabi niya na Oplan Romanov, hindi naman nag-cooperate. No? They did not cooperate with the NBI kasi inimbitahan sila, hindi sila nagpunta to shed light on the issue. Kasi this is a serious story that needs to be investigated din. No? And unfortunately, hindi naman nagko-cooperate yung nagsasabing merong ganyang klaseng plano. So where do they start? Perhaps the NBI conducted their own investigation. I don't know what happened to that investigation. Maybe as we speak, meron silang report that they kept confident. I really don't know. But again, yung Oplan Romanov was just a side story in the whole issue of the video where the utterance made by the Vice President is material, is important and valuable. Ika nga.
All right. Well, it's now the turn of Celina.
Good afternoon. I'm just wondering, how confident are you that the testimony of your first witness could somehow encourage the senator judges to convict the Vice President with regard to the Article 4 of the impeachment?
Well, hindi pa po natin na ilalabas ang mga iba nating witnesses. So siguro it will be premature to say that his testimony will convict the Vice President. Pero po, for the prosecution, of course, we will only present witnesses who we know are capable of proving our case.
Regarding this petition filed by some of the lawyers allied to the Vice President with regard to Senator Escudero as the presiding officer, may we know, even if there's no decision yet by the Supreme Court, what if the court would decide in favor of them? So how would it affect the impeachment process, this impeachment trial?
Ayoko naman din ho pangunahan ang Supreme Court, but in any case, wala naman po silang nilalabas na TRO or what have you. So tuloy lang po ang ating proseso dito sa Senate Impeachment Court.
So you're not concerned that just in case na baka mapalitan siya?
Hindi po tayo concerned doon. And of course, we follow the Senate Impeachment Court. There was, for all of us, there was a proper election of the presiding officer, and we trust the will of the majority of the senators when they did that. So kami po, syempre, as lawyers and as officers of the court, sumusunod po tayo sa mga hakbang na ginagawa ng isang korte, including the impeachment court.
For Joe Malapas.
Isang tanong lang po. Doon sa cross-examination po ng defense, meron po ba dong part na nagpakaba sa prosecutors? At bakit po?
Kung meron ba pong part na nagpakaba, wala po.
Bakit po, ma'am?
Bakit po? Well, nakita naman po natin na magaling, consistent, ang competent ang ating witness na si J.M. Calilong. So, confident kami na kaya niyang sagutin ang mga tanong. In fact, ang ating presiding officer ilang beses pong sinabi na pabayaan sumagot ang ating witness dahil kaya niyang sagutin ang mga tanong.
Follow-up, second question ko po ay, lumabas po yung video nung di mo na yung pagbabanta ni BP Sara nung panahong kino-contempt si Atty. Lopez. Kung sakali po na pumalag ulit o may pumalag ulit o tumanggi si Atty. Lopez na pumunta sa impeachment court, ano pong posibleng mangyari?
Siguro ayaw din namin pangunahan muna yan. Hintayin na lang po natin kung dadating si Atty. Lopez sa day kung kailan po nakaschedule siya to be our next witness, our witness. I believe next week po, she will be the second witness.
Okay, we'll entertain 2 more questions.
To Prosex and to spokes barbers po. Ma'am, on the contract and or no contract when it comes to hiring an assassin, on its criminal nature lang po, hiring as an assassin, does it even require an actual paper where the supposed hired assassin would swear that he would kill someone or whatever, the details na nakalatag po, for it to even exist? That's my only question, ma'am. Thank you po.
Wala pa ako nakitang nangyaring gano'n, no? Na kung saan ang isang kriminal ay may kontrata. No? If indeed the person is a assassin or is an assassin, wala naman siguro kontrata yan. Diba? Wala naman siguro ding paper na. Halimbawa, hindi tumupad sa kontrata, didemanda mo ba siya ng breach of contract? Diba? Hindi eh. So I don't, honestly, walang kontrata na dapat tingnan among the contracting parties and the person in the party involved.
Okay.
Well, of course, tama po si Kong Ace, no, na I'm sure wala pang nakagawa na may written contract relating to the hiring of an assassin. I mean, as lawyers, no, wala pa tayong nahawakang ganyang kaso. And ito this is not from a prosecutor, but as a lawyer. Any contract involving hiring an assassin or involving the killing of a person would be illegal because it involves something that is void or illegal. So that the contract itself is void.
Actually, ang follow-up question dyan, kung halimbawa totoong may contract, inonotaryo ba yan?
Judea Bernardo po from DTV News. Just for the record lang po, may reason po ba kung bakit po nausad si Attorney Jeremy Lotok for next week's witness stand po? And why is NBI Director Melvin Matibag not part of the witnesses next week?
It is really a matter of the prosecution strategy, or the prosecution and the threats team's strategy to have Attorney Lotok on Monday. After all, paggabi na din naman, and we don't want to waste everyone's time or up to tonight, di ba po? Siyempre, pag naumpisahan na yan, tuloy-tuloy na yan hanggang mamayang gabi, and we don't want to do that. But in any case, I'm sure that Attorney Lotok will be there on Monday, and he will be able to answer all of the questions that will be propounded by both parties and the senator judges. Now, as regards the reason behind Director Matibag not being in the list for next week, we will probably present him the following week dahil 3 days a week lang nga po ang ating trial, and kanina po ang hiningi sa atin ay 3 names lang.
Sorry, follow up lang. Do we expect yung trial to be longer next week considering na 1 witness lang per day? Kasi kahapon si Agent Kalidong nasa ngayon. So next week 1 witness per day, so mas magiging mahaba.
Alam mo, depende po yan sa testimony ng witness at syempre sa kung gaano kabilis o kabagal ang pag-present ng mga abogado ng testimonya ng witness. So hindi natin masabi na mas mahaba yung kay Kalilong o yung kay Lotok, but we will see po.
I think we have to consider also po na there's no strict limitation. Yung 1 day per witness rule, it's the other way around. No? The ideal is that the witness's testimony would be dispensed with within 1 day, not necessarily 1 day isang witness lang po. As you would recall, in fact, what was supposed to happen earlier was a second witness was to be presented because we already had the first witness today po. No? But what we have to remember po with this process is that it's not exactly, you can't base it on the previous witness. It is not predictable, especially na the line of questioning will evolve po, no? Together with the cross, the redirect, and the recross. It really depends on what has transpired in the previous segment. So we really can't tell. But what we can say, based on what the prosecution has mentioned a while ago, is that they will maximize po the trial dates. And so far, that is what we see.
Okay, on that note, we want to thank our panelists and our friends from the media.
Thank you.
Okay. Good evening.
Next week.